Нормально так.
Advantage or not with the compound.
PGC 2022, along with a $600,000 prize money.
A nice knockdown. Fortunately for Yahoo, damage voluntarily has already been.
Knock is going to come out on BGP's side. Moving, see if they can provide a distraction. Steps in, gets the spread of one, but not enough to get the drop. PO goes down, and there is just one up. And Hillsides, this is going to be a near impossible fight. For Buriram as they're trying to limp their way into this one.
Trying to see if he can get to Nawadra, but the grenade's good enough.
Go moving forward. It is going to be a massive. Find a way to sneak his way in here solo.
Getting wiped out right now from the grenades of Kwangdong Creek.
Seven. Oh, BBL, like you said, has no idea the spray comes through the trans.
And again, finds the first one. 7-7 will find one return. Finds the second as well. It's a 1v1 if he's been keeping track of the kill feed. Shots through both sides.
1v1 playing around the.
Cerberus has been taking this very, very slowly. Wait.
Be getting an angle here, and Cerberus won't like. Why are they in a vehicle? Hasn't quite worked off. Isaki needs to get the quick. Duckfire is very low. It won't take much, but he's got a player above. Isaki!
Just want to just hang out on the edge and hope for a different ship coming in the next phase over because though
Oh
they
my
are
God,
again
Cliff.
trading it with a tropic.
They're so aggressive, but so successful in their aggression. They're going to get spotted out by
так размах.
AT Decent.
Турик продолжается. Начнется. Там
We're
увидим,
trying to
кого
come in back
поставить.
behind TE and get some damage. Oh,
Есть помимо этого телефонного сайта.
oh, this is a very expendable team right now as they're all gonna drop.
где? В самой, чтобы поставить еще день, наверное. 20 часов. Ну, вот сегодня после 5-й игры можно поставить. Ну, я так чутка поставил. Доставил нормально. А ты чё, в игре? Я тебе скажу, да. Ну вот первый Ирангель, 3 Ирангеля и 2 Мирамара будет. Ладно, сейчас я подойду, у меня там чайник вскипел.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to PGC 2022. It is time for the grand finals from the Dubai Exhibition Hall. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Toby and Martin as we break down all of the action here over the next 4 days of play. Gentlemen, the entire year leads up to this moment. It doesn't matter what's happened before. The scores are reset. This is exciting.
Extremely exciting, of course. I'm excited to be here, excited to see the game start. You know, it's 20 games, and then by the end of things, the winner runs away with almost $1 million.
The journey to get here was not easy, Toby. Not only did you go through the PCS processes, but the amount of games played and brackets and divisions that these teams had to fight through was astronomical. Do you think it's more challenging for some of those teams that had to fight through every single bracket along the way?
Yes. You could argue that, yes, sure, they've played against some of the teams that the other teams haven't had a chance to play against yet, but no. The teams that have gotten a chance to sit back to watch everything unfold, they will be much better prepped coming into today than the teams who have been grueling through the lower stages.
grueling through the lower stages. Particularly, we have 4 teams that are in this bracket that came out of the dreaded grand survival round. Some of them at the last moment by the seat of their pants. We're going to be tracking those as well to see how they do up against some of our heavy hitters who got in right away. As you look at the overview, you can see that everything is done except for the big show. It's in gold because it's the gold standard.
You can argue having, 10, 13 games more than everyone else against some of the best teams in the world might have prepared you a little bit better. Sure, your preparation and when you're looking at it, all the teams are playing and you're sitting back, you might have some more information, but being warm and getting into the games, that might be a benefit.
All right, we can take a look at exactly how the grand final was filled up. Those first 8 teams came straight out of the winner's bracket almost a week ago. And then we saw loser's bracket 2 and ultimately the final 4 being brought in from the grand survival. I'm going to be honest, Toby, I was in the lobby the other night and I heard an E United coach tell another team, another team, how many days off did you have, man? Do you think there's cold to that? Because it was a long time ago.
Well, I mean, maybe you need the mental
вами.
reset, maybe you don't. I hope that for the teams that did qualify through in the earlier stages, they've spent that time wisely. Because while I just said before, they're going to have an easier time, the teams who've been battling, the other teams have actively been out there playing for their life every single day of the week up until this point.
Today we start out with the good old standby, 3 maps in the grassy pastures, as James likes to put it, Martin. And then it is all on the line. The prize pool, a base 2 million. But because of the fact that you can go out and support those teams by getting your hands on the skins, it's
we're more than 3.3 now, so and there's a little bit more time. I think you have like 20 hours to still buy in and get some voting coupons in there now that we know the 16 teams that are playing.
And these are the 16 teams that we've taken the field right now, and it is a really smorgasbord of journeys to get here. We've got favorites, PCS champions, teams that missed the last PCS completely. I mean, when you look at this, is there any team that you're like, man, I can't wait to see what these guys do?
I think I can name 16.
16
of teams that I cannot wait to see what we'll do, because all the teams, regardless of regions, regardless of how they got here, as you said, they deserve to be here. We're on a full reset, and these teams are going to come out flying from the very get-go.
I think that's a really big part of it. I mean, I know you've played at this highest level. Martin, how important is that reset? How do you go about it?
It's some time ago, but yeah, it's super important to have this kind of downtime and look at, obviously, how the teams are playing and everything. While we take a look at Question Mark, Wildcard, and Navi, some of the players here, obviously insane players. I know a lot of people are excited to see if Example can step up to the same level he did in group stage and in winner's bracket.
So these are some of our teams that put up the best single point game when it comes to these maps, in particular.
Там все команды есть.
We all remember Wildcard. Fascinatingly enough, I think we might see them on both of these teams to watch when it comes to single point performances.
I mean, there has been some absolutely good performances from Wildcard over the course of the tournament.
Первые 6 команд там начисляется за топ, за все места начисляться будут очки. Ну, за первое место много начислят. Сейчас посмотрим.
No, not in the grand finals. We're going to see much more sloper. We're going to see much more interesting things. And one thing is interesting to me here is that 17 Gaming, who is by far the best team on the Wrangle, is not even close to having the biggest, but they've been so consistent. 12 points per game on an average over all the 13 matches they played. It's insane. They're just head and shoulders above the rest. United is the only one that are kind of close.
Well, you know, it's nothing I love more than seeing players head and shoulders above the rest.
Вот, блять, начало в 3, а уже 46 минут мы смотрим всякую залупу. Лучшие моменты там, лучшие выстрелы там. Лучше как команда играла. Ага. Переводит. Ну он это, на иконкой переводит, лучшие моменты типа показывает. Не стик, а этот. Типа как... да, Fire или как они там. Типа как лампочку, чтобы переводить, чтобы перетаскивать. Это вот где сам своего он убил гранатой об дом. Видишь, как зажимают на третьего прицела.
Journey for these two to the grand final. Na'Vi had a pretty strong group stage and an excellent winner's bracket. Question Mark had to go through loser's bracket 2 to get here. Do you think that's an indicator we should be looking at as we go into the grand final?
It's it's only 10 games in winner bracket. Like it's not enough to kind of have a sample size, and then they went in and played really well in losers 1, losers 2. So obviously excited to see how they're gonna step up again with the performance, with the amount of games that they played. When you're a third in a wrangle, and we're starting on 3 wrangles there, if they're able to get a good momentum going, could be interesting to see.
One of the things that's wild to me, I mean, if we talk previous stages of the tournament,
Да все зажимают. Сейчас и восьмерку можно вешать.
They kind of just sat back and watched the rest of it unfold. Question mark, they were brawling their way through open qualifiers.
Восьмерку можно вешать.
Even qualify, there were some different things going
На
on.
халаш.
Then they come in, then they qualify simply based on
Да,
how they win
попробуй.
PCS7.
Вчера чувак мы сыграли, сказал, что можно вешать.
Ladder that question mark have had to climb in order to be where they are today in the grand finals is that many more steps through, and well, here they are.
Maybe this journey makes them stronger, but if you talk about journeys, Navi on the other side.
И восьмерку сказали, можно вроде бы вешать. Нет, но я их не пробовал, можно попробовать в этом, в трене.
Yeah, for sure. Uber, one of the most started players there, but now also, you know, in a
PUBG.
situation where we're expecting huge things for them. The guys have played so well together throughout for so long time.
Let's take a look at a few other teams that we're going to be expecting big things from. This is the Miramar single match top 3. Now we're only playing 2 of those maps today. Wildcard back up on there because they did set a PGC 1-game record, which was
Топ-3 по киллам, видишь, Мирамар.
them in the post-game interview. But I'm really looking at these other 2. Twisted Minds in particular seems to me like a favorite to take this thing home.
And I really believe they are. I mean, speaking of consistency, as we said earlier, they are arguably the team, if not just in EMEA, then in the world, that has found themselves on top of the leaderboards the most times.
Всего 22 килла у него за матч. От первого, у второго и у третьего. Ну, мне кажется, отдельно тоже будут награждать их, типа, кто больше киллов сделал. Ну, это мое мнение. Типа... И командные есть, и личные зачеты. Ну там, видишь, показано, типа, что у них зарплата, что ли, растет там. Сначала было 16 тысяч, сейчас 34 тысячи показывается. 20 тысяч. Это тоже, наверное, за киллы или за что? Обрати внимание еще. А сейчас вот смотри, там будет показано 11, 8, ну сейчас уже больше. А когда начиналось, там 11 тысяч после первого этого было. Сейчас у них уже 18, там 19, когда я смотрел. Сейчас уже до 34 дошел. У кого какая зарплата? Сейчас смотри, увидишь, сколько там. Мне кажется, это личные зачеты. Я посмотрим. А сколько? Ну, видишь.
Can we expect that again? Was that a fluke? I mean, come on, that's a lot of 22 kills.
I mean, Sam said it during the interview with Waikikamuko after those games as well. It wasn't a flamboyant win. They knew where to be at the right time. They had the high ground control, and they were hitting absolutely every single shot. The only thing that worries me, as impressive as that performance was all the games that led up to it. There wasn't a whole lot of impressive games. Now, the good thing for them is they are going to be playing.
Тут, блядь, 3 Нави показали и одного из этого.
Build those averages. If you talk about the top results, I'll tell you there's one team that does keep showing up on these averages, and that is Navi. They look good. Kick, he's good. We'll talk about him a little bit, but Navi.
If it wasn't for Kickstart, you know, we'd be saying Navi, 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 and example all the time. But yeah, for sure, Navi has put themselves into a fair position. Yes, they had an insane run on the winners bracket. They won some games back to back. 3
started steamrolling.
And are they going to be able to replicate that? I'm not sure. I don't think 3 in a row is really.
You know, PCS
good tournament.
Take a quick look at the other guy who was featured on there. This is Kickstart. For those of you, I'm sure you're familiar with him, but this is the player who started out in PUBG at 16 years old, playing for T-shirts and mod bikes, and now, after living in I think he had an RV in his grandmother's driveway to get better internet to be competitive, and now he's playing for a world championship. That's why I
Вот, смотри, видишь? 15, 18, 25, 26, 32, 34, видишь, из этого.
It was an ant-infested RV.
30 вон. 23, 25. Серег. Это типа, видишь, 26%, 22, 20, 17. Наверное, сколько он в команде процент? 16, 15, 12, 10 там вон. Видишь, вообще 37, 100, ебать.
Yeah, our dear colleagues here with some good choices. And some, yeah, it was. This time round, as you saw here, Ives was a big pick. He was one of the cheapest players, 2,000, 3,000
Посмотрим,
cheaper than
увидим.
the second one kind of closed. That wasn't a sub, so he's going to be on many of its. Paper with a interesting setup here. He has Show from 17 Gaming, Twisted Mind Lou, and Danawa too.
He went for that middle pick.
Yeah,
That's sort of what you're going to see. You're going to see big captain, little players, or right down the middle.
Look at this. Same here as well.
Okay, so that you went
Yeah.
for the middle strat.
No, I knew you guys were going to go
Toby
for
and I committed to the big show
Yeah.
right there. Who's your captain badge on, Toby?
Well, I mean, it's
That's
example. Because last time I had
Okay.
example and I didn't captain
How
him
can
and
you
he
not?
popped off. So
And is that because James told you it has to be
I feel like Marty really wants to mention something about his team. Go ahead,
No.
Marty.
I want to point out that you guys are doing the expected. You know, you're taking the absolute top dogs, hoping for them to carry the rest. I think the middle pack, their choice is the way, and I felt like Nail's going to pop off. I think Sparking is going to do well. Show has underperformed compared to what we know that he's capable of, so I put him as my captain. Again, they are the best team on the Wrangle. We're playing 3 today, so that's my logic.
I will say one thing though, real quickly, Toby. I've committed so hard to the Calera strat on this one that I've picked Xiao Bei as my fourth. He's not here. He's not even playing the tournament. But I've committed so hard to having example on my team. Xiao Bei, if you're watching, get on the plane, get over here. I need you as my 10K sub pick. That'd be phenomenal.
All right, now remember, you guys still have time to get involved with the pick and go. In fact, I think if you rush over to the Twire, you can get your fantasy team still locked in before we kick off.
The games yet.
So it's your last chance to do it before the games start, so make sure you do that as well. Because really, you want to have a good weekend so that you can get to us on social media and tell us exactly how we made the wrong choices.
You also can actually watch all of the games today and then decide on your voting coupons.
That's true.
You can see all 5 games today and still have a chance to put in your vote who you think is going to win the whole event.
All right, I want to give a big shout out, a thank you to the PGC 2022 streamers who will be supporting all of us and giving you other options and ways to watch the game. So you can fire them up as you have us here on the main channel. They're going to have all kinds of feedback, a little bit of talk back, so it's a good chance for community members to get involved and help us really showcase one of the best PUBG esport of the year.
And a lot of former players in here too. A lot of players who have been playing on the global stages before. We saw Lion KK, we see CQ there as well. Crazy.
So
I mean,
sad.
it's
Some of the players that didn't make it to the grand
well, I mean,
finals.
also the players that were here, literally here a week ago, and now, well.
Which I'm sure you're going to get interesting insights from, right? If you go if you go do some co-stream with Tickleton, he's going to be able to say, hey, I played against that guy. That was a nightmare.
Yeah, have some good stories, so, some banter and stuff like that. Try to slander United just because they're in the final and they are not themselves, right? So there's going to be a lot of good bans. Make sure you check out your favorite streamer.
Absolutely. So thank you to them. They're making even more of an experience possible. We also have a live audience here today. We're excited to have them with us. There's a fan zone outside. I do want to say they have a reflex test out there. I challenged Haisaki to a 1v1 reflex test, and he said he didn't think he could take me. So tomorrow.
So he denied your request.
I thought you said you already done it.
No, I want to. Any player out there who wants to take me on the reflex test, I'm available before we start tomorrow. So let's do that thing. But you guys can still come on down. We're going to be here for 3 more days. It's going to be awesome. Gentlemen, it's almost time to get started. Let me know, what team do you think comes out of the gates here on day 1 and just sets the gold standard? Toby?
17.
17?
Not contested Pachinki, not contested Picardo. We saw in the previous winners bracket, first game was 16 kills, second place, only taken off by Tycon. They're going to come offline.
3 games of a Wrangle. The best team on a Wrangle is going to have the best start is 17 game, of course.
17. So it's a 17, a 17. I think it's going to be a great one. I'm excited to see what TM does. Twisted Minds is going to be phenomenal. I think they've looked really, really good. And it's going to be amazing. Well, guys, it's time for this to get amazing. Without further ado, it is
Я там повешусь нахуй.
the grand finals of PGC 2022.
Я их там на этих стульях. Мне и так кукан горит, а ты хочешь, чтобы я с ним сыграл. Угу. танец можем. Ну да, представление для них типа. Угу. Ага. Может, монитор где? Зрители слева, они не видят. Да похуй, забей. Угу. Они в натуре не видят. Ага. Может, этот, как его, где машина стоит, тут они же выкладывали, показывали это все. Да забей нахуй. Ага. Когда бы их посадили за кресло, им так бы лучше видно было бы, нахуй. Нормально, чё. Для телевизора. А вон экраны, вон походу, видишь? Нормально так забабахали. Он сейчас грабить будет кубок на. Значит, будет.
Competitions are full of desire, dreams, perfection, records, revenge, confidence, success, growth, passion, validation, and triumph. Desires are not a vice. They're stepping stones to victory.
每次看到别的队伍夺冠，我们就对冠军的渴望会更多一些。这是我职业生涯中最后一次比赛，所以说我非常渴望冠军。
There may be teams who have prepared more than us, but we are more confident. I'll tell you this now, this is our territory.
Мы поставили себе самую амбициозную цель. Мы хотим только победы. Простите, но не в этот раз.
สิ่งที่เรายังไม่ได้อย่างเดียวก็คือแชมป์โลกนะครับ รอเลยนะครับ รอบของ8กำลังจะมาเลยนะครับ
Chúng tôi là một đội tuyển mới nhưng chúng tôi tự tin là chúng tôi mạnh nhất giải đấu lần này. Màn trình diễn của chúng tôi vẫn chưa kết thúc.
더 집중해서 폭발력 있는 원래 저희 팀의 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 아직 끝나지 않았어요.
Well, it's hard to beat teams that enjoy playing and enjoy the grand final, and we're going to show you guys just how much we enjoy it.
заберем все титулы сильнейших команд Европы и этот PGC.
We are the team who played the most games in this tournament, so we are prepared for the grand finals.
FaZe have not been the world champions yet in PUBG. We need to be that before I can be satisfied with my performance in this game.
Đội em đến được Grand Final có lẽ là định mệnh. Ông trời sắp đặt, bọn em sẽ chơi thật tốt để không bỏ lỡ cái cơ hội quý giá lần này.
Obviously, New Happy and Peru didn't qualify, which is like two major upsets. I think having more EU teams in the lobby is a good thing for us.
더 이상 우리를 언더독이라고 부르지 마세요. 우리는 그 어떤 팀보다 이 무대에 더 잘 어울립니다.
我想重现2018年 PGI 冠军荣耀，我想证明我自己还是很强。
Да, да, тут я смотрю. Я...
Во время PGC мы всегда были на первом
Отстроились, все, ты чё?
месте.
Там нефть.
С самого начала до самого конца
Шейхи, нефть.
возможное, чтобы победить. Следи за тем,
Там
как
вообще.
Нави побеждает.
Вот и знаю. Продают все. И все в страну, не все в карман, ебать. Ну, нормально, чё. Там так и проходит турниры.
A year of action has led into November, which led to 2 weeks of some brutal qualifying rounds, but we have lost half of our teams, and now in the grand finals, the best of the best are here, and it's about to get pretty strong, I think. These guys have all been hyping up all day today.
No doubt about it. It's 4 days,
Там
20 games.
нельзя русским купить. Я смотрел тут как на ютубе на видюшку. Там русским недвижимость нельзя покупать. Только можно в аренду брать. Я смотрел, там компьютерный салон какой открыли. Ну, они их не покупают, мне кажется, они их просто в аренду берут. Ну, где-то покупают, а...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a heavy pack of favorites towards the top. A lot of people are going to be thinking, you know, TM, EU United, 17 Gaming are probably the top 3 that are becoming the minds across the different regions. But who knows? It's
Ну,
been
тебе
a tournament of underdog stories.
там эти проценты, мне кажется, им
A
начисляются.
lot of others that have come through TMA just to get here and to be in this position, shocking the world.
If PGC has taught you anything, if you've been watching over the past few years, sorry, I was watching that the opening there.
Yeah, we were a little
the 2019. It
enthralled.
was like, it's been a bit. But if you've learned anything by watching these, it's don't count out anybody. We could see some rising stars. Somebody that we never thought could just really come up and shine. We've seen it before moving through this. We've talked about it in the past, like teams
Сейчас я
like
подойду, Серег, минутку.
make it in and have these big moments. And you know, if you ever count out FaZe, you pretty much just told them that they're about to win the next game.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, FaZe is a known commodity. We know these players can pop off. We've seen it so many times throughout their history. You know, whether it's the current FaZe roster of guys who've been on FaZe for some time or been on other teams for quite a while. No doubt in my mind those boys are going to be in it, but it's going to be really interesting. I mean, we've got a nice mix of all the different regions here. I think you got like young teams like E United that are really hungry to try to pick up a title. You've got veteran teams like Na'Vi, like FaZe, like Twisted Minds that have been around the block quite a few times and really want to get that first title. Because guess what, Matchroom? No matter what happens here, we are going to be crowning a new champion.
Oh, that is going to be astounding. I mean, we are in a world right now where at PGC, and we don't have Tickleton
Блять,
or
долго
That's
начало.
astounding to me. But I'm going to go a little bit biased as the American caster for a second and say that there is something that I want to keep an eye on moving
Самое
through here.
долгое начало.
United has spent a full year being called rats and being called all these other things because they have solid rotations and the way they move through. You know, every single team here has a storyline like that where they're coming in, they're wanting to prove something, and you can see it. Like if you went on social media, everybody was like, we are going to win, and it's not like usually I know everybody says, oh, we're going to win. Everybody here is charged and they think they have the capabilities, and it's really going to be about how fast you can adapt over these next 4 days.
Yeah, and they have a really good read on this lobby, I think. So far, they have a very unique and interesting take on it, and that's something they've told me that they think is really benefiting them throughout this
Все,
event.
походу, поехали.
And I can't forget as well, I gotta give a quick shout out that we
Ой,
have
блядь.
the Dano family here, as they
Сорян.
have two different sons that are competing on opposite teams from Wildcard and FaZe both. So with this, guys, it is time to move into
Сейчас
our
чуть-чуть
first
как
game.
погромче
Let's get
добавим.
everything underway. Paper, I'm so excited.
I am thrilled. We're going to kick it off on Erangel for match number 1 here at the PGC 2022 Grand Finals.
Flame Bath through the middle.
Все, первая карта серия.
At least we haven't been seeing like all the wild circles. Maybe this one has a chance to start off, I guess, medium rare, right?
I don't know if I can believe that with these circles that you and I have been getting.
It's going to court.
Yeah, Southwest, I mean, that seems to be a bit of a guaranteed with us. But no, I mean, this is a pretty fair playing bat for the most part. I mean, a little bit difficult like for the military dropping teams and things like that. But maybe you have to look for an alternate drop. Of course, you know, are there going to be any hot drops is always a story in every lobby, especially at a global event like this where, you know, you have to change lobbies day to day. So sometimes you have to change drop spots day to day. And little things can kind of get lost in the sauce, like who has control over a hard vehicle spawn, who has control over a small.
Да я тебе говорил, а ты не слышал, походу, нихуя.
Yeah, it looks like we're not seeing any of the vehicle tussle. Most teams are.
Я вижу, что ты пишешь. Справа,
right now as the drop path looks pretty good for everyone. No big major stretches either, except for whenever we look over the expendables, they're doing their big long Gatka split.
Посмотрим.
Mostly, everybody else looks like they're getting some pretty big comfort. Now it's just going to be about where the circle is going to be sending us. Are we going to get? Oh, hey, wait a minute. We got some jukes that are going on over here. We just saw some solid dancing, and now we're going to go ahead and get some dancing of our own, jumping into the vehicle, and yes, we are still staying to the west.
I love that little maneuver there, a little
Он
demolition
нормально
derby to make sure
упал вот так.
that Twisted Minds could keep their players safe. Really smart piece of driving there to ensure that there was no hope of Donawa finishing off a member early here for Twisted Minds. And this is something that you will see quite often throughout PUBG esports is one team is going to drop school apps, another team is going to drop above them into Razak, and they're going to contest over some of these vehicle spawns because there are sparse few between the two to share.
It's an awkward friendship that we've got going over there.
갔다는 거에 의미를 두고 좀 기쁨이 큽니다. 교전에서 밀리지만 않으면 충분히 높은 점수를 획득할 수 있다라고 생각을 하고 있어서 교전 합 뭐 그리고 서로의 의사소통 그런 거를 좀 중점적으로 준비하고 있습니다. 저는 사실 트위스티드 마인드가 좀 우승 후보라고 생각을 하고 있어요. 작년 PGC 때 저희랑 좀 많이 얽혔던 팀인데 제가 개인적으로 느낀 점은 좀 더 단단해지고 좀 더 잘해져서 온 느낌을 많이 받아서
Ну все, давай заканчивай, убирай.
할 것 같다라고 생각하고 있습니다. 최대한 노력해서 작년보다 높은 성적 꼭 만들어내도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
All right, well, you know, this is a team that is near and dear to my heart, obviously, being from the Asia region, living in South Korea. You know, Donawa has long been, for the last couple of years, since they brought Seoul and Salute to the team, a real force in the region, one of the best teams in the world throughout their runs. And, you know, now they've brought Lambu in from Ghibli, used to be a very, very good team last year as well. And so, you know, like they wanted him as the ideal, and he's been a little bit shaky. Helen as well, from the former T1 player coming over for Donawa, has really had a resurgence this year.
Yeah, with the way that we're looking at everything coming through, we've got Everest still being a key component inside this, so Expendable's going to be making a rotation in this one. Danawa, I feel, is going to have a lot of, I guess, hoops resting on their shoulders. What's the conversation like going on over in South Korea right now with how the qualification
Это так они себе играют.
I mean, I think there's, you know, some level of Donawa and the Freaks are probably, you know, the two expected in a way. Obviously, a lot of people are very sad that Gen G isn't here, but you know, Gen G just was kind of on a steady decline through, you know, throughout PCS 7 and into this event. So, for the rest of the region, you know, these two teams that are here are doing well, but there's concern that maybe right now Korea isn't as strong as it used to be, and also that, you know, with Bagel Pod just narrowly missing getting into this event, a team that of course a lot of people had a lot of hopes and dreams for.
Ну да, к больнице
PO,
туда.
a former champion, as well as Kevin was on that team, so they really needed, you know, a spark, and it's going to take, you know, Donawa or the Freaks to do it.
Through, yeah, this is, I guess, regional. There is always the regional discussion. I mean, you know, there's always the EU versus NA conversations and the Korea versus China. But whenever we get to the stage, I just kind of drop so much of that bias. It's all about just the action, game per game, moving into this capabilities of what these teams can try to bring up. Question Mark have found themselves very far over to the west. Looks like they're going to be leaning into the coastlines, and they've got territory control for quite a ways. The closest team that could be moving near them might be Na'Vi. Might see them around that shark fin area.
All right, well, this one doesn't seem to be as far south as maybe some of the ones that you and I have seen so far, so maybe this is going to drift up a little bit more towards the mountain and Tropic on the move across the long Georgia Pole Bridge coming in towards school. Now, the Kwangdong Freaks like to do 2-2 splits early, or maybe in this case a 2-1-1. They're big fans of big splits. They're a wide fanned-out team. I guess in some ways a little bit similar to Twisted Minds if you're an EU fan, but they don't play it nearly as well in my opinion. They're not quite as smart about how to control the space.
Да, они тормознули пока.
Those kind of
Они
things.
там
But
лутаются.
overall, I mean, the Kwangdong Freaks getting here, back-to-back wins on Miramar in the second day of the Losers 2 bracket. So
Они там заехали лутаться.
can they get very far? I don't know. If the history of the Kwangdong Freaks is any indication, they're probably going to finish not so great. That's been the story for them. I hope they can flip the script.
They did manage. The Freaks managed to get something together in Losers 2 right beforehand, string
Ну,
together
Нави
some
тоже.
wins, and that's what got them.
Ну, они в сосновке Нави.
Quiet. Speaking of quiet, see that there's not a lot of shooting that's going to be going on in this circle
А
right
где
now.
же они?
Early rotators have made the send around that Everest area, with several of the teams still playing to the west of that. But really,
А я мне
there's still some
подумал,
talented teams
что
such
это
as whenever I'm looking
горка
at this,
типа на этих
TMA, FaZe,
сосновке.
United. No rush to move into the circle just yet, and I think that that's still just
А,
kind
нет,
of
нет, ну да,
feeling
понял,
out
вот
what's
они,
going
вот
on.
и
Don't
болот.
be surprised if there's a lot of that going on in this first game or two, where everybody's just kind of, nobody really wants to just walk up and start like a smackdown fight yet. Everybody just kind of wants to prod the
Что-то
beast
так
to the
сейчас
next level
аккуратно
and see
играют, ни
how
одного
this is
замеса
going to
нету.
develop over the next few days.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is pretty typical for events like this, where the very first game, sometimes it can be just completely wild because teams think they have a good read on each other, and then they actually
Он
don't. So they
чекнул,
end
да,
up
там
kind of
увидел
crossing
челика.
paths early. But in this case, everybody's playing it safe. Everybody's playing it cautious, taking their time, making sure they're, doing their information, getting their recon, these kind of things. We'll see how this one's going to play out. Wildcard is sort of camping that easternmost bridge, the Georgia Pole Bridge in this circle. There is OP going very, very far around. I mean, Overpeakers, one of those teams that got through on the Grand Survival.
I mean, this is like where we saw Wildcard. That is the most known bridge camp or trap, quote unquote.
Тут не жестко, тут главное держаться в зоне, а не за зоной. Если центр зоны, то это все.
Yeah, it was like Tai Lu a bunch earlier, and yeah, everybody's kind of in there. A little bit of
Он
damage
по
being
Йохам
done
кидает.
to Yahoo from
Сейчас
Perfection.
Йох, наверное, высадят.
Here for the knock, not going to find it onto Balefrost, so
Ай-яй-яй-яй.
able to drive away, but they are far on the
Понимаешь,
eastern
что там
side, so
ты...
as this one starts to circle in, it can be tough. A
Ну вот
lot
уже.
of the area to the south of the mountain is pretty wide open. There's some hills and things like that here and there, but it's sparse with the foliage. It's sparse with the trees, so it gives a little bit more of a Miramar feel to it. It's a little bit more difficult to kind of find safe space at times.
We do have most of our teams also leaning to the south of Georgia Pole. Yes,
Тачки.
we do have Georgia Pole Bay and North Georgia.
Тачки в
almost
сейф
going
загнали.
up Zarki inside the circle. Everybody is leaning into the south, and with
Ну, они поняли, что с ним погореть. Сейчас они займут домики и
TMA
будут
playing up around that area, I
гору
think that's just a little
чекать.
rotation. Most teams still committing in, and still, this is like just pot shots.
Эти отсюда тоже смотрят.
Coming in yet. All these teams doing a good job on
Может, кто
navigating the circle and
подставится.
making sure that they can deny sight lines and just get really good control of the areas around them. This is
Эти тоже нормально в центре зоны.
whenever you get a circle like this and nobody is really having the capabilities to shoot at each other, it just goes to show the quality that we're looking at and how these teams know how to navigate here.
And everybody knows what's at stake. Again, it's 20 games. That's all you get to find yourself towards the top of the leaderboard, to find that championship. And I can see maybe one fight brewing towards the southern area.
Смотри, 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 там один из них на машине.
Rather close to each other, just to the
Не
south of the
знаю.
chopsticks. Wildcard, of course, has Yahoo as well, driving right on their heels. But again, Yahoo has been really good about kind of flirting with dangerous territory and then peeling off when they realize that it is not safe to make their
Вообще не
move.
летят пули.
They're just going to move to the other side of this hill, on the northeastern side of the circle. There's nobody behind them. They're actually completely safe for now.
Никогда не летят, я винтовку сразу выкидываю и подбираю на.
For circle 2. I mean, a lot of teams as well made early rotations in this circle
Ох,
because of,
Нави.
just it's the first game. You want to be there, and I think a lot of teams are scared to play edge because it's been a pretty brutal grind.
Значит, первая пока зона, 47 секунд до первой зоны. Драться один хуй придется.
Everybody was kind of hauling him ass in order to get into this position, and so managed to find themselves a spot quite quickly.
Nice, nice. Yes, he is a player.
See, I can sneak around.
Смысл разведчик пизды получить.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. I'm saving some for later. I've got some good puns in the oven.
Oh,
but,
good. Like Toffee's level puns, or
I don't
like
know if they're that good. I mean, Toffee's is the pun master.
good. Is that like good in quotation?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, good is in a relative sense, right? As good as puns can be. Okay, so TMA on a pre-rotation across the bridge. I don't see anybody else in vehicles other than Yahoo.
Дроп, интересно, будут забирать, нет?
Wildcard, so phase 2 circle, very important here, Matt, as
Ну вот они все, считай, видишь? Йохи объезжают, к твистам подъезжают.
Ooh, yeah. So we don't even keep all of Everest inside the circle. So our edge teams that were coming a smidgen later now going to have to make a
Эти в
move.
зоне. Нави трогаются. Смотри, сейчас Нави могут принять.
Twisted Minds, they have a path, but that's going to put them
Поэма.
close to a couple of teams that might be a problem. Yo, being so far back in this, they're probably not going to bump into anybody for too long, and they might actually be able to rotate all the way over into North Georgia.
Эти пока Йохи катаются пока.
Danawa, though, now compressing in. They're going to be moving right next to TE, and this is going to be the big moving factors for that. They navigate this well at the start, but there's about to be a lot of teams that are going to get vision.
Могут высадить
there's not
сейчас
much
еще
open
здесь.
around the edges of the fields right now. You know, a lot of teams, if you look at the map here, and you should definitely pull up the esports
Они не
map
будут,
if you have
они
not.
не
It's
знают,
on
сколько
Twitch,
там
and you can
человек.
check it out and watch along and see where your favorite teams are going. But again,
Они
Danawa
не
has had
знают.
to cut through the field because everything around it's already taken. There's huge splits from a bunch of different teams lining the edges of this field, and nobody wants to be in this field because it's really tricky to play from it. It's not the worst field. It's fine. He'll be all right. I swear, maybe not.
Oh,
I was wrong.
Naleb's going to pick up that one. Is he going to be able to get the kill on it? Yes, he is. So there is our first blood of the PGC Grand Finals.
Yeah, and it's tough. This is why nobody wants to cut through these fields unless they absolutely have to. Now, this particular spot is the exception to the rule in this field.
Yeah.
You can get up on top of this radar tower hill and hide in there relatively successfully. And oh god, this is going to get spicy potentially unless TMA's pulling off.
Yeah, TMA was stretching into this position. They saw what was going on, pulling back away from it. Sola's going to go down. That might be the
высадили
turnaround
одного,
for it.
смотри.
Yeah, TMA says, hey, we
Он
might be able to
высадил,
contest this. Are they
высадил
going to send
одного.
any more support?
Назад возвращай.
Lulu always was thinking about coming
Да,
back
да, да,
into
сейчас
this
будет
one.
крыть. Он сказали,
But
что
now
там
it's just gonna be
челика
all about
нокнули.
TMA trying to
Его же
defend up.
команда нокнула челика.
This is a full send. Everybody's getting it.
Yeah, Salute's going to have to be a real key factor in this. He's got to win this fight. Okay, he's got the first knock, but he's going to get shot in the back.
Oh,
Xiao
yeah,
Hai
yeah,
comes
yeah,
down the
yeah,
stairs
yeah.
and finds him. Now it is just on to Lambu. They didn't get the res, but Lambu down to 1 HP.
Oh my. Soul now the last one up. He's on the outside of this looking in. He's going to get stepped around on it. TMA is going to take down the first team, and Danawa's going to go out.
It's concerning for Danawa. I mean, this is a team that, you know, when I talked to them behind the scenes, they're confident in their fragging ability.
Ну и все, так они сделали.
Worried about kind of their mental state, especially their IGL Lambu. If things go south, sometimes he can have a tough time recovering from that, but we'll see if they're going to be able to get it together. They've had rough starts before and been able to recover, so you never know. And a knock on the kickstart from Batulin.
Понимает, что там ног.
Yeah, that's going to
Будут поднимать, он чекает
I think
просто.
just got rezzed a second ago. I think that we all saw somebody on E United get knocked. They are in that middle position where everybody has vision on them. As you can see, Cerberus continuing with FaZe with close range on this. FaZe does have the high ground advantage into it, so Haisaki is going to have to try to defend up for his team right now, as it looks like they're still trying to rotate.
Будет ждать, ему невыгодно уезжать
FaZe is
сейчас.
really just trying to find out how far they can move in towards
Будет
the center of the
чекать
circle
сейчас.
before
Тачка
they
у них
make
пиздец
contact.
дымит.
Eventually, they're going to have to make a fight at some point.
Йохи
likely
здесь
because they're on the edge,
объезжает.
but, you know, FaZe's big problem in the early part of the tournament was not being able to take good fights together. They didn't seem to be on the same page, but we've seen that change throughout this event. They've gotten better and better and better as this one has gone on.
And this is going to be a trying circle. There's a lot of field inside of it, specifically the area that's around where we see E United. We saw some rotations go through that one, so if we continue to see this center up, this is going to be very hard for a lot of these teams to deal with this. Cover is going to start to become a very mitigated problem. If we do see it lead north, we still have the South George area, and let's be honest, everybody watching knows about South George because we were
Эх, зона в поле будет, походу, в открытом.
Welcome to South George. Well, South George is mostly leaving this circle, so that's not going to be too big of an issue. But the former thing you were talking about, the field, is a much bigger problem. So United has a great spot, in my opinion. That's one of my favorite spots to play from in a circle like this. The other direction I like to come from is from the east.
Where's FaZe trying to run to? They're trying to make a pathing through this one. Flood's going to go down at what might be a terrible time. They're going to get knocked quite a bit where everybody's going to have vision on this. But FaZe is just going to stop in a position, low ground. Looks like they are going to be able to get away from QM. EIQ and TMA, I don't think anybody's really going to have too much vision on them. So you can see right now what's going on with E United. They do have
Ну да, я же сказал, зона в открытом поле, ёпти, будет.
Yeah,
Тачками
there
будет
should be enough
представлять.
cover inside of those hills that they could be A-okay. Eventually, Aho is going to have to fight. It is brewing right now. Xiao Hai trying to do do some damage, and Shinboy gets a great spray down there, headshots onto Xiaohai.
Now trying to make the move into it. We still have Yuppie and Crazy. They're trying to defend this one. Crazy's prepped the nade, gonna toss it up onto one side of it, but not gonna see anybody just yet. Side flank on this could be massive, but it's gonna be reinforcements. Punich spots it out as he's coming in, and this is starting to turn up in a good fight for Yaho. Now, just trying to make the push around the outside of it. Gonna go ahead and get the third one down, but while this is gonna be happening, TMA is going to get eliminated. 2 members are down for Yaho, but they should be able to get rest.
Yeah, Cerberus now under pressure here as all the teams start to condense. You're trying to find
Ну, Йохом тоже
any
может
space you can
сейчас быть
inside of these fields.
пиздец.
And again, like I said earlier, there isn't much other than what E United has. There's a few other
А
dips
там
here and
нету,
there,
нет
but you have
никого,
to
никто их не
expend
кроет.
cars to do that, which means potentially
У них
later
было...
game rotations could be problematic as E United trying to see if they can find any more grenades, any more damage into Cerberus. OP had a knock onto Clib, but they have successfully locked down the hospital so far from Wild.
Первая карта.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at independent fights as we're coming through. We've got this whole hospital area. We have the freaks that can see down into the south and are kind of harassing. But if, I don't know, like, if we continue to see this just center up, this is just going to be what we're looking at here. More and more vehicle destruction coming in. As Haisaki is going to get flushed out. These vehicles bouncing around over here are just going to take everything out, yeah.
Yeah, the explosion is going to do the job at the end. So United, 3 big kills there to start this out, putting them right up there with Yaho, one of the other NA teams. And I mean, yeah, again, this is their strategy. They're more of a center circle team, is E United.
Да,
and
это
it's
всего
been
лишь первая
really
карта.
proving to be very valuable. As a lot of teams have been edge circle. Why? Because we went back to the super format this year. Kills are so important in this format to find them. And so good edge teams like 17 Gaming, like New Happy, the Chinese teams in particular, really, really strong on the edges. But because of that kind of idea of seeing these teams like that, you know, New Happy winning PGC last year with an edge style, coming into this year, a lot of teams trying to mimic that, and that has caused a lot of chaos throughout these events.
And that's why you see these center-based teams, they have to have like an extreme fragger on their squad. So that way, even at range, they can still make sure to get those kill points. Sure, they might not rack up a bunch in the earlier stages of it, but they can still make sure that they get 1 or 2 at these stages, so that way that center position isn't quite so bad.
Exactly. All right, it's centering up again, and United can actually make a rotate in towards the center. Twisted Minds was on a pre-rotate. This is very Twisted Minds. Batulins loves to call these kind of plays. They're going to lose... somebody's going to lose a vehicle out there, but it's going to be a split here for Twisted Minds. They're kind of just hedging their bets, sending a couple out early to try to take space. Now, there's a dip out here that can sort of work. It's a very narrow, not very deep dip. Twisted Minds going to find the water tower for themselves and a bunch of burning cars for safety.
They got cover galore over there as we just saw a whole bunch of them explode, but it's going to be Lou that does get found out by Smell. He's going to go down. We still got our edge play that's kind of popping off right now, and that's going to be QM getting the shots into this. Expendable's also going to see something's going on. We're going to have a couple of things, as I do believe Batulins is still playing to the far north over here. He might bump into Wildcard in just a second, as it looks like he got separated out from the rest of the team before this rotation.
Yeah, I don't know if that was intentional, or I think we might have lost a
Посмотрим,
vehicle in
5 карт,
transition
Серег.
there to the fire of the Guangdong Freaks and maybe others. I mean, they were crossing a bunch of different team sightlines, and Batulins is just trying to prone it out, while the Wildcard team is kind of looped around the outside, the east of the hospital, and they do not see him at all. They walk right by him.
He's just laying. He's not even like crouched inside of it or anything. They just walked right over this one. This is gonna be one that Adam is going to go back and
Прикинь, он не видит
get so
твиста.
mad at watching. But Batulins with the 200 IQ hiding out right now. If he lets this go, Wildcard can move in front of him, defend it up, or he could just choose to backstab at any given time he wants to.
He's going to wait this out as long as he probably can, but there is risk in that, because if you're not going to take like a guaranteed point or 2 here, maybe,
Увидеть нет твиста, интересно.
U17, okay, they did find it. Yeah,
Да.
like I just said, eventually somebody's
Я
going to see a
хоть чего
pixel
не
out of
кидал,
place and
блядь.
find the kill.
Well, the idea was there, but finally got spotted. Looks like 17 was venturing into the north. Decides that that is not the safe way to go, as I believe that they saw a wild card, or at least heard them. So now going to cycle back down to the south, rotate again.
0, ёп.
Around
2
TE.
человека
This means that they're going
осталось.
to be pretty close to day trade. Is going to start taking some pot shots if they continue on this pathing. That means the fact that TE is also going to see them. Too much
Я не
further
знаю,
forward, they
что
can
они
also
там.
see Twisted Minds
О,
together.
эти тоже в мясо приехали.
They got ahead of day trade, but
15.
that puts them under the sight lines of the Expendables, who still have a little bit of time before the blue gets here. Knocks have come through. FaZe lined up in a ditch along the tree line. A Doozy's grenade's going to splash right into the front of Gustav, do a minor
Я же тебе
amount
сказал,
of
зону.
damage. As a Doozy trying to really look for a good
Зону,
angle to
зону.
take this fight. You got to be a little bit careful with Yaho up on that hill. Could be a third-party threat. This is sort of a triangle that's been created here on the
QM,
southwest
смотри,
edge.
их еще откроет.
Utility already going out, and that's going to be
Эти
very
совы,
needed for
ёпт.
these later stages, because this is just going to continue to get worse and worse for these teams as Ian does spot out the the push coming out from Wildcard, and that is a quick follow-up. Wildcard now figuring out how they're wanting to make the approach, but it looks like this has already been read, and they're going to go out.
Yeah, E-End is going to be knocked here by the Overpeakers from the hospital. It looks like they're going to get the flush onto him as well. So a solid hold there from the Kwangdong Freaks. They pick up 3 kills for their effort, but they're going to lose a player in their split. So now they're on a 2-1, and the Overpeakers are eyeing that northernmost compound. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Edge, it's going to get spicy. There's at least 3, maybe 4 teams that are going to get involved.
Tragedy of the Fields is just going to continue as Day Trade, 17, the Expendables, and even Na'Vi might get involved in this Day Trade. Still just trying to harass along this hill, but they're so hard to get any vision in any of this. 17's doing a good job on surviving, but every single second is just buying more and more of their utility out of them for these later fights. Day Trade looks like they're trying to step away from this, but that might put them right into Navi's sightlines as Puchus is going to take down 777.
Yeah, Puchil's there doing a good job. The IG ult for Day Trade, laying down some covering fire with that SKS. So that's going to be the go sign for 17. That knock gets them to throw out some utility, maybe try to push forward a little bit. Another knock from Xiaowu onto 777, and they are just going to cut across TE territory and use this to gain some circle space.
That is an aggressive move right in front of them, but still not yet inside the safe zone. This is all about just trying to get a trap and finding an angle with that nade, narrowly missing what's going on. So we still have this holdout going. Na'Vi not wanting to overextend. Day Trade now not capable of moving, but with 17 now getting this position, they've moved in. Overpeakers are now going to come into where we just saw a firefight happening, and it's going to be the Freaks yet again trying to defend this position.
Yeah, I love to see the Freaks bring a COD over quickly here to defend this very important position in the circle, knowing that the Overpeakers were likely going to have to make an attempt at it. Molly's at the bottom of the stairs to buy time, to allow the Freaks to kind of get their mind about them, get their setups ready, and find out how they want to do it. That grenade knock as well, they're going to be good. Shinboy
ОМ проезжает под шумок, смотри.
has to try to pick a direction. It's going to be through phase.
Southeast is the only place that's popping off as the Southwest still has this fight that's going on. Yoho's trying to break a line in phase's defense. We have question mark that is pretty close, but there is no clean sight line just yet due to that hillside. So it's all going to be onto Yoho to try to find some way to breach into this, but FaZe is just doing a phenomenal job of holding this up.
Yeah, so far the Freaks have been doing a great job. 17 senses weakness here in Twisted Minds. They saw it in the kill feed. Is this going to be a drive-by spray down for Lil Ghost and Suju?
That was sick coming in off of that one. They've got control over almost all of the East now. With this, Day Trade doesn't have a path. They still have to deal with what's going on. Overpeakers are now starting to get control over this compound, but it's now starting to see an approach coming on the other side. Yes, Freaks are going to get eliminated. Overpeakers get the north, and it's still just a consistent battle down Southwest.
Yeah, I mean, Yahoo is going to need some help from QN if they're going to get through. Navi's grenades are great. Day Trade is wiped out in a heartbeat.
It's just going to be a continual red zone moving here as everybody's going to start moving into that grenade range. See FaZe now starting to move up into question mark sight lines. Na'Vi might come up on the backside of them and could lead to a sandwich position for question mark. This is really the only fight that could be happening at the edge of the circles. Everybody else has now moved in.
Yeah, I mean, I love what Na'Vi's doing here, continuing to put pressure onto QM, continue to put them in a bad spot where they're not going to be able to recover when they're in between you and FaZe, and doing some serious damage. Alia already got one knock, looking for the flush, pretty much done and dusted there. Now going to let loose with the grenade, seeing if he can find any other members of QM with it. Phil First was already gone, so they're just going to retreat here. QM, though, in a very treacherous position.
FaZe didn't even want to have anything to do with this. They move forward. They're trying to get control over the circle and wait for whoever wins this firefight to move in. Entropic, though, is moving closer and closer into EU United's position. You can see they do not have much cover to work with on this angle. Naila coming in. They do get the flush onto Flood, but he has got to be careful. So throwables do go both ways.
Yeah, EU doing a good job keeping EQ from getting into kind of a rifle range, especially with that Groza in hand. That's super scary. Best close-up weapon in the game. Aduzi spotted around the corner by example. Hay bales, all the cover that QM really has. Aduzi gets a knock onto Mel. Grenades in response. Could find the knock. No. Okay, the follow-up from example is good. It's just left. No, he is done. Example picks up another kill.
This might allow some type of pathing for Na'Vi to move forward, but remember, they still have 17 that's just to the north of them. Could create its own problem. Hay bales are about to be the only cover to work around as we look at how this firefight's going to develop. Na'Vi already getting some vision down that hillside into 17. It's going to be flush, but it's going to be taken by Jeeves.
Yeah, so 17 has been, very opportunistic so far in this game, but now they've gotten stuck on a situation where they can't find an opening to really get aggressive. Na'Vi hasn't taken much damage, if any, at all. So
Na'Vi понимает, что у них чуть слева есть щелики.
Being very tenacious in their center circle positions, as always. So far, nothing that 17 has been able to do to gain space. 18, oh my goodness, 2 on that spray.
now trying to move into it. It's going to be Samples yet again that is holding the line. Na'Vi has two of their members down, but they can crawl along this hillside. Diggory looks like he's going to try to make a move into this, but it's still the example line, trying to make sure to shoot them away. Spray's going to come out, and finally Na'Vi's going to go down. FaZe now moving in, gets control of the south.
That's a huge opening spray from 8C to break that fight wide open for FaZe. Yeah, they suffer some knocks. 17 might be able to capitalize on this a bit. Meanwhile, Entropic has laid down some fire towards Fex. Fex
Na'Vi отлетели, ёпт.
has a hay bale on the very, very southern coast. As Diggory grabbing a little bit of utility before he opts to move in. And yeah, Fex has a little bit of high ground over the over-peakers who are trying to smoke their way through. It looks like they're going to set up for a push here and try to find just a little bit of space on this edge.
We technically have 4 EU teams that are coming in here, 3 that qualified off of making their way through the Grand Survival. So now it's going to be about how 17
Паре или как он там правильно? Фаза. Фазы. Вот эти положили. Да, фазы.
There are technically 3 EU teams and EU United, it does look like 17's got the vision.
Yeah, 17 here just doing a great job. You know, they lost one, they lost show early, but now they've gained enough space.
Ну, они в центре были, они 17-ю перестреливались, и сбоку их еще. Они одну убрали.
You know, Entropic still has 3 up. They
Они были сбоку.
circle. United is bunched up. If there's any frags that come their way, it could be potentially dangerous. If anyone could get in a range, is the
Они
real
двоих
question.
убили
So far, you know, every time Entropic has tried, they've been swatted away.
It's kind of wild that United is still alive there. They have been being shot at for everything
Ну тут,
since
мне
Circle
кажется, сейчас
1,
займет
somehow
топчик.
have managed to stay alive off of this.
Ой,
And
надо
right
посмотреть
now, still
зону.
inside the zone, but EIQ
Кажется,
could move in front of them.
команда
Only Fex
17
alive
есть
for
шанс
FaZe down
занять
into the
топ.
south, as he could have some pathing into the west,
команда.
but he has to be careful about EIQ as well. But I don't
Эти
know.
тоже
EIQ
тут
is kind of the
нормально.
moving factor and could decide how this is going to go down. If they lean into EU United, that totally turns up and allows 17 Gaming to do something. But if they lean into the south, that might draw 17's attention and allow EU United to make a move.
Well, they're going to kind of try to share this dip with United. This dip right here is one of the few playable ones out in this part of the map. So a priority position for sure, especially in the late game for both teams, for Entropic and United. And they know it, and that's why they're fighting so hard as you're talking about. Really doing a great job holding on to it because they know they need to. Meanwhile, Vard has a few vehicles here and there for cover, whether they be parts of the map like that van or ones that are spawned vehicles. Smokes are going to come out. He's probably got a few extra there with his teammates' loot crates on the ground, and he's going to create that that ever-present smoke wall that we all see, we all know, we all love.
All right, Vard, how much of this opening ceremony did you watch? Do you got the dance moves to try to make your way through this one? Shots are going to come through the smoke, nothing really connecting yet. His sight lines are going to be moving in the direction of EU United, but it is just a slow crawl forward into this one. Smokes are going to continue to stay up, but it's all about creeping through. He wants to make sure as he's going for these peaks, doesn't get spotted out, but that is a lot of damage coming out. Can he continue to move forward? Nades are going to land EU United side, but they're not going to connect, not even really do any damage. So while he is making a path into this, it's only opening the doors for Entropic, who've now moved closer. QBE's nade looks like it's going to go get some damage onto this, and now it's EU United that are pinched.
EU United doing a great job spreading out, avoiding a lot of that damage from both sides so far, but the Molly, more frags, that's a good one right in the back of Kickstart from Vard. This might just break EU United's back as you still have Entropic coming through. Vard finds another good one. It's only Snakers left.
Yeah, Molotov's going to go ahead and finish out one, and Overpeaker says, hey, thanks, Vard. We appreciate all of that, but we're going to go ahead and take the kill point off of it. Now Snakers holding the line in. It's going to be Fex that gets spotted out as well, and it looks like it's going to be EIQ at 17 as EU United is going to go down as well.
Well, 17 has circle priority position. They may just win this first game. They have been phenomenal on Erangel throughout this event, throughout this year. And they need to find a big gain here to start this event if they want to be in it. And I tell you what, it's looking pretty good in terms of their positioning. They're fanning out. Lil Ghost on the edge, Xiaowu down below. Lil Ghost there takes quite a bit of damage to get to that Hay Bell, but he does successfully.
But with this, now they have the Hay Bell control. They've already got some vision.
Главное, если чтобы нокнули одного просто из них.
Circle into very visible sight lines. And you can see that they know that. QBE wants to open up something, but I really like how we see 17 have laid this out. They've got so many different firing angles. Nalov really can't do anything on one side of it, but Little Ghost can actually make some plays on any approach over here.
And look at this, 6 kills already for Little Ghost. This guy has been absolutely insane for 17 throughout this event. Suju now
красава, чтобы залетело прям нормально так.
And Luca Rux, that one's going to go a little bit far. The follow-up is good from Xiaowu, though, as Luca Rux down to just 18 health, making none as he's going to be knocked. And now 17 looks to try to box EIQ out.
QBE is trying to make something happen into the west. Nailup can't even get inside of this. We're trying to go for some shots in, but it's going to be QBE lining up against Lil Ghost. If he can win this, he has an opportunity, but Lil Ghost has just been ripping teams apart. Looking at QBE does have the better of that trade, and now creeps back into the smoke, seeing if maybe he can be enough of a distraction to allow Nailup to sneak around into a new angle, but Lil Ghost knows exactly the approach QBE is wanting to take and just drops a nade on him.
You can see that 17 is really keen on making sure a res didn't come through, and the follow-up knock makes this really challenging. Nailup out in the open, Nailup gone, and it's going to be 17 Gaming that takes the first game here at the 2022 PGC.
Oh, crowd like that one. You can already hear the audience coming alive for it, and you said it. Lil Ghost has just been wild this event.
He's insane. I mean, he's playing the best PUBG I've ever seen him play, and I've casted a ton of this guy's games over in Asia. I mean, he's already been a great player. Now he's transcended to another level. You know, Land Lil Ghost has been an absolute pleasure to watch.
Coming in, picking up this first game also provides a ton of momentum moving in. And you know, China didn't have the best run through the losers bracket, so 17 coming up, having themselves a strong showing here also gives them some regional love.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they continue to be amazing on Erangel. The real question for me for 17, if they're going to be a real threat to win this event, they have to pick it up on Miramar. They've been phenomenal on Erangel all throughout this event, all throughout PCS 7 Asia. Now we need to see this success translate onto both maps.
EIQ, you can see there, got close. But I mean, as a team that qualified through the Grand Survival, coming out, getting second in the first game, you can see the fact that they wanted that win, but that still should feel pretty good as well.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, they got to feel pretty good about how they played that. It was safe. It was disciplined. They didn't really commit any mistakes against E United. They just kind of pushed and pushed and pushed until eventually E United broke because Vard came in and opened up the door for EIQ.
Well, the last game was a story of fields and trying to navigate a difficult situation. Well, we got three guys that are great at navigating difficult situations.
One chicken dinner, 4 men, 11 kills, and Team 17 comes out with the first win of the Grand Finals. And gentlemen, both of you predicted them having a strong day. Is this exactly what you expected?
I would say the way that they pushed into the field early, I was a little worried. They find themselves in between Daytrade and other teams towards the north side. I thought they were going to get completely dumpstered there. But then you see Xiao would fully commit to the early vehicle rotation, and they were just fighting their way through the field from start to finish. You see it here as well.
Вот они, Нави, на 15 месте.
They needed to do so in order to stay alive.
This is a hardcore win. Like, they literally started in Minigatka compound, moved their way in. They had to be proactive all the way through. Then, of course, when you have a gamer like Lil Ghost just cleaning up everything, then it's not that hard to win a game like this.
It was a difficult game to be sure to start off with a circle like this. It tests not only fundamentals, but your utility usage, your gun control. Is this a good way to warm up for the start of this thing?
I think if you're looking to be fragging all tournament long, but 17 Gaming sure is, they were fully committed, up close fighting all the way through. That's why you see, by the end of it, what they have left is lethal utility, because the teams that they pulled up on, they all deployed smokes instantly to try and stay put, but none of those teams actually ever got into fights of their own. So they had utility for days come the end of the game.
It's insane. Like, you see him first whip out a 3x barrel spray, then you have a nade that's literally on point, cooked to the perfection. It's just insane, and this is why, 17 Gaming and Erangel, they have been breaking records.
Let's take a look at exactly how that utility broke down. 25 smokes, 17 grenades, 17 came to fight that one out. And Martin, from what I understand, this isn't even like the optimal 17 form. They're using a sub and still it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm actually all for it.
А там он 24 смока 9 гранат. Ну карта, видишь, зона открытая была. Открытая карта была и все. Открытый все было. Все, пиздец, приплыли. Ой, 17-11 киллов ебали. Вот если бы их Нави закрыла бы первоначально. Они же на месте пистов были. Сейчас вот покажут, где, когда за Нави будет. Они же Нави, они же по ним работали. Вон они, видишь, где были? Ну покажут, нет, это уже все перебор.
Was Entropic and how they handled that whole deal with E United. They did some stab pushes, some backoffs. It was beautiful.
I mean, E United literally qualified through here at the very chance of going into it, and they play with confidence in this one. As you're saying, most teams in that compound towards the west side would sit there all game long, and then in the end of it, they would get trapped in there. But they were constantly out to push people to apply pressure, then back and forth all the time.
This is the entropic that
Да,
plays
что-то
without
вообще,
pressure. Now then the
ну,
grand
наверное,
final,
на
they can play like
четвертом
no one.
пока.
Let's take a look at the match leaderboard.
50-е.
17 Gaming starts off with a whopping
Ну, что-то может
21 out of the gate. And what you're also going to
Чё,
notice is that
21?
3 and 4, two teams who weren't in that
А,
top
тотал,
5,
да, 10 очков
found
дали.
points when they needed to. Overpeakers
Были
are not with
14
8
у
kills
них,
apiece.
6 очков дали.
Honestly, in this situation here, I'm just looking at double digits. I'm also looking at three European teams here that are able to step in. I'm
Мне
like, okay,
кажется,
this
сейчас
is
больше
kinda great.
начисляет
It's also
очков.
good
У них
circle. They're in
14
a good
было.
spot. They fought their way in. They already in the first
14
took some
было.
high priority spot and managed to lock them down.
Считай,
Three of
сколько
6 top
начислили.
teams. I know we're one game and we can't take too much away from it, but 3 of top 6 teams
6 очков.
are grand survival teams. Speaking of teams that wanna get off
А, нет,
to a
так
good
и так
start, that wanna
начислили
turn the
5.
momentum around, saying we
У
didn't
них
wanna
было
focus
14, они
on grand
одного
survival.
убили.
Now we here, we gotta be good,
Двоих
gotta be
они
good from the
забрали.
start.
Стало у них
They sure as hell
16.
showed that.
И плюс
Maybe there's
5,
something to
да,
be said for
21
coming in
очков.
hot and getting a little bit
Все
of that extra
правильно.
training time. Let's take a look
Так
at
же
the winner
начисляется.
team focus here. 11 total
Ничего
kills and the
не
lion's
там,
share going to
ничего.
Lil Ghost.
Yeah, he is honestly one of the best players in the world right now from what we've seen from him. He's here, he's
Ну,
on land, he's been
посмотрим.
performing in multiple stages, and now here in the grand finals, who's dropping 8 kills from the start. That's just insane.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to Wood, 439 points. You're going to be happy with him if you've got him on that fantasy roster. A lot of bigs up, but I honestly, what struck out to me was how these guys played together as a team. They had each other's backs, their ability to sort of plan out how entropic, how united we're going to have to fight each other, and then just control the circle was very impressive. If you are the other teams in the lobby, is there a way that you can start to find to cripple them or slow them down?
I mean, obviously, you never guaranteedly know who's pulling up on you until the first knock comes through in the kill feed. But if you're getting pulled up by a team full speed committing to you, anti-flashes, anti-smokes, you gotta delay them, you gotta spread them out, you gotta cause some sort of chaos in there and push in that they are forced to play audibles. Because that's the times we've seen 17 fall apart, is when teams are allowed to try and get into them, to split them apart, to force them to change things up in the heat of the moment.
I want to give a big shout out to Entropic here because remember, this is an open qualifier team from what I understand. They've come together, they believe that they've got what it takes to not only do well here, but sort of lead the charge next year into 2023, and they performed admirably.
Yeah, PCS 6 winners from Europe. Obviously, we're expecting big things from here in the grand finals.
And you know what? Let's see if they can keep it going. It is time right now for game number 2 of the grand finals. Let's get into it.
Okay, Paper, I take it back. Maybe I do want Quarry games again. If I have to choose between a field and Quarry, dude, I'm going to take the Quarry.
Yeah, we take Corey over that. I mean, the field endings, you know, oh, yeah, we get one, we're good. We don't need too many more. But, I mean, again, you know, out in the open, 17 Gaming is just something special on Erangel. They really know how to navigate their space, when to take their fights. I mean, their timings are so impeccable. You know, the shot calling between Lil Ghost and Suju, they kind of share the role a little bit, has been absolutely fantastic. And again, it's just a matter of if they can pick up their Miramar game, they're winning this event. 17, always one of those teams throughout their history in the PCL and in the PCSs in Asia have been close to winning, but not able to really break through. They're always kind of that second place team.
There's a lot of that in this lobby. Teams that could have had their moment, but we always knew they could be good. And somehow they've managed to rally up on the international stage and say, okay, look, getting second got us here, but now it's time to finally get that first place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is their moment, you know, for show. This is likely to be his last event. He has said, you know, publicly that he has been having some medical issues.
He's been playing a while.
Yes, he has been playing for a very long time. He's been around since basically day one. I mean,
who's got the inside track?
See, this is happening again. Salute's got it.
Salute gets it and
should have the run over. Oh, he only got half health.
Now we got to juke it around. Oh, trying to get away. Salute might have the lineup. Nice dancing coming out from Spyro. Can he get away? And yeah, it looks like he's going to get to the shack. And guess what? We finally get to go to the east.
Yeah, you only got a few seconds there as Salute before, you know, somebody's maybe going to have a gun and start shooting at you and drive at you. In this case, Soul actually found a 4X and an M16 for the side of Donovan. He gets the knock on a Spyro. Phenomenal shooting from Soul.
Soul is just shutting down this, saying, no, this is our car. I'm getting really tired of having to deal with anything that's going on here. And Spyro just going to crawl away, but there's nothing else that's going to be had out of it as Salute wants to make sure that this one gets flushed out.
Yep, he's got a barrel in hand, but he's just gonna drive over to make sure it is done and dusted. Indeed, a nice little start here for Donowa. Again, control over these vehicles around this area, so important for both teams. And right now, Donowa has the upper hand. Lou looking for a little bit of damage with the pizza gun, but it is not gonna be found.
Ты смотришь?
I forgot what I was talking about a minute ago. I wanted to talk about something, and then that fight happened. I'm like, dang it! I had a point to make. All right, we've got an interview, so let's take a listen in.
As a coach, I'm pretty confident in my guys, and today, like first 2 games, just show up, like everything is great. I was pretty confident in my guys. Any player in PUBG wants to win like this global championship, and that's it. You just want to win. I don't know how it works like in our team, but our team, like every player does the same, like 25% of everything. So yeah, we pretty good as a team. Me personally think like we're best team in this. So yeah. Guys, just don't overthink yourself. You are pretty strong. Like you're strong enough to win this global tournament. Just be confident, and you're gonna win this easily.
That's the name of the game in PUBG, right? You always hear, play our own game. We don't care what the other teams are doing. Come in with confidence because that will lead into your playmaking capabilities. But 3 of the 4 can try to take that advice to heart this game.
Absolutely, absolutely. It wasn't the best start, but you know, there's still confidence to be found on Twisted Minds. They're one of the best. Managing their space, playing safe, making good decisions. You know, everybody knows it. We've seen it over the last couple of years. Huge kill numbers there for Little Ghost. I mean, 8 kills in the first game.
The first game, that is just mind-blowing. If he can continue this, this is... congratulations to whoever picked up Little Ghost on your fantasy team.
Also, if Example can calm down a little bit. No, I mean, I want to see him do really well, but he has been absolutely nuts this tournament. Just absolutely incredible. And the only reason I say that is because a bunch of other casters have him on their fantasy team, and it makes me a little bit jealous.
Martin over there is punching desks because he picked up Show.
I did too. I have Show, and okay, that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you for doing that. You read my mind.
We got the same brain cell. Let's go.
Thank you. I wanted to mention Show. So this could very well be his last event, and he has been one of the all-stars of, you know, PUBG esports ever since he's been in. And you know, he's just incredible. But he's had some medical issues, and he might be hanging it up. But we do have, I think we have some watch parties going on around the world. Some really interesting stuff indeed. That one's in my hometown, Cheongdam, Seoul.
What's going on is we're going to be bouncing around all over the place. It's great to see, like, everybody getting together and cheering on their teams from all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure we've got a lot of Freaks fans, a lot of Donawa fans in there, no doubt about it. And definitely exciting to see everybody supporting their favorite team, supporting PUBG esports. Wow, that guy in front, he's really going
Потом еще будет.
Control over your car now. I don't think Twisted
Еще будет один. Там потом будет суперфинал. Сейчас гранд-финал идет, а потом супер будет финал. Там, наверное, 4 команды играть будут, или сколько, я не знаю. Наверное, я не знаю, Серег.
Or just getting somebody to stop peeking a direction can have massive influence on later circuits.
And it's not just in terms of obviously the vehicles having those super useful to make your rotations and do very important things that need to be done in PUBG esports, but beyond that, there's a mental aspect too, right? Like you're losing that fight for that thing, that kind of gets in your head a little bit. I mean, I think back to 4 AM in previous years in PCS Asia's where they haven't been able to control that space, similar to what we saw in just one game with
TMA. As an America's fan, I don't know anything about a team refusing to give up space like that.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Never happened to us across several teams internationally. That's okay then. We do have overpeakers that are going to be making their rotation. This is, we still have the eastern bridge that is coming on Military Base Island, but everybody knows that we're going to be leaning probably more into the north. That's why we see Lumberyard getting some attention. Most of our teams also coming in around that like crossroads location around Shelter. It's nothing too crazy, but we do kind of have a stack that's starting to build up over on that eastern bridge.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You see TMA that's stuck there ahead of the Freaks who are stuck there between FaZe and Cerberus. And so it's, it's the domino effect.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Cerberus that's kind of stretched into farm, as you can see over there. But Freaks holding down this position has made TMA's life much harder than I think that they were wanting it to be. So now they're trying to move down to the southwest, which could put them onto Cerberus instead. FaZe is just kind of chilling here. We know the fact that this is a place that they know everything about here, so they just moved forward and kind of shimmied up against that center wall to get some more attention. But not too many other firefights that are breaking out just yet, as really it's just going to be about how teams are going to be rotating in on this next circle, because with the way we see that we don't have a full center up just due to how the circle is lined with the canal running through.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everybody's kind of guessing that this one's going to be closer to the channel than not, just because of the fact that it's a little bit southern shifted. So you can kind of just learn over time that circles tend to drift in a certain direction or another based on how into the water they're shifted. You know, it makes it a little more likely that the circle is going to end somewhat closer to the water than not, and so teams start gambling on it, as you should. You got to play the percentages. That's a big part of PUBG esports. Is you know, sometimes you got to gamble. Sometimes you got to play. You know, even if it's a 2% benefit, you know, you got to play that extra 2%.
And sometimes just leaning into what you feel in the circle. I know it's dumb, but some players really, some of the IGLs really do that. They know the fact that the math goes certain ways, but you start going, okay, well, everybody's going to rotate and everybody's going to be doing this. So I'm going to trust my gut and try to go this different direction, and that's those types of decisions are what really can pay off big.
Yeah, that's the old PO strat. He'd do that all the time.
PO was just all over the map.
No, that's not true. Don't you do that to my PO? No. I mean, but he would read circles and say, well, okay, I don't think there's going to be anybody in this part of the circle, doing exactly what you're talking about, and we're going to rotate the team over there. Now, it doesn't always work, of course, because sometimes teams do unexpected things, and that's all part of the game where, you know, everybody has to be trying to do new things. Maybe Wildcard and Donawa and QM kind of squaring up south of Yasnaya potentially. TE, you know, just in the water there. But I think this might be a fight brewing. It may take a little while to boil.
It's an annoying skirmish that neither one of them wants to be in right now, while Donawa does have some supervision in it. So they are going to be forced to at least kind of stop where they're at. This is not a comfort spot by any means. This is more just a symptom of the circle and where people have lined up. Really, it's just, we've got this giant highway coming in from military base going all the way up to Yasnaya, and that's pretty much where all the teams are wanting to do. It's just there and coastline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, trying to get center, trying to take control of the priority compounds as best you can, but it's only Circle 1, so, you know, a lot of teams are going to go for the splits. Pretty much everybody is early, and it's all about safety, and it's all about comfort, and, you know, doing the homework on what the other teams do on these circles, how they like to approach it, what you're going to be allowed to get away with, what you're not. And everybody so far has been done pretty well on their homework. I think everything's been pretty, you know, hunky-dory in the first circle, both games. So clearly nobody's willing to take any risks, do anything a little bit unexpected. But with looking at this lobby, looking at the teams that are in it, Matt, I wasn't really expecting too much craziness.
Not at the start. Nobody needs to go wild at the very beginning. Instead, you play systematic at the start. Don't do anything too crazy. Yes, you know, it's almost like you were talking about. Lean into the coast. Benefit's going to come in. Northern teams, specifically Donawa already moving, is going to allow Wildcard, QM to now make their rotation, and we still have Death Road in there, so there's still actually capabilities for all of these teams to sneak in.
Yeah, this gets tough because there's that area between the farm and kind of where Daytrade and Na'Vi are here on our screen that is a no man's land. It is a very difficult area to find any open space, even with vehicles, even making vehicle forts. Somebody's going to find an angle on you because of like Death Road, right? That's high ground above you. There's buildings that are very highly elevated kind of surrounding it as well. It's pretty flat. There isn't too much in the way of hard cover. A little bit of damage done here to the backside of FaZe as they drive into the farm. They are A-OK on that side. Cerberus is on the other side of the farm in a 2-1-1 split-ish.
What? Okay, this is just an awkward fight as Lucarux is going to step away. This is down in the southwest, right along the coastline. It looks like Tropic was kind of moving in here, but Expendables are still holding up defense, and I guess a little pitter-pat that they were having right next to those rocks is Lash didn't go down, but he should be able to get rest.
That was like, I just looked at the map, that was like a 450-meter headshot with a bolt there from Emas. So that's a pretty nice little shot there with the bolt. You'll take those for sure, at least do the helmet damage. You know, if it's a level 2 helmet, putting it down to only one more bullet before the helmet disappears. Tycon ready for this, gets half damage and effects. Fex, a veteran player, another one of the best in the business, won PNC this year with Team UK, is quick to retreat.
That was a good read by FaZe on the opposite side, realizing where the nade was probably going to go. playing the outer wall right now and just kind of making sure that they keep themselves right up against this position means the fact that they can lob the nades in wherever they want to, but much harder to hit based off the position. Cerberus Haisaki is now going to step out. Diggory is going to be making a rotation in, and he might get red on this. Haisaki does get spotted, gets dropped by Gustav, and now FaZe is going to start getting more control as they're moving into the buildings.
Yeah, Haisaki there, that's a problematic. You're losing that kind of frontline position that allows FaZe to take more space, take control of this two-story building. It gives them a lot more room to maneuver. Himas as well, now healing as he has been beat up. He gets the full med kit in there, so he's back up to 100% HP. Taikon still looming on this edge. The superstar, the young gun from Vietnam, has been an absolute phenom this event.
TMA says, no, Freaks, you go back over to the east. We don't want you here just quite yet, and they're going to regroup over there. FaZe fight's going to be kind of slowed down until we start to see more of these nades connect. But FaZe, a very tactical team, they're not going to overpush this.
I love the way you say that. Tactical, absolutely. This team is, again, probably maybe the most experienced. If them and Navi are really up there in terms of, you know, players who have been doing it almost since the beginning of PUBG esports, and they're absolutely wonderful to watch. Yeah, Balefrost, why not? Hey, it's open.
It's mine now.
Doors open.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Yeah, it's mine. Thanks, FaZe. We appreciate this. They just watched the rotation come in. They're like, yeah, you guys fight it out. We'll just enjoy being right here. Looks like Shinboy might come down and visit as well. Yep, he's gonna go ahead. This is a strong compound, but it also definitely has like an asterisk at the end of it. This is one of those ones that if you can control it, great, but man, is it hard to control.
It can be, absolutely. Those warehouses in general can be pretty tough to control, right? We see it time and time again because there's so many angles to get grenades into the warehouses, to shoot into the warehouses, things like that. It makes them tricky positions to defend if you're stuck on the inside of them. The nice part is you have those buildings out to the west of that warehouse. However, those are also pretty pushable. There's fences around it. There's a lot of ways to approach it. EU on the rotate already, cutting right into the middle. Now they got to find something up on this hill probably, or they're gonna have to crash something because this is pretty tricky. There's not a ton of space. Maybe that radar tower. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, this is getting harsh for a couple of these guys. And Tropic now moving in. Daytrade's already got vision. Looks like it's just gonna be a crash right onto Nuren's position. Belmont's got an angle, but not gonna be able to do too much with it. So it is gonna be IQ that gets there. Ayla does get the down on Evas though. Oh, there we go. Nuren finds the angle with it.
Yeah, great angle there from Nuren. Should be able to finish that with the molly. It lands on a QB. The shots as well. Gonna be a point in the bag for Daytrade Gaming. Kwangdong Freaks on the beach rotation. TMA is right here though. Crazy and Yuppie. They're gonna start spraying right away. Lash takes a bunch of damage. He is gone. EN though, and the rest of them coming. What a spray from Crazy.
Crazy doing a great job here. He just demolishes the Freaks.
That was easy. It made it look easy. It wasn't as easy, but they made it look good. All right, Nuren's now still being an absolute thorn in the side of Entropic, catching members as they cross the door there. Lucarux thinking about going for the res, but that grenade doesn't get in for Nuren. That was his last one.
That's going to give the time for the res here. As we also do have the expendables coming in. Hey, guess what? FaZe is going to be a reposition coming out as Cerberus is now over here. Overpeaker's looking in this direction as well as it looks like James might be scouting over here. This is, I like the reposition coming out, but this is like a 1v1 right now that could go kind of either way.
I think Yahoo and OP are both considering third-partying this. Well, now that FaZe is done, Cerberus needs to recover. They're going to pick up their fallen comrade and try to go for the res. But again, two teams are angling in their direction. TMA as well, taking some pot shots into them from afar. Now Na'Vi still keen on seeing what Daytrade is up to with Entropic kind of just stuck in the middle. And this is kind of a tough position because there's a lot of space in this compound, right? A lot of teams can fit in here.
And the walls around it do allow you to get far closer, but you can see Daytrade is they're kind of spread along this line, and they do get a lot of the buildings in it. But also means the fact that if one member goes down, it's just you've lost your center control, and the other ones can be like jumped upon, or if you get downed, you're pretty much just going to be flushed out. Navi doesn't want to get too involved in what's happening in that close of range of battle at this stage in the game. That's no surprise. Just take what you can get. If you can pick up a kill, great. If not, hey, sooner or later they might have to come to you.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is like, typically Navi's compound is going to be pretty powerful in this spot just because more than likely they're going to be in the better spots for the circles as time goes on, right? So that's what you're kind of looking for. The other teams are going to have to likely fight it out. At 17 on the western edge, you know, happy to be over there, happy to, again, try to third-party things, try to look for opportunities to pick on the weak. And as the circle goes north, of course, you know, we are in phase 4, so the circle had to remove as much water as possible, and it removes quite a bit.
So our eastern teams, you can see, are now going to be having to rotate. Yoho leaving their position, going to be rotating into the north. Might put them around that Danawa Twisted Minds question mark line. The Death Road is about to live up to his name, because now it's about where you're going to want to hold down. Usually you can look down from this road down into the low ground where all the other fighting is going to be going on, but there's also several teams can kind of hold up in this point.
Someone call Quentin Tarantino. We need to make a movie up here, because this one's going to get spicy for sure. This is, you know, Yahoo is a really difficult position. Twisted Minds is kind of up on the edge as well on the northern side, trying to find a way to get into this. QM is barricading Twisted Minds for all intents and purposes. Cerberus still has to find some safety themselves. TMA, OP, all in the southeast corner. There might be kind of two battles brewing here in this phase 4 circle.
Sorry, I was distracted by watching FaZe get hotboxed down there. So now we've got Expendables now coming in. Danawa's waiting for Yoho very, very slowly. I like this. Expendables going to be finding a line to path right next to 17. But now, remember all those guys that were shooting a second ago against each other? Daytrade, Tropic, Navi. Well, now they all just decided the Expendables. They don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see why nobody wants to be trying to rotate in this late into these circles, because, again, not much space to work with. It's a tree in his car for Duck Juice, last member alive for the Expendables, and everybody's just going to light this vehicle up. Nobody has any problems, you know, with this thing exploding, hoping that it's going to, you know, remove the cover that Duck Juice has created for himself. So you can see he's just preparing another smoke, as it takes a little while for them to tick down, about halfway, so he's thinking about maybe going for another one. Car explodes, not in a favorable direction at all for Duck Juice.
There is a little bit of a dip he might be able to hide down in there. We'll have to see if he can cling to life, as now Yoho moving forward. Poonage going to go ahead and drop the nade in. Going to take a face full of shots. That nade's going to go just too far, though, so Helen's not going to go down. Danawa's still going to continue to hold this, but Batulin's a Twisted Mind here. This Billfrost going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle and be running right next to where we see Twisted Mind set up. Another nade's going to be popped. Shot's going to come out. Billfrost with a nice drive-by.
Yeah, Batulin's, I think, expected them to pull up a little bit sooner. Now it's Soul and Salute, the dynamic duo for Danawa, lighting up OP onto the way in, and they work it to perfection. That is going to be the overpeakers down and out in 14th place.
That is well defended coming out from Danawa. Now Yoho still has to continue their path again. Lou's going to go ahead and hit some shots into Balefrost, finding that time drive-by's not going to work. Flush coming out. Now the zone wall's coming in at this direct second, so Yoho's going to stop where they are. Question mark here as this moves in, but it's going to be United finding up over here against TMA at the exact same time for the shaft.
Yeah, this is tough here for United. These Wizard Towers, if you get close enough to get into grenade range, pretty devastating, but Snaker's holding the door up top, going to get the knock onto Yuppie. Yuppie Flood gets a really nice long-range knock there onto Lulu always. Shao Hai, the only one left for TMA, and he is going to win that battle up top.
Woo, that was close. Now it is just Flood trying to make his way. Can he get that last tick of damage? Yes. So, Flood survives, but now has to run into a pretty open circle.
I tell you what, though, for United, you know, they found the dip outside of Farm, the ditch there to the west. They're able to lock that down without losing anybody. They gain 5 kill points out of this game. For how difficult this circle is to play from the open space, again, in between the farm and the compound where Navi and, you know, Daytrade are, that's a pretty solid game for United. Honestly, that's a really good effort.
While this is going on, I can see that QM is now moving more into Danawa's direction, who have still just done a great job on holding this hillside. Like, out of all the areas in Death Road, it feels like where we see Danawa playing at is often the strongest and just has the most capabilities of defending from all the other directions.
Lambo's got to be so careful with this hill angle. He's going to be exposed in a second. Well, actually, it's Soul and Salute on the other side that gets spotted out first. The return fire is good to do a little bit of damage to back him up. Dante now going to start letting loose with the grenades, but he finds one right into his face. He takes quite a bit of damage. Doozy holding the angle. Lambo, that's what I'm talking about. You got to be careful there.
Doesn't get the down on him. You can see Hobbits is also going to come into the north, seeing if maybe he can get more of a flank into this. Lou is still alive for Twisted Minds, way out there watching all this and might be able to backstab. Dana was still just trying to defend up as Helen has also come in to reinforce. Salute is the northern flank onto this, and he's trying to hold the wall up against QM and their approach. He's separated out, but he is the defending line, playing along this line right now. It is going to be Dante that goes down. Can Danawa find another way to exploit this.
Yeah, a doozy trying to reinforce their fallen comrades. Stuns are coming out, though, to keep the pressure on here for Danawa. They know they have QM on the back foot. Lou's still out in the blue. Will he play a factor in this fight? Soldier's going to spray down the tree. Gets Hobbits through the smoke.
Now comes the push, navigating through this one to Doozy, trying to step away with Phil first, but they have to be careful. Wildcard has already moved into this position as well. They're now starting to take some shots into this one. They're seeing if maybe they can pick up a couple of these kills. Nico's got to beat right into Danawa, so now Danawa, who is doing a great job of holding this, has got to be careful. They're in danger close right up next to question mark. So Danawa now is going to move more into the smokes along this line, trying to block out where Wildcard is going to be sitting at. That is going to be question mark going down, but now has Wildcard managed to find an angle to work with, as Lou is also going to go out.
That might have just given Wildcard the opportunity to really put the dagger into Danawa. Just Soul left, spraying over the top of the hill, does quite a bit of damage, looking for the finish on the Greg shot. Gonna find the point, at least 12 kills for Danawa. 10 in the bag for Soul. He is having a marvelous game here.
That is just absolutely mind-blowing. This is the time when you want your superstars to step up, and Soul is trying his damnedest to do so. Wildcard still moving in. He is committing to this res. Full on, does not even care. Should hear the footsteps coming in. Teammates getting flushed out. Can he make another miracle happen as Wildcard is moving directly into it? Tries for it, but he is going to go down.
Soul did so many good things in that fight, and there's a lot going on in it, but one of the big things he does is he's able to control that ridge line. He spots one at the tree, he spots the player on the far right, relays the information to Salute. Salute's able to lock down the flank. He gets the player at the tree. Soul just couldn't have played that better.
I mean, smiles all around. That's still a good game from you with the just kill count that you're going to walk away with. Day Trade now looking in as they've got to start making a move in. Cerberus is still clinging to life in this position. You got to give it to him. This is a hard area to try to hold your life into, especially with the amount of firefighting that's been going on. But since so much of the fighting happened on the northern part of this hill, they've just managed to kind of find their way in here and just hold up.
And think back to the beginning of this game, right? They're fighting in the farm with FaZe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
again, astounded that they're still alive.
Yeah, it's an impressive effort. I mean, we've been watching a lot of other fights go on. Meanwhile, these guys able to snake their way through. Could be a danger zone here for Wildcard as they come down. Mel, though, going to get the knock on a Y kick. Mukau looks like he's down and out. That's going to give 17 enough confidence with all this fire to go on that they feel like maybe they can push towards the edge of the circle. They're going to use Duck Juice's old car to set up a car for it.
That was very well coordinated to move in. They now have themselves a good spot. Na'Vi has really the king position in this circle, and there is no doubt. They have a fortress that can kind of look around at everything that's going to be going on. They still have their neighbors that have been really loud and partying all day today in Day Trade and in Tropic. That really hasn't ended, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. So Na'Vi is just going to go ahead and focus in on 17, making sure nothing crazy goes on with them, as Wildcard still has to find some way in from the north.
Someone's going to have to call the police on them. I mean, like they're just causing too much of a ruckus down there. It's going to have to be a team likely from the south that is going to kind of displace Na'Vi if anyone's going to be able to do it. But the problem is there's two nearly, full force teams. Of course, Entropic has lost a player, but Day Trade at 4. It makes it really difficult because those two teams might just beat each other up.
I also want to point out, Flood is still alive and hiding out on this
he's chilling.
Circle.
He's vibing.
He's just chilling. I mean, he's got himself a point that he can hide for right now. Nico's going to send it down. Does find himself a place to play from. 17, though, is going to have vision in, and that tree is going to block out some of the sight line, but not going to block too many of those bullets, as Adam is inside the circle. But this hillside is going to be very hard for really Wildcard and Cerberus to survive.
Yeah, he'll goes down to 1 HP. He has to really make sure that he doesn't give anything away, because the next bullet will get the knock onto him. Looks like he's got the first aid kit off, so back up to a reasonable amount of health. Suju as well, taking some damage. Shao Wu prone behind the tree. So 17 playing for placement. Usually they're a pretty active team on the map, but right now they are not in a position to really do
you don't
anything.
get a choice there.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Really, everybody that is on the hillside, 17 Wildcard, Cerberus, and even Flood, are hoping that Day Trade and Tropic do something around Na'Vi to distract them, or maybe at some point Na'Vi could just run out of bullets. But with the way the circle is now popped, the hillside woes are going to continue as Na'Vi has the control point of all control points.
I'm super curious about Flood, if anybody's ever going to lay eyes onto him, if he's just going to be able to just kind of army crawl his way in the rest of this game. Day Trade now on the better side of this circle, of course, with Entropic you know, trying to figure out how they're going to approach this. It's going to take quite a few smokes to get through. Meanwhile, Belmoth has a beautiful angle to lay some grenades down. At least Entropic here going to find probably a point. No, it got stolen by Mel. I take it back, but they got the knock on to 17. That opens up a little bit of breathing room from their northern side.
I mean, we're just looking at, we're probably going to die. So let's try to get some kill points over here with Wildcard 17 trying to fight. Cerberus is on the quieter side of this hill and might find a way to sneak in. Wildcard, though, you can see just, they're just trying to find something. Adam is going to go down, and yeah, there you go. Wildcard is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, good shooting here from the surviving two members of 17. And
you've been seeing Cerberus.
Salalzi. Oh, Puchils, though. Himas puts him down with a headshot from the mini.
I mean, if you're going to try to make a move, this is going to be your chance. Tropic still needing to move forward here. So now it's going to be all into Nurens to hold it. He's been holding down this fence for so long. This goal is all about the cover, and you can see EIQ just cannot move in.
All right, he's good with the grenade that time. That's going to find the knock onto Nail Up. And you still have Ivis inside trying to find any points, any kills that he can. He's got a member of 17 on the tree. He's got the kill. That's at least points in the bag for EIQ.
Okay, now what do you do, EIQ, as Day Trade's got the defensive lineup on you, and Navi is pretty much caught up looking at Cerberus. As they did get a res, but this tree is not going to be enough for him as they're trying to jump. Flip, can he dodge it out? Nope, he's going to go down. Cerberus is eliminated. And now we go back over into the standoff as Nurens is continuing to watch that window.
This looks to be, yeah, of course. This looks to be a 4v4 finish here unless Day Trade suffers a loss as they try to move back into the blue.
Don't feed over the kill point.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. You just gotta give the point away here. There's no reason for Entropic to try to push through. They are dead to rights as soon as they leave that building.
Now we've got Navi who's managed to pick up a couple of kills, and you can see now also moving up into the high ground. I like that. Make sure you keep the vision around because we do have Flash for Day Trade that has moved out into the east and is trying to see if he can sneak over. But hey, Example's not going to let that one happen.
He's just disgusting.
Dude,
he's unbelievable.
It's so good. He spotted that one out, read it before it even had a chance to go.
I mean, Example's always been a great player, but this PGC, he has taken another step towards being maybe one of the best in the world. As now Puchil's going to try to make the rotate here. And Belmoth going to get the knock on to Uba. He can maybe spot out another one. The fire is there to at least force him behind the window.
It's what can Belmoth and Nurens do looking into this? They know where Example is, but it's three members of Na'Vi still playing into the north. Nurens looks like he's going to try to move over, potentially see if maybe he can get over next to Puchils, get the res in, but this is going to start getting riskier. Mel might have a similar idea. Example trying to defend in. The vehicle's going to pass, and Belmoth is going to take damage, so has to step away from it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Na'Vi here looking to get the res onto Uba while Day Trade goes for the res onto their IGL. Puchils, Belmoth gonna get some energy drinks potential. No, he's gonna think about the grenade. He got some info. Is it gonna be good?
Drop on it. It's gonna connect. Takes down Uba. Now what can they do with it? Nurens still playing the opposite side of this rock, looking in. Does he have vision to get anything? He does pick up the kill, but can they pick up the win from this angle? I don't know. Mel now getting control in as it looks like Na'Vi has brute forced their way right into Day Trade's face. They have control over the center point and this road.
Are they going to be able to get to Flash? He has been one of their best, if not their best fragger for quite some time. Day Trade's Belmoth continues to be a real thorn in the side of Na'Vi from in that building, and they just barely get to Flash in the time. It looks like that res is going to be allowed to come through, so it is going to be a 4v3 in the favor of Day Trade.
Example is just up in the face, man. He is moving in. You know he wants to win this one, and he wants to be in the point to do it. That is a ton of damage onto Nurens, but they do survive. Day Trade still clinging to life over here, but they are set up three-mans right in the face of Example, as well as having Mel over here. Belmoth still playing this side position, but he doesn't have the vision that he needs to assist.
Yeah, I love the patience there from the side of Na'Vi to wait until they were finished with the res to try to see if they could find 2 for 1. Did not come through. It was very, very close. Now smokes have to come down. Day Trade has to come down off this hill. Circle center is going to be in the favor of Na'Vi. It's just going to be on the other side of this road. So it is going to be flashes and smokes are going to be really crucial here for Day Trade. I mean, if they can find this knock as well onto Alia, that could be really good.
Molly landed right into Example's trying to hold up. Ayla still got that high ground back behind, gets the drop onto one of them. Example manages to hold it out. That rock provides cover, but it also means it's a choke point. Nurens looks up, realizing the fact that pathing into this is so hard. Belmoth needs to take down Ayla, open up something. Example finally goes down. It's going to be Puchils moving forward. Day Trade with still 3 members up. Only 1 member on the other side.
Daytrade takes it from Navi! Huge performance there from Daytrade, and the double push at the end to secure the center of the circle was so well done. It looks like Navi might have had Daytrade barricaded out, but at the last moment, they snap their fingers, they come through, take 2 down, and take the game.
That was so, look at how long they were having to deal with trouble.
А ты говоришь, все, Нави, блядь, победа. Какой победа? Я же тебе сказал, что они сюда будут просраться.
It was a long time. And this is finally coming to a head. I thought that Example playing that
Зря они пошли, наверное, пушить их, Нави. Они там, блядь, на горе эти внизу.
Belmoth right there, opening that out. Exact same time the Example goes down.
Yeah, the timing there is so crucial there for Daytrade. The fact that they come at the same kind of, momentum, the same timing. Beautiful stuff. And speaking of beautiful stuff, guys, our desk, it's their turn. You gotta tell us about that last game.
Happy to do so, Paper Thin. I gotta be honest, I love when he calls us beautiful. But it was a great game, an amazing end of the match that honestly saw us literally counting ammunition to see who comes out on top, but Daytrade is here in a big way as they take home that win.
It's rare that you have the two teams that have sat in the compound quite literally the entire game without getting pulled up on, get to also brawl it out for the finish. But that just means one thing, the leaderboard coming in into this game is going to be very even all the way across.
And honestly with Daytrade as well, they're in a situation where they had to defend an infiltration from Entropic, and they did so successfully in multiple cases. They helped them out. Now they had a few opportunities to actually push them, and they didn't manage to do so quick enough. And when Uber tries to get a push on them, he got knocked quickly and then re-knocked, and then that's the Daytrade win.
I feel like it's a difficult position to be in when you're both teams really, because Navi can't really make the aggressive play. They tried to commit to the shack early, Uber goes down, but as we said, lacking utility, lacking ammunition means you really have to pick your fights, and they just did much.
As we get to the end of these highlights, you're going to start to see it counting down. Olya with 18, Example 48 rounds in the chamber. On the other side, 26, 16. Like, that is literally the round counts. Toby said it best, because they're going to start being throwing pans.
Yep, they're going to be throwing pans in a second. And of course, by I think we're at the 11-point mark in the game when Soul reached 10th kill. I mean, the entire early game was a Soul show on the north side, and that makes me think, you know what, I understand why Navi fully committed to that compound for phase 2, because they didn't want to be up there with Soul around.
We've seen another game in close to this, so they have to commit, especially when they have the benefit and the priority to do so. Daytrade, though, they fought hard for this. Only 7 kills, yes, but again, they defended from 2 teams that were close to them. Super well executed by them here towards the end.
And part of that low kill count, and I think you all saw a little bit with Navi, was that both of those teams were conserving by the midpoint in the game. I mean, I think we even saw one point where Navi switched to bolts because they were running so low.
I mean, Navi literally never left the position where they started off looting. Same thing going for Daytrade. So with no one pushing a compound, with not being able to get loot off of anyone, when you're constantly shooting as both teams were throughout the mid and the early game, you can compare damages going through here, right? It's Navi, it's Daytrade who had all the damage, suppressing teams, but they just never got any crates from loot from themselves.
And in third place, Entropic recovered from what was I'll just say, ugly original crash. They managed to get themselves back up and grind it out to third again.
Yeah, for sure. In this situation, if they hadn't lost the 4th guy, they might have been able to take Daytrade on, but they had them locked down for so long. They had the kind of priority side of the compound, the priority building that Navi had, of course, and then the other one that they breached. It's hard to hold if you don't have too much control, especially when they had the kind of high ground Garrett control that Daytrade is sitting on. And then here, Ivis and the guys decided, you know what, let's not give them more points now that they already have most of them. But impressive, it's not home turf terrain for them, and they do well again, back-to-back here in the game.
They did a good job, too, of making sure that they denied those points, set themselves up for. This is a long series. We're playing 4 days, 5 games apiece, so every single point is going to matter. We're looking at that gigantic prize pool where literally, if you can get yourself 2 or 3 saved points, it might be the difference in terms of thousands and thousands of dollars. Take a look at the match leaderboard. 17 points going the way of Daytrade Gaming. Navi walks away at 13. Danawa Esports, despite not actually finishing in that top 4 at the end of the game, puts up huge numbers on the back of Soul.
Very rare that you see a team go out in 8th and sit in 3rd overall, but as you're saying, the Soul show was on the northern side of the ladder circles in this game. Just phenomenal showing. Again, I mean, it wasn't like it's a 1v4 performance, but the way that he takes out the first contender, pushing up the hillside, and then even though Wildcard comes in and actually acts as a very surprising third-party element, There was just no stopping Soul. I mean, honestly, he wiped QM, and then I thought he was going to wipe Wildcard. Wildcard had the perfect third party, and Soul was like, nah, man, I'm ready for you, and ended up getting kills off of that too.
Honestly, so well executed by him, and yeah, as we heard, Clinton said as well, Paper, he was like, he's one of the best players right now coming out of Korea, right? That's also why he has him on his fantasy team. Unfortunately, he doesn't have him as captain, but still, he believed in him, and that's what we see here. Danova, a team that we've always been seeing in the top 4, top 5 throughout our global, so here they are again showing what they're capable of.
And we will keep tracking the 1-2 punch of Soul Salute, maybe the future of Korean PUBG, because they look that good.
The first time we see a double digit here, though.
That's true.
Everything else was 9 kills max, and now he drops a double digit one.
All right, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard after match number 2, 17 at 27. Na'Vi sitting in second, and Tropic and Daytrade going to be rounding out the top 4. United does manage to stay in the 5, partly due to the fact that Flood defended it and just was able to hold for a little while.
One of the things that's interesting to me, again, I know we're only 2 games in, so we can't take too much away from it, but when we look at the top 4 teams right now, to me, those are all 4 teams that thrive in the chaos. They're a team that have their agenda set. They don't rely on, oh, we gotta, watch back the games after game 1, or after day 1 to then prep for day 2. These teams are up front fighting teams that don't mind taking the fights to opponents, and well, that's why I believe you see the top 4 here, because they know exactly what they're up against.
Toby brings up teams that thrive in the chaos. Let me ask you that. We're only 2 games in. Should we expect the chaos to ramp up as this event continues, or is it just because everyone's getting their feet under them?
It goes down, especially once we've seen game number 2, 3, 4, and we're done with the day. All the teams, they're going to go back and they're going to spend the next 10 hours watching the games and get prepared. So they're going to be preparing against each other, the kind of counter strategy. So it's going to cool down a little bit more, but I love what I'm seeing from Entropic. We're in a situation where they're kind of thriving back in grand finals. They're making decisions rather than being passive.
I like it. All right, well, we are going to make a quick decision, and that is to take a short break as we prepare for game number 3, our last match for the day on Erangel. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles in Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Seventeen and Navi finding themselves some success off the start, starting to get a lead as well. Hey, it's only 2 games. We still got a lot to go through. My eyes have been drawn to Entropic, who are now holding down 3rd place position. As I would say, I think most people would consider them to be a dark horse.
Yeah, conservative, patient play is paying off for them right now. They're doing a good job just managing risk and not kind of overcommitting to anything, surviving for long periods of times. And yeah, so 3 Erangels today is how we start things off, and this is going to be an interesting one because it's a bit southern shifted here. This is not ideal.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, for viewers, it's ideal, but, you know, for the teams, they're not so happy about this plane path.
So, pretty much you're saying it's a plane path I will like.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
There's a lot of military potential going over here. I mean, but we could also see some pathing going back over to our favorite place ever,
Corey, yeah, we definitely like that, no doubt about it. We haven't seen very many of those circles in losers bracket 2, not at all. But this one, maybe we'll get a melee circle here. You know, it feels like that could happen because again, you know, maybe this is your first time tuning into PUBG esports. You know, first of all, welcome. Second of all, the first circle does have to touch the plane path in the esports mode, so that's something to keep in mind, and that's to keep things kind of in check, so that way, you know, there isn't some weird, crazy early, you know, Stallber circle shift, and all the teams are just completely screwed trying to get up there. So
I know we're looking at day trade over there, but my eyes are drawn more that school Rajak direction. Are we going to see any more vehicle weirdness going on, as it looks like we got a couple of long drops coming out over there?
Vehicle weirdness, I like that. Seems like some kind of Stephen King movie or something.
Wait, he does have a vehicle
Yeah,
in
he
his
does.
book.
He does. Yeah.
Don't know if we can say that one.
I don't remember. Yeah. It's a good the semi trucks that are murdering people. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, I was thinking about like the old school.
Oh, that yeah.
Okay,
There's another one.
that is not the direction I was expecting that to go. But we don't have Corey in this, but we do have Zarky.
Can you imagine if we got a Zarky circle off of this plane path?
I could definitely imagine it, and I know that there's a couple of players that are already imagining it and saying some quality words.
Yeah. Words that'll have to be muted out of the highlights afterwards. All right, we've got another interview. Let's check it out.
Well, we had our ups and downs throughout the PGC so far, so we've definitely tried to learn from a lot of our mistakes this PGC, and going into this losers bracket, we really stepped up and learned from those. So we just hope to keep on improving and into the grand final and hope to have a good placing there. I mean, it has to be our 22 kill win. I mean, that was just such a fun game, and I think it'll go down in PUBG history for a long time. So definitely the most memorable. Well, we mostly looked over pretty much all the games that we played, and we looked at a lot of what the other teams were doing and how we can kind of adapt to the lobbies. Just a lot of research and just improvement. We want to win. We hope to be this year's PGC champions, so we're going to do everything in our power to make that happen.
Thank you, Adam. And they've got a trek ahead of them, only sitting at 6 points right now. But Wildcard, again, a very heavy research team, as I was just talking about. They're definitely one of those teams that will always try to know the next place that everybody's going to try to go and move around that. But whenever they can find themselves in a good position, or they can exploit a circle like this one, they can find some success.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Wildcard seems to be, when they start firing on all cylinders, they really start firing. Here again, the way that Soul plays this, by the way, he relays the information to Salute about the right-hand flank, gets that knock, knows that they're going to be going for that res, starts putting a lot of pressure on this tree, knows the angle that the res is likely to be taking place at, and then they start swarming through. They've already got points in the bag, and he's just covering all these angles. Just such a phenomenal point man performance from Soul in this fight, and that's why he ended up with 10 kills in this game. I mean, he's just all over the place. Knows the last player has to be in that smoke, starts spraying right across the line where they're likely to be crouched or prone. It's just wonderful, wonderful effort from him. And again, a player that came onto the scene in 2019 with a team called Media Bridge Squared and was phenomenal.
Looking in, yes, no surprise. Number one killer coming out after that one is going to be Soul. We have actually been seeing a lot of point man preference coming into these firefights. More aggressive than I would say we were normally expecting with Soul and his performance. And even in that, we also saw an example that was trying to lead the path into day trade.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tough to, anytime you got a situation like that, it can be a little bit, back and forth and that kind of thing.
It's it puts a lot of pressure, and to find success just even in your region being the point person inside of it is one thing, but to come in and then have like a 10 kill game being the point person jumping through smokes and directing a firefight at close range, that just says the fact that there is some legs to Danawa, and they maybe we shouldn't be counting them out as much as some people are.
No. I mean, I think basically of those top 5 teams, I would have thought, 3 of them for sure I would have considered in my top 5 coming into this. Absolutely 17, Navi, and United. I also would have thrown, of course, Twisted Minds up there. Even though they're down in 14th, I don't think that'll last too long. But yeah, Danawa should be a team that, did very well at PGC last year, has generally been consistent.
Moving in, you can see that we've got another viewing party ready over in TPE, and there's a lot of excitement to be had over there. Look, they even got some
some spades?
Yeah, got some snacks.
I love it. That looks great.
I think they're doing better than Korea.
Look at that
man.
sign.
Wait. They got food and stuff.
I know. Well, this one is like a it almost looks like a restaurant or something, whereas the one in Korea was like almost like a theater, a small theater or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, theirs was okay. You're right. Theirs was better. I have to admit it.
I mean, whenever you're watching this, you gotta have your snacks, right? I mean, I've got an array of snacks in front of me.
Yeah, dude. It's important to keep our energy up, to keep yourself, happy.
I also want to point out for everybody that is looking at the mat, we do have James that has moved
Мне кажется, сейчас
very
будет
far
Серега
forward into the
отбираться
circle
также
already,
8
and for
команд
Overpeakers, and found
до
himself
суперфинала.
a crate
Ох,
on top of
ебать,
all this
приехал,
going on.
получил тычок.
Yeah. Do we know what he got though? I don't think we do.
Nope.
sad. AWM
приехал.
Maybe. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I always hope for an AWM. It's like if I ever created an AWM in it, then I'd actually be totally fine with it. I mean, obviously the players wouldn't, but me, totally fine with that.
Looking in, you can see that Cerberus is going to be coming in just to the southwest of Everest. We're starting to see that north-south gamble coming in as the river does cut right through it, as well as the bay. Looks like we've got Danawa, looks like Overpeakers, Twisted Minds, and FaZe leaning into that northern side, where most other teams kind of playing down to the south. Yoho, E-United, they might also be leaning into that northern pathing as well.
Well, I think most teams see that playing path and kind of have that idea that you were talking about earlier, where you just kind of feel like there's no way it can go north of the river, right? Like it's like gambler's fallacy. It just can't happen that way. It shouldn't be that way.
It can't go over mostly military base and then end up around Sarky. That's just no. Math doesn't work that way. Math can't work that way.
It actually does. I'm curious here how much James knows about what Danawa is doing to him.
What did he get in that crate? Because he's about to need it.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Well, it was the AWM. I was right. Boom, nailed it.
Called in advance. Again, just feel it. You know exactly what's going to happen. And Soul, man, James, he doesn't even know. Look, like I don't think that he has an idea that
might have heard that door. I don't know.
This is a 4-point angle hold onto him, and if Overpeakers comes in off of this, it might not even be James that dies. It could just be his team, as he thinks that maybe he's got control over it.
Well, he's so far ahead of the rest of the Overpeakers. Yeah. They just got to the eastern edge of the first circle. I mean, and then Twisted Minds is driving around out there, so they might even get caught up in that mess. Oh, Yahoo also running parallel to OP just south of that. I mean, all of this is...
I'm kind of astounded.
It's weird for OP. How about that?
I've heard of scouting before, but he's like playing a different game. Yeah, I was going to say, he's like almost a Miramar right now, so James is going to be the one that goes down, and that is, I would say, actually a benefit. So that way the other three members know not to come into this position, because if they had crashed there, I think that would have been far worse.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. It could have very well led to the death of the whole team instead of just one member. You can see there that, trying to keep that level 3 helmet fresh from James so that they can put it into the hands of Danawa there, whatever player they choose to. Again, the level 3 helmet, so rare in the esports mode. It is worth its weight in gold, and here, Twisted Minds is going to be taking shots at OP, but Perfectix normally pretty good on sprays for at least a little bit of damage, not finding any. Onto Mexi there. Clib going to pull up and see if he can return the favor.
So that means, in fact, OP, after crossing that, might be leaning into this hillside, not wanting to move too much further forward because they know where Danawa is going to be positioned at. We do also have a 2-1-1 split coming up from Yoho, who's playing just to the south of one position there.
Получается, половина едет туда, половина туда. Если бы не делились, все нормально было бы, нахуй. Нахуй, блядь. Нахуя вот эти все смотреть, что-то, чекать, что-то, ебать. Ну, команда его
maybe banking on, remember what
команда
Wildcard
играет,
did in the
это
first game
нормально.
around here, and maybe you can sort of have a show of force as Yoho to convince other teams that you have fortified that eastern position where Balefrost is compared to, what is actually there, right? You're sort of peacocking there, right? You're showing your feathers, trying to show that you're larger than you actually are. So we'll see if it works out for Yoho, because there's a lot of teams that are stuck on the northern side of that river, and if it shifts down to the south, it is going to be messy.
Don't worry, freaks. I know you were trying to scout out and get some ideas on what was going to be going on in front of you. You've got quite a ways that you can make a rotation into this one. A couple of small skirmishes going on, most notably down to the south, and it does go into the north. Doesn't keep Zarky in, but that northern area around Georgia and those fields, that has some potential for some amazing ends. And guess what? All of this mess to the south is about to get
фазы или как команда там называется.
This one would start going north, so it should be pretty fun as Poochills was knocked earlier by Xiaohai, going to be finished off as well with a little bit of help from Crazy there. So day trade, as things sometimes go in PUBG esports, you have a good game and the next game is a little bit rougher.
Well, Wildcard now getting the sight line and what's going on. They're kind of the defensive line pretty close to what's going on over here at Georgia Pool. Navi's just going to go ahead and cut a path right through. It's going to actually be the Expendables that are going to be in front of them. Zimple does stop. Wildcard does have a couple of different angles that they can hold on. But Question Mark is going to be back behind this to the south and does get a shot onto Waikikamukel. So Wildcard, they were very separated over here. And with the circle popping the way it is, they didn't really get a chance to regroup before all this started happening.
Yeah, and I think Cow is done. He was the anchor in a 3-1 split for the side of Wildcard. So it's going to be really difficult for them to go back and get him. His QM is going to drive right up to him. And indeed, that'll be the finish there. And Yahoo is suffering some knocks and some losses. Punich going to go out early for them as Overpeakers takes a point, moves up into 7th place overall. But, you know, it's only the first couple of games. You still got a lot of games to play here. 20 games, 4 days is what the Global Championship Grand Finals
Видишь,
is
я
going
что-то
to
тут
look like.
заметил, тут никто с коряками не играет, но.
Of course, really desperately wants that because we're going to have a first-time champion.
Where are you going to go right now, question mark? Because that path is not going to be too friendly for you, Cerberus.
И у всех разные, да.
Maybe being right here in the thick of a crates fight might not be the most fun. Can you imagine having to fight Lil Ghost in a crates fight?
No.
No.
I'd rather not.
That's like nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I think that's a pretty low percentage fight for just about any player in this lobby with the way he's playing. Maybe Soul with how fired up he was in the last game. Maybe he could give him a run for his money, but absolutely no doubt about it. He's been absolutely lights out for 17.
Эти мост закрыли
They said,
те.
forget everything that's going on to the south. And they rotated all the way back over next to Rajak. So, you know, Freaks, kind of look around over there. You were just a few minutes too early
видит,
for
кидает
Daytrade to
по
come in.
ним.
But Daytrade now going to be coming in right back behind them as the Expendables are holding down the north side of Georgia Pole Bridge. I get a little excited about bridge camps, and I don't see one here
and I agree with you. And the reason I'm excited is because this is causing a domino effect on the other side of the bridge where a bunch of teams are stuck trying to cross that long bridge. And because of the Expendables' position, everybody else is just sort of in a waiting pattern on the other side, trying to see if they can find their opportunity to get through. Otherwise, they're going to just have to fight edge and play for kill points. And Daytrade here, they were swatted away by the Freaks, like you mentioned earlier, Matt. So they have to try yet another rotation, which means they're going to have to chew through the blue, chew through some health. Hopefully their vehicles don't have any whoopsies. And look at Cerberus' answer to this. They're going to try to just
Эти переплывать походу
swim it.
будут.
This is dangerous, but I
Да,
think they can
переплывают.
get away with this, actually.
This is kind of sneaky moving in over here, as Danawa can't really see this too well. I don't think that Yoho is really keeping supervision on this angle off of how it's going to line up. So they can kind of bypass into this, and with this split that we can kind of see Danawa holding down, it might be exploitable, but I think that Salute playing the opposite side of this, that just means that they're going to get this quadrant, and that's all they want.
Yep. All right. Well, you know, it's not phase 4 yet, so it doesn't have to remove all that river and all that water. So next circle almost assuredly going to hard shift up to the north. Unless it's going to be one of those really weird and wacky circles that ends right next to the riverbank. They do happen, but they're extraordinarily rare. So, you know, most players here are going to start angling for the North George area, for the hills around the outside of it.
That hillside that we see Danawa that's playing from, now that they move forward,
17-й перетягивается, на ей шанс зайти с той
So you
стороны.
can see a lot of these teams are already trying to move in. This is definitely a first come first serve style situation. Moving in. Salute though spots out Cerberus as they now moved into that side, and picks up another one with a beautiful headshot. Cerberus, you ain't going that way.
Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Put that AWM to good use, Salute. Beautiful stuff from him.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, James, for your sacrifice. We appreciate
Первое оружие, которое я
now going to be
увидел.
moving in. They heard this. Lambu's got to be careful. We talked about this hillside. It's going to be where a lot of firefighting is happening. Lambu tries to get to safety, but Vex is going to spot him out. He's going to go down. Wildcard now trying to make the path right over here next to Entropic, but Nalip's got the vision into it. One of them is going to go down. Wildcard just jumps in, gets some damage into this one, but now it's going to be Nalip all by himself, continuing to hold it down, going for the spray in. Wildcard cannot do anything to dislodge him just yet.
Нави там под шумок настреливает тоже.
To Nico's trying to come through the door was perfect by Nalip. Comes through with a sliver of health left. Lucarux gets the finish onto Greg's shot. Wildcard goes out. Our first team eliminated here in game number 3. And I tell you what, man, Entropic had a lot of doubters coming into this. And if I'm being honest, I had some questions about them. But so far, so good. They're playing really solid PUBG.
Now Na'Vi trying to bypass through. That's going to spot out QM in front of him. Cerberus with all of the smokes on the map presently right here in this position as nades are coming in. Isaki's going to get rezzed. I don't know what you even do here. I mean, they're doing a good job on damage control. There was no kill that came out of Salute's amazing shot a second ago. They rezzed this and they crept back away from it.
I mean, the bad news for Donowa is they have no real ability to push those compounds to really secure those kills. So, you know, you could do a lot of damage to Cerberus. You're going to really put the hurt into their helmets and their armor and things like that, so that that's going to be the plus side of this. There was a knock on Akari. He tried to go over to the south side of the river. I don't know exactly what Akari's doing over there. If he was already over there, hard to say for sure. Is that part of the map? Haven't seen too much of it.
Мост закрытый, и там, считай, с этой мы эти 17-й чекают, эти чекают.
Or maybe he was just trying to get out. Now the rest of the Freaks have to lay down the covering fire to hopefully go for the res, but TMA, I mean, they have played with no fear throughout this event.
This is just full-on sin. They got goals. They think that they can win this firefight. They already got the numbers advantage. They just crash in. EN is looking, they realizes that how close they are, peeking around this side of it, goes for the spray and does manage to fend up. Is this going to stop TMA, or are they just going to continue the push in off of it? Circle's going to pop. We're going to continue into the north. Ian's got to be careful. He's got threats all around him, but Cod's already gone down as well.
Ian really needs help here if he's going to survive the grenade coming out from Crazy. Could just finish the round, and it's good with the push from Lulu always. TMA sends the Freaks back.
The bridge camp is popping off, and Tropic's trying to cross. Expendable's trying to hold through, but it's going to be Duck Juice that goes down. Nail-up hits the shots onto him, and now it's just Smell.
This is nuts. This is absolutely wild. How did EIQ get through this? You got QBE and Ivis going for the heals, trying to get stabilized as the circle is going to start closing here very, very shortly. A good headshot from Smell. Can't find the finish.
What is he going to do? He is so surrounded right now. Lukaruk's trying to move forward, nail up as well. I mean, Evas now knows exactly where he's at. Shot's going to connect. Can he survive it? He does get the knock. Smell clinging to life right now as he has a goal, and that goal is to take down Entropic. Can QBE read it, as it is going to be a window peek battle? QBE's position revealed.
Yeah, Smell here just trying to keep his eyes on it. Oh, he's got a push coming around the corner potentially, and there's another team that gets involved, but Nail Up is going to find that point. A doozy goes down to Yahoo. There were some mollies and other things out in front of Yahoo, but they're holding the line rather well there.
Ice Cream Shop doing a good job for Yahoo right now, as Navi's going to come in right next to TMA. This time TMA not having to move. Instead, let Navi come to them. Good spray's going to open it up. Mel's going to go down. TMA now stepping away, making sure the fact that they're going to lure into the trap. Support's now going to start coming in. Helen, though, is also finding the shots out in distance of this one. Lulu's going to go ahead and win, but Example does manage to take Helen.
Yeah, it's huge that they got Lulu always. A great spray again from Example. This guy is absolutely nuts right now. That barrel doing serious work at mid-range. Spyro trying to get involved. He might have Xiaohai done. Xiaohai on one hit left. Can he find the cover? The
man,
safety?
if that car falls, that would be...
I think it's okay. It's
just...
those grenades though.
Car's gonna finish it out. Vehicle's gonna go ahead, move it away, as Grenade is gonna take him down. FaZe now making the push into QM, looking into it. Diggory is gonna go ahead and pick that one up. FaZe at 4 kills and getting control of probably one of the strongest hillsides in the circle.
Look at Show on a solo mission here, trying to punish Na'Vi, but they've got all 4 up and running again. They've got their reses, they've got their heals. Show had to drive to this, so they know he's there. Grenades are going to force him away from this position, at least for now. The rest of 17 in safety, watching the other side of that hill. Na'Vi knows it, so they wisely don't try to push over, because they would have just had the barrels of 3 members of 17 right on top of them.
17 and Na'Vi presently tied in first. EIQ right behind them. That's going to be Mel and Ayla both going down. Uba's going to be looking into what's going on with Twisted Minds in front of them. They're falling right back behind Spyro on this pathing, but it's going to be Batulins that does get the knock onto Uba. Just Example up, but he can't take any shots. He's just trying to find safety. Overpeakers gets a vision in. Now it's just going to be the continued tapping, as I think he might have found a place to stop.
I think he's okay for now, at the very least. It's going to center up right on top of Navi's Example. So he did a really good job, at least getting to this position, potentially dragging a few more points into the bag of Na'Vi. I mean, individually, this guy, who knows? So, I mean, maybe he gets 4 or 5 more kills. He's just been that good throughout this event. A lot of other teams on the Southwest have to come out of North George. You've got Donowa, Cerberus, the remnants of Entropic, 17.
Cerberus is moving a lot slower now.
They're taking their time, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I think they might have learned a lesson on navigating.
Пятая команда, ты про пятую не забывай.
The exact same problem we saw a moment ago. Now just seeing if he can pick up some more kills. Already
Какие
at 5.
твисты, блядь. Пятая команда.
Listen, let them walk. One. Oh, wow. Tycon says no. I'm gonna shut that one down quick.
What a turn! I thought he was gonna get at least one knock there, but Tycon spins on a dime and finds the finish. And now they're able to basically kind of circumnavigate Donowa. The problem is you've got FaZe waiting up in the triple apartment complex just ahead. And on the outside of it, 17 going to try to breach through this ice cream shop, as you called it. That's the first. That's honestly the first time I've heard it called that. I like that.
It's called like a million different things.
I like it though. I think that's good.
Just because there's the coolers inside of it. Now, looks like Ghost is going to be dropping some nades in. Yoho reads this, steps out of it. Sparking now playing the hillside and the smokes with what's going on at range. They might find an angle. Worth the show's going to go down, but he's going to get a knock on the other side. Yeah, little Ghost. What?
Охуеть, они
The
просто
Augman, he's
троих
got just
сразу,
enough
ебать,
health left. That
въебал
grenade
Саука.
splashed and did enough damage to Yoho that he was able to step up and finish what show started. Now back over to this fight with FaZe and Cerberus. Potential example is just absolutely just making other players look silly. I mean, he is just he's doing it time and time again. This is, I mean, he's always been great. I'll say it again. He's always been great, but this is by far the best we've ever seen.
Cerberus now trying to make the run in, and it's going to be FaZe that's holding the line up. Cerberus does get eliminated, moving us into our top 8, as it's really just edge play with Twisted Minds in the middle of it.
Yeah, Donowa is going to hope that this fight gets really messy between FaZe and E-United, but Raylo gets the opening knock onto 8C and a quick finish as well. Diggory trying to play up front, up close and personal, but it's going to be Flood who uses Kickstart as bait. Really nice back and forth here from E-United.
Just looking down the hillside. E-United, I feel like gets a power-up every single time they're looking down the hillside on somebody. The higher the ground, the better the chance of their victory. Donowa is taking some shots to slow them down and is going to pick up the kill on effects. But in the end, Flood does manage to finish out FaZe, and now it's going to be Day Trade that might be creeping into United's direction.
Oh, those bait and switches from United were absolutely gorgeous. The coordination there, beautiful from one of our America's teams. Snakers now pushing forward with the help of 2 other members. Flood on the anchor position, watching Belmoth awaits. Example gone. And he did a hell of a job, though, getting any more points. I mean, he is a reliable guy for sure in this event.
I mean, by whatever point you can get, and he managed to do it. Now, United does have Belmoth in front of him. 17's going to be moving in and might be right back behind Mixie as well, so we might see another solo out in just a second. As this is, everybody knows how this little hillside works, the triangle hill over here. You're just going to end up with people peeking back different sides of it, like leaning off one side, then leaning into the other one, and really just trying to, like, deny vision across how well it's going to go. Donowa, though, right up next to 17. They're just crashing right into him. Airtime's going to come out. Lukos can't see anything, but does manage to go through the flash. Looks in, and now Salute on the opposite side of this one. Can Nate get prepped up? Trying to toss it over. Does he even know where it's going to be coming from? Twisted Minds, though, they want to join in the party. There's capabilities to get a couple of kill points off of it, and we're on top 4 just like that.
Yeah, great aggressive play here from Twisted Minds, taking advantage of this. As good as Lil Ghost has been, he is done. Spyro there going to be able to hold the angle. He did find the knock onto Perfectic, so that's going to be the only damage that Twisted Mind takes. I mean, Donowa had no choice. They were stuck either trying to push up that hill that we saw E-United wipe FaZe from, or they have to make the wrap to the other side, try to take advantage of the chaos. They try to make a timing go of it. I totally agree with what Donowa did there, but I mean, with the way that Lil Ghost in particular is shooting right now, him an example, 2 best players in this lobby, in my opinion.
Belmoth playing that lower angle. I don't know if E-United realizes where he's at. Rest of Day Trade still playing up the high side of that hill, so might be being a distraction of themselves. Flood doesn't look like he has any idea what's about to be coming for him, but E-United still playing the opposite side of that hillside as well, means the fact that they still have a 3-stack that might be able to do something about it. Belmoth wanting to make sure he takes his time and make sure that this is as valuable as possible.
Yeah, this is great for Twisted Minds. They can just wait this out. Eventually, these two are going to kind of cross paths, and you can see Flash has spotted out Flood. Flood moves into position to try to cut through into Day Trade's lines. But again, with Belmoth being unidentified, this could get really nasty really fast.
But Flood and Snakers are starting to play the opposite side of the hill, so the vision that he has right now is going to get diminished the longer this goes on. Kickstart is taking shots at Flash from range, so it means that he's going to feed that information back into Belmoth, but I still don't know if he has too many angles. The longer this goes on, he's going to start losing a lot of the advantage. Finally, it's going to be Snakers that moves in. He has no idea what's about to happen, and Twisted Mind still playing down in the southeast. They're ways away from this. This is its own contained fight for right now.
I can't believe he's being this patient on it. He could lose the opportunity here. Snakers pushes much further back. Now he's got 2 of them lined up, and he's actually going to crawl to the other side of this rock. He still wants to maintain safety. He still wants to hide his presence. Now they're starting to swing out again. Snakers, somehow, some way, has not spotted Belmoth, and they continue to just tunnel in on Nurns and Flash. Here comes Twisted Minds on the east.
What does he want? The moment that Twisted Minds moves in on this, Day Trade's going to find themselves pinched. They might be able to get 1. I do understand moving into the rock, so maybe you can go for a second. The circle's going to go ahead and move into the valley, and that might have been what they were waiting for. It's going to be shots coming up. Yes, Snakers is going to go down. E-United realizing what's going to go on, spins back into this direction. direction. Twisted Minds now moving in. They want to flank right up on top of Daytrade. They're not going to let this go for too much longer, but Daytrade just charging into the line for United.
I mean, Daytrade has to push this fast and furious because otherwise Twisted Minds is going to be right on their heels potentially. Here we go. Belmont up and over. You've got the dynamic duo of Flash and Nurens as well. Trying to get into grenade range, up and over, kick, hot to Trot. He wants to get out of here. Damage done, but not too much. Oh, that grenade could be really good. Ooh, he just avoids getting knocked.
1 point separating them out right now as Twisted Mind's still just going to lean into getting circle control. Instead, that rock going to provide some cover. Let Kickstart try to reset. Daytrade, who's had the momentum inside this firefight, might have what they just did done to them as Perfectix has now creeped in and is gatekeeping out whatever's going to happen in this firefight.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds is really playing this extremely passive. They just want to let these two teams do as much damage to each other as possible. They get control over this hill line on the east side, which is a very powerful spot. They control the top end of the north side to be able to kind of give themselves a sweet position to clean through these teams if they fight. But Flash has moved over to kind of try to at least keep Twisted Minds honest, but they've got two on him and they've got Perfectix underneath.
What is United trying to do? They've got Vehicle. And Rello is still just trying to hold up. It looks like Daytrade's trying to send in, so Rello's going to lean into the tree. Smokes, Nuren's going to try to peek the other side of it, and this is all about just trying to listen in. Nuren's does have some damage that comes into him. Rello's still playing this slow, but now he has to be cautious. If he moves too much further forward, Twisted Minds might start peeking the top of that hillside. Blue Zone's going to come in, but Nuren's does go down with it. Belmoth does get the knock onto Rello. It's going to be Kickstart at range, does get some vision in, trying to get a knock onto what's happening. Belmoth's trying to run away now. The rest of this team has gone down. Twisted Minds understands they have complete control over this game.
Yeah, this should be Twisted Minds cleaning up the rest of this one. Grenades are out. They've got the finish on to Flash. Daytrade and a United just down to one player. Kickstart, I mean, if there's any player in this lobby who can 1v4, it is definitely him. Does he have it in him right now? Will Twisted Minds give him the opportunity? Gets the headshot, but the blue is here. He's going to let himself go.
Yeah, there's no real way that he can win that one. Understands that Twisted Minds pick up their victory, feeling pretty good. I mean, they just understood what you needed to do to win that one. And you can't say the fact that, oh, they didn't really fight. Yes, they're at 7 kills, and they pushed down on their hillside. You have to remember, this is an awkward circle as it was just in a valley. Everybody was playing along the hills.
Yeah, that's definitely a really weird circle, and it's one of those ones where if you control the east side, you're giving yourself a really, really good chance to win those games. And that's what Twisted Mind does. They find a perfect time to strike in that fight between 17 and Donawa. They walk through it. Yeah, you can see they're laughing. I mean, the end game made it look easy because Daytrade delayed for so long before that fight came out and really did a ton of damage to United. Kind of mutually assured destruction in a way there between those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were waiting to see how the circle was going to go because the moment that it popped, that's whenever the trigger got pulled as well. But that was an insane amount of trigger discipline. There was multiple opportunities to maybe get 1 or 2 knocks, and instead, he's like, no, I'm going to play according to the strategies, and our guys on the desk understand every single one of those strategies.
Thank you very much. We'll do our best to break it down. It came down to a game of patience, positioning, and then just dominance as TM rises to the top and cleans up for the first place finish.
And the win for them comes off of a hard east split commit. I saw them sit phase 3 and go, how long are you planning on maintaining this before? They sat on it through phase 5. I mean, they were committing to it, the 2-2, and it worked out perfectly.
They wanted to make sure their backs were free. One of the most important things, especially when playing uphill, up high ground, and they managed to maintain all 4 players alive. But there's also a huge destruction coming in Annihilation in North George, and especially with these circles here, it's so hard to get out of that live.
I mean, we saw it from very early on with James forcing his rotation on in to, unfortunately, ending up sitting up with the entirety of Danama and then going down because of it. But overall, as you said, cluster in North George, always hard to have to get out of when you're going uphill.
I gotta say, these first 3 circles here on the first 3 games of Erangel have been amazing. The variety we've had, and we've not seen all these crazy, these circles and serving circles. I like that.
Amazing for us. I think some of these teams, like we saw Na'Vi just trying to figure out how to even rotate. I mean, we saw teams doing long blues. Well, no, but they were doing splits around everything. They came into a good third party. It worked out. But I think it was tough, though, crossing that bridge for a lot of these teams.
I mean, the fact that they not only come across, but actually stay alive for as long as they did is a very not so many teams can pull that off. They take the fight to TMA, they come in late, they say, we gotta go somewhere. Well, there's a fight going on over here. Let's join in. An example finds 3 instantly.
And in a happy situation for Twisted Minds is Belmont, absolute insane discipline, trigger discipline. to make sure that United did not have an upper hand in that one.
I thought Batulin was going to win the hidden award for the entire day from game number 1, but that goes to Belmont. Now, as he not only waits it out, but you saw it. I mean, we were like, when's he going to take the shot? When's he going to take the shot? And it was the perfect time.
Sure was. There were many chances for him to do so, but he struck exactly when he had to, unfortunately, to the downfall of United. And I think what we saw happen there was, as Martin said before, exactly what Twisted Minds wanted to avoid having happened to them coming in on that eastern side of the circle.
So let's walk through. Twisted Minds takes that victory. They played very well into the end game. We're going to take a look at those top 4 teams.
What? Top 3 teams under 1,000 damage? I've not seen that in ages.
This is a 17 story, though. These guys are just out here putting numbers up.
Insane.
I mean, look at it this way. All the fights happen, as you said, North George. Teams trying to push on forward. Twisted Minds were never contested on the east until they actively took the fight themselves. First taking down Example and then pushing further south towards over because United sat in the compound on the north side for the longest time, push out at the end of it. Daytrade as well coming in very late to the majority of the damage for all these 3 teams other than 17. Well, that was all done really within the last 5-6 circles.
Well, I mean, if you look at 2 and 3, United made that long rotation to the north. They found a good spot. They just sort of waited it out. Daytrade did something very similar with usage of the blue. And it was teams like 17 that I feel like had to really fist fight their way in there. That going out and forth, they're going to be really happy with 5 kills and that much damage, Martin.
Yeah, and on top of that, like we're seeing there, the Kings of the Ring right now, they continue to do so into the grand finals. It's actually kind of scary for everyone else.
Yeah.
If they can just kind of push this momentum a little bit into Miramar as well, we're looking at our champion, in my opinion.
And the thing is, for 17, to me, there isn't really a bad scenario for them. Like, they play
Only
well
Miramar
center.
so far.
They true, but I mean, overall, they play well center. They play well edge. They don't need the circles to go to them, because if they don't have them, well, they're going to go to the circle. They're going to take the fight to the teams that are there, and they will dominate them. Where other teams, you see them be much more comfortable in one spot or the other. They're very, very dynamic, 17, in how they play.
Yeah, it's one of those things you talked about earlier, Martin, how we're going to go home and watch videos, and it'll probably get less chaotic. I feel like it's hard to make a video or study how to deal with 17.
Yeah, right now, like you have a team that's dropping Picardo Pachinki, one of the best, if not the best, drop sprite right now. And then they're on top. They're also proactive. They're playing edge well. They're playing center well. Their macros on point. Their strategy is just working overall.
So we are going to take a look at the match leaderboard. Twisted Minds puts up a nice 17. Donawa looking good at 11. And we saw Soul pop off in the last game. It was like his partner, Salute, decided, hey, man, I can't let the young gun get ahead of me, and he played out of his mind.
I don't mind them taking turns. I just think next game maybe Helen is then going to be the player that pops off for my fantasy team. That would be that'd be pretty impressive. I mean, we have seen Helen play phenomenal on Miramar as well. So hopefully for Danawa, they're going to continue the success there.
It's classic Danawa, right? They always get themselves into these great spots, and if they're in the situation where we see them in grand finals actually also win some games, they're going to be a top 4, top 5 contender again for another global.
Absolutely, and this is one of those teams, I think if you talk to Paper or a lot of folks coming out of that region that say these guys have not only potential here, but 2023 potential. This is a team that could go the distance. Another team that's going to go the distance. They look good. They've got to win early. It is Twisted Minds doing a great job in that one.
And one of the things that, it doesn't really worry me, but I'm a little worried on behalf of the other 15 on the server. Twisted Minds, not the team that you usually see come off to the greatest of starts. They're one of the teams that play really well off of the Unforgiven, but because we've had such a long tournament now, it's not the start the same way that we would normally see in other tournaments. They have the info, but Tulin's the mastermind of PUBG, knows exactly what to do.
And Twisted Minds, they've actually produced twice the amount of points on Miramar, so them having points in a rank is going to be really scary once we get into the next 5 games. It's going to be Miramar. 2 today, the first 3 tomorrow too.
You're right, we're moving into Miramar after this one. You can take a look at the total leaderboard as we get ready to roll forward. 17 off of that consistency, and those drop spots is going to find themselves in first place. It's going to be a crowd favorite as well as a lot of folks at home, and they're going into an even better location.
Insane fact right now, 3 games played, 36 points. They keep their average of 12 points per game, even in the grand finals.
It's insane.
That is absolutely incredible what they can put down. Na'Vi, when I started the day today, I asked you guys, do you think Na'Vi can sort of recreate their success from earlier rounds? So far, so good.
I'm not going to be complaining at all, seeing how they've come by the games that they've produced well in as well. I mean, this last one, of course, unfortunate for them that everyone but Example goes down. But even when the team goes down, Example still finds another 3 points before he's eliminated. So it's just these games, salvage becomes games that other people will be proud of to begin with.
And now he plays extremely well on their angle, but they actually put up 3.5 points more per game on Miramar. So they're a team that potentially could contest 17 game, and that's actually having some rough games on Miramar once we get to that.
And in some ways, Na'Vi seems like they're a team that benefits from the chaos and the craziness. They want to get in there and throw some fists around. Well, it's time for us to get ready to throw some fists around, as it sounds like Game number 4 is ready to go, so let's do it. We'll head over to our casters. It is Paper Thin and Matchroom.
I'm really excited. I mean, I love Miramar. I absolutely do. And it always brings some of the best games, some of the best moments in PUBG esports. So super excited for this. The players are going to be super excited about this playing path. It's about as fair as it gets. Just a 45-degree angle cutting across the center of the map. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. And you know, the Dust said they wanted to throw some fists. Well, I don't think there'll be any for a little while. This one looks like it might be pretty calm.
Yeah, depending on how the circle pathing works for it. This is tried and true simplicity going for it all together. So FaZe is going to be the first team that's out, going to go ahead and make their drop. I do want to just follow up on what we've been talking about with the Soul Ghost. This has been kind of the theme. Even whatever you look at, it's like be the ace, right? That's kind of the premise of when we're looking at PGC. You're seeing that there are those players that are stepping up right now, and some of them in unexpected ways to say, this is what I can do, and I know I can get us to the championship.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at example for sure. He has been so consistent throughout this entire tournament. And so, okay, so this was the one area of kind of interest in the drop spots is going to be Los Leones. Now, it was sort of assumed by a lot of us behind the scenes that this would be split like north to south for Los Leones, but right now it's a little bit kind of not. So I said maybe there wouldn't be fists thrown. That was a lie.
Well, hey, at least the circle goes down there as we are going to continue our trend and staying down into the south. This is a lot of weird that's going on. A Cerberus.
Please. I can't remember the last time I saw a 1911 kill. It's been a while.
Creeping forward. This is... I don't even know where we want to stay at the time. This is, you can see that Solsky is not trying to move forward. Yup, he's going to go and hop the vehicle. He's going to get away. There is no fight that is brewing down in Los Leones yet. Everybody is definitely slowed down in their looting, though. You just got to keep an eye on every single corner.
Oh, yeah. And this is... Miramar in general does, again, offer some kind of unique opportunities for some early game sort of traps and picks and those kind of things. So you always got to be on your, head on a swivel. And this time around, Yuppie, I'm pretty sure he heard the door or something, or maybe the gun loading from Solzy. But now we have an interview with the Kwangdong Freaks' Jaden, the coach.
저희가 힘든 과정들이 많았고 극복하지 못했던 부분들이 있었는데 그 부분들을 오늘은 잘 극복해준 것 같아서 굉장히 대견스럽고 기분이 좋습니다. 보완해야 될 부분, 극복해야 될 부분에 대해서 선수들에게 얘기를 해줬고 그 부분이 잘 대화가 된 것 같습니다. 저희가 부족한 부분 정확하게 인지하고 있으니 준비 잘해서 조금 더 폭발적인 모습, 화끈한 경기력 잘 보여드리겠습니다. 광동 화이팅!
Well, now we go back to our looting phases with Lash K. I would say a feature of quite a few different fantasy teams.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of the cheap ones. And that's I mean, and he's a solid player, but he is an IGL. He plays a very different style than the rest of the Freaks players. And yeah, it should shock absolutely no one that example, Soul, Fex. Like, look at this. This is a nasty 5-player setup right here. Some of the best in PUBG esports. Right up there, doing tons of damage, tons of kills. Yeah, but example
looks like example and Soul are lined up against each other. Like, you got the inverted fists.
Maybe that's the fisticuffs that we were looking for there.
Yeah. Get a little toss in going with it. Nothing of surprise has happened. It didn't really go north-south in Los Leones. It looks like it has now moved more west-east.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Yeah, and I mean, James has kind of sent himself early. He seems to be that point man as he is the IGL for Overpeakers. So, hopefully he can avoid some, solo losses as we saw in the previous game. This time around, he looks to be relatively safe, I think.
I still feel so bad for him in the last game. Imagine rotating early, finding a crate, then being able to get in a position, and you're just like, oh, this is like everything's working great, and you're down.
That's PUBG for you, right? I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the game, I think. As frustrating as it can be to have those situations where you're like, I got the crate, everything's all set up, I'm fully geared, I'm fully looted, I'm ready to go, and then you just, you run into a situation. But that's why, you hear a lot of these great players, great teams talk about how important information is, how important scouting is, these kind of things. And if, you walk into a situation like James did where no fault of his own, Donawa just set up a trap more or less, and he walked right into it, and that's all part of the game. That's part of the fun. That's you know, I mean, if you get beat by that, you just got to tip your hat and say, hey, fair play.
Again, nothing really just going too wild right now. E United does play in that northeastern area, so just a slow and steady loot process going to be coming out from them. Wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a later rotation coming out from their crew. Them, QM, Day Trade, and Wildcard are some of our northern teams, and almost everybody else inside the circle. Yoho is getting pretty close to Freaks in their rotation path, but I wouldn't even expect that to continue.
I don't think so. I mean, again, the Freaks are looking to, you know, set up space as close to the center as they can get, and then fan out. You know what I mean? Like, they're trying to control space, but with Yo that close, it might kind of force a different idea out of the Freaks. We'll see.
This could be impactful as we're starting to see overpeakers move down into the south. We did say that it was kind of an east-west situation going on with Entropic. Well, the western team was Entropic, so now overpeakers have creeped in, gone south, and now on that western side. And if we see really Entropic try to leave this direction, the trap could be sprung and really take them out.
Yeah, it's like, well, hold that thought for a second, as TMA has Cerberus under their sights, and they've already got a knock, so you have to expend a vehicle here and some smokes to get the res on the He-Mass. Looks like it should be A-okay, but I think, yeah, going back to Entropic, it's like they've, you know, it's like when you were a kid, you tie a rope to the back of your friend's bicycle and ride behind him with your skateboard or something, right? And that's kind of what Entropic is doing here. They're tied themselves to the back of OP, and they're going to let them do some of the early kind of reconnaissance for them, do some of the scouting, follow in their footsteps, and try to work, you know, find the opportunity to kind of capitalize on if there's any mistakes that OP make, if they get involved in a fight, things like that.
A big thing to be watching for today, and I know we talked about it in the earlier games, is the impact for what's going to happen in the next 3 days. The little ripples, you know, does overpeakers moving to the south impact and cause one of the Entropic members to die? Does that maybe discourage them and force them to go into a new drop path, or potentially just be more to the northwest? You know, there's a lot of these little butterfly flaps its wings kind of things that can happen inside of PUBG, specifically on drop paths.
That's a really good point. I mean, you don't want to see you know, either team get mired in a drop spot fight. And so eventually this did come to a head, the whole Kwangdong Freaks rotations, but what it has done, it has sent the Freaks, I think, a little bit further south than they would have liked. It has sent them to the beach, which is definitely not the comfortable area for the Freaks, right? We've seen circles that have ended down here. They've been up on the hill that's to the northwest. So with Yahoo being able to do this, it puts the Freaks in an uncomfortable spot where, you know, with Lashes, the IGL, he's going to have to, you know, kind of maybe play from a less comfortable mental space.
It only took them 3 kilometers to actually get into that fight, driving next to each other the entirety of the way. Just wanted to point that one out. Day Trade's going to be coming into the pathing that we just saw coming out from Freaks and Yahoo. Nobody really over here right now. They're in that Chumasera area. Specs, though, playing patient and patient.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Just great patience. Has Helen dead to rights here. Helen's going to bleed out. Yeah, Fex didn't even need to shoot another bullet, and it was done and dusted. So an early kind of gathering of information or gathering of space as well for the side of Donawa falls apart as they are really split, by the way. That was kind of part of a 2-2 where Helen reached out just a little bit further than Salute, who was with him, paid the price as FaZe also has a wide. So a lot of teams in the middle of this circle, when I say the middle, I mean the southwest side of this circle, are really fanned out.
Yeah, if you have the map up and you can see the split coming up from Danoa, they're pretty close to center, just to the west of Los Leones. That has been a pretty common PCS 2-2 split, just because of the way that the vision works and whatnot, and the circle control. It feels like it's a very mixed blessing whenever we've moved into the PGC stages. Just better aim can sometimes be a problem with you guys being that separated.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that with again, at the state of this lobby, with the teams that are in this lobby, there wasn't going to be as much early game shenanigans. You don't have a team, you know, like Buriram, that likes to get aggressive. I mean, these are little trap plays. Again, this is Miramar stuff, not necessarily team stuff. And so teams are willing to gain a little bit more space. They're willing to be a little bit more aggressive with their territory control than we've seen previously in this tournament, because a lot of teams are getting punished for it earlier. Here so far, not really much of that at all.
Team A is taking some long-range shots. I did want to let everybody know the reason why it feels like FaZe is involved in so much. Well, it's because they've got a lot of friends right next to them. We did just see Navi move in pretty close. So while these long-range shots are coming out, I also want to just note the fact that Yahoo, and well as the Freaks, since we saw them a second ago, also could be in a situation around FaZe as the bullets can now come out. And discouraged a direct push, so now it's just going to be throwables opposite sides and really stand off, as it looks like FaZe might try to get away from this. Yep.
I think both teams are not. Ooh, Vex got knocked though. It's actually Yoho Shinboy from up above. Getting some serious damage here as he watches this rotation. Now he's got a little bit of help. That's Vex down and out. That's you know, one of your top fraggers on to FaZe, lost early. And this is where the spread out style can be be kind of a con as much as it is a pro if you gain space. But when you lose a player, they're very difficult to recover and they're often isolated.
You can see Danawa having to deal with a 2-2 split of Twisted Minds as they're trying to rotate away and regroup. Cerberus going to be rolling right up next to Clid. Spray is going to come out, hit pretty decent, does manage to take down Tiger. 1 HP.
Yeah.
1 HP.
Clib is another player that has been quietly amazing throughout this tournament. Those M4 sprays that he has, especially when he's in a vehicle. Oh my God, Vard. Just, beautiful, beautiful from up on top of the firehouse. Gets another kill on Cerberus, down to just 2, but Clib, we were joking, we were talking, me and some of the coaches and stuff about how Clib, you know, every player has like their highlight gun, right? Like Tiggleton is the Mini 14, for example. Clib is a car because he's so good at shooting from cars. It felt like at the beginning of this, Mexi, good for one, gets traded instantly.
Good attempt on that one, but Lulu is going to move forward with the way that we saw the setup coming up from Cerberus a while ago. I don't know if Overpeaker is going to be able to do too much. Are they just going to go ahead and regroup and commit into the Cerberus fight? And that looks like that is going to be the case. So they were going to surrender that building back. And this is just kind of the terrain that everybody wants to be playing from. It's pretty centered, and it's very hard to control all these buildings.
Yeah, again, even though we've had a couple, oh goodness, Phil first, double headshot, oh baby. He's getting some fire in return from Levies. Looks like he can get away. Yeah, I think the billboard's gonna block him. But, I mean, this is, again, this circle here, phase 2, eventually it should start going east or north in some direction. Now, that being said, you and I have had the fortune of having the rarer, it still happens, the rarer southwest shift. And again, this is because of the land ratio terrain, the terrain that acts like water.
And Tropic. Yeah, I was going to say, we have a Tropic also over here with wild cards. So it's going to be Cal and Adam both now down as Clip wants to get involved, spots out and nail it. James is going to go down while this is happening. So got to be careful moving into this one, is now EIQ realizing how cautious this is starting to get. Bard's going to step around, make sure to get the flush, and it's just him and Clib. And it looks like they should be able to regroup around James, as I believe that's going to be a stop to both Entropic and Wildcard's aggression. Man, Wildcard is separate.
Yeah, this is a little bit curious from Wildcard. I have to assume they knew something was going on. I don't, maybe that they weren't quite aware that Entropic had fallen back this far. Not exactly sure what was going on there with what information they had, but we're losing a lot of solo scouts here early.
Sorry, just teammate walking over there, just getting some free loot out of the whole situation. As Cerberus wanted nothing to do with the crash that happened. That compound is just cursed, I think.
Yeah. So again, warehouses are, yeah, they're spicy, that's for sure. And this is Greg Shot just chicken winging. Again, if you look at him from the outside, it looks like he's, you know, he's kind of doing a little chicken dance there. Just trying to keep himself quiet is the goal of that. Poochills sends it really deep ahead of the rest of Day Trade. Look at that. He is almost a kilometer ahead of Belmont.
The pathing for this is actually pretty clear, too. Yoho might be able to move into a way to cause an issue, but look at Day Trade split. They wanted a whole bunch of this circle, and they're going to get it. Circle's going to pop, leans into the north, so firefight over the cursed compound is at least beneficial for this next circle.
Yeah, this is a really smart move here from Poochills, the IGL for Day Trade. I mean, it at least gets a lot of information, gets a compound that's in the circle. We finally have kind of the more expected shift of the circle where it drifts north. Navi has to make a move towards the southern edge. This edge is currently clear. You still have Yoho in their vehicles. Let's see where they want to go. FaZe ahead is diving, you know, for some kind of hillside, some kind of dip in the center of all of this.
Through, it's like FaZe is just going to open the path up. Snaker's going to roll down right next to Evas. I don't think that he realizes what's happening here as the rest of we see United coming in. He's just going to kickstart behind. He takes some shots. Now they definitely know what's going on. There's about to be a problem already down low on life, and that is just going to be a quick move to take him in.
Oh, but the backstab from Lucarux gets Snakers, and he's going to be flushed. Meanwhile, FaZe is just wiped out by Na'Vi, quick and easy. They just tailed them, trailed them, and finished the job. Raylo trying to hold on here for E United. They do get a kill onto Greg Shot, who was trying to keep himself hidden.
Yeah, and that just leaves Nikos up, and he's going to be the north. Entropic now going to have Luka Rux kind of abandoned position, try to regroup with QBE. But guess what? That's going to be while Overpeakers are going to be moving in on a similar pathing, and so no safety to be found for EIQ as they're just going to roll right into that. Vard gets the knock onto it. Now Luka Rux, where the hell are you going to go?
I mean, Vard has had some nasty sprays with that barrel in this game. Luka Rux only good for one. Vard again, quick on the trigger. Great with that barrel in this game. I think that's 3 or 4 kills for him. The Freaks going to drive through Yahoo's encampment. Punij going to be the first player to get an opportunity with his M4. Let's see if he can find anything.
Playing it patient. Drive-by doesn't do too much, but here come the reinforcements on the angle. Shinboy's going to go flush out. Lash K is going to go down. Freaks going to continue their pathing moving forward. It's going to be Twisted Mind that's going to be looking in a different direction, though they were kind of caught up with what's happening into the north, so Freaks might be able to skate by for now. While I say that, Lou gets a vision, spin out, and gets a drop.
There's not much left here, so it's going to be a shack for the Freaks, and meanwhile, Cerberus is holding on just barely. He mass, great transfer over to his gun, pulls the trigger in time, can't find the third, so close. Yuppie saves the day for TMA.
Is any reinforcements going to come over there? I was going to say, Solski, get in there and try to take care of your teammate. Lulu just playing the slow. He's still got UP, and I think that he reads how this is going to be happening. Cerberus, are you going to try to go for that one? Because if you do, you're probably going to bite off more than you can chew. It's way too late at this stage.
Yeah, he's out. Lulu always just waits for him. He's out in the open. He should be dead to rights indeed. Great job by Lulu always. And TMA continues to have a really solid effort throughout this. They're in 10th, but they're always in there. They're always getting kills. Yes, another AWM. Let's go. Lil Ghost, are you going to keep it, or do you just keep the SLR? A lot of players, particularly in Asia, will not swap to the AWM. He's going to do it. I love it. Yes, thank you.
All right. Now we're going to see some fun happening out. Regroup. Compound also still inside the zone. So them, QM, as well as Twisted Minds and Freaks. I can't really say the Freaks are happy, but they're all inside the circle anyways, as the rest of the teams are now going to have to make a move into. There's capabilities, but this is more open than I think that anybody was wanting the circle to be.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Definitely. This is not ideal. Anywhere kind of the west, southwest of Los Leones is
I want to see
a little bit spicy for sure.
Navi just says I will.
Yeah, Navi's just tailing them. I mean, they're just wherever you stop is where we're also going to stop, and we've got the advantage here because when you get out of the vehicles, right, it takes a second to get your bearings, and Navi just pounces on it. By the way, I got to say, Puna just set up for Yahoo earlier when Kwangdong Freaks drove by. Super smart because he, did a kind of a do-si-do around that car, and that kind of got the Freaks' guns to be looking at him instead of the other members of his team. They're able to find one off of that. So it's a good job there kind of baiting the angles of the players where they're looking and where their guns are aiming. I really appreciated that little setup from Yahoo.
Seems like Puchils is just going to be the abandoned as Day Trade is now moving in right next to where Levis has gone down. And so, those pains land pretty close. 777 has an angle onto it, and oh my god, Day Trade was not expecting that one.
Yeah, this guy's been absolutely nuts with the ARs, but it's just on to 777 now. He is trying to push in, and okay, never mind. They have him finished down and out, getting a little bit of help from Clib. The Expendables going to look, smell.
Sparking, little thief over there.
I mean, he's got a great angle onto it, and the QM, watching this, but there isn't a whole lot they can do.
Lulu, you're about to drive into somewhere you do not want to go, so yep, good Spidey senses tingling, gonna cut away from that, but guess what? This is also not a way you want to go, is Overpeakers who have been having themselves a good round. 6 kills already, it's phase number 4, potential for a couple more depending on how TMA moves into this.
Yeah, let's see what they can. Clib.
Oh, man.
Oh, I love this.
These trap plays. I love trap plays, and we're seeing so many of them today.
I know. Belmoth earlier. Now we get to see Clib. They're all over the place on this map. Because everybody's playing so spread out. Yeah. If you can find these opportunities where you can stay hidden, you got to capitalize.
Just wait and see if you can get the rest of the team to come in. Ooh, James caught outside. Clib gonna figure out what he's gonna do. Takes a shot into Lulu, but doesn't get him down. Lulu always now looking back in. Zone's coming in. That means the fact that this is going to be out on an isolated island, but TMA only has the 1-up.
Well, now you've got Navi looking and Donawa into this fight. Shao Hai spotted by Clib, wants the point, he's going to find it. He gets taken out in the blue by Donawa, but that's going to spring Navi into action. Salute grenades out, want to get these into Navi territory. They are bouncing in, they're doing damage, but they're not finding any knocks.
Well, this is happening. Don't get back to Overpeakers are going to have to move potentially around this. It could be a distraction. So Soul's going to go down. It's going to be a nice nade from Uba. What is Danawa going to do? This is going to be very difficult to breach. The smokes are out, trying to find a way to creep into this one, and Flush is going to come out. Danawa cannot breach.
Yeah, they just couldn't find the timing to get into that. They wanted that fight to get a little bit spicier, and it didn't. And so they weren't really able to ever kind of, you know, find that moment where you just say, all right, go, go, go. Everybody hammer down on this. And with Navi being there at full, not full strength, but in a very defendable position, made things extremely challenging. Now, 777, again, this guy has been magic with the assault rifles this event. He has been just a absolute damage machine.
Yoho over here causing them to be the one that's hiding back into the corners as Navi is still trying to fit it up against the overpeakers. We do have an example that did get into position to gatekeep out, but other two members still holding back, making sure that they can finish out what's going on over here. They want control over this area. Two members for overpeakers, though, sitting at 8 kills. They're going to have to make some very difficult choices. United also coming down into this area.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kickstart wants to see if he can, you know, snag a few kills, maybe gain some information, gain some space as Navi going to make their way into the edge of the circle. Looks like safely so far. Yeah, Kick spots out one, and well, it gets stolen from him by Matulins. He's going to commit some utility there to a dead body. He doesn't realize it yet.
Take your frustration shots. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Hey, it's okay. I mean, he's going to go back in the VOD and watch this and be like, oh my god, I just wasted so many frags for that.
And they're going to have to slow. Are they going to continue? Oh no.
They have to.
Yeah, they don't know exactly what's going on, so they're still waiting for the smokes to clear and dissipate, but maybe there's more nades?
Well, they have to. They just have to assume that he's still there, and they're going to find out, you know, it's going to be a bad news bears for them in just a second.
This does happen a lot. Don't think like, oh, look at United.
Yeah, no. This is no. They have to do this. Yes, exactly, Matt. They have to do this.
Yeah. They also do need to be careful because Navi did hear what was happening, might move in there. 777, you're going to have to win a major firefight as all of Yoho has their sights set in your direction. Punich is going to get the damage in, and now what do you do off of this? Is he can't even, he's not even in the zone. He's going to have to move. Phil first has got the other angle onto him. This is just, man, this is hard.
He's got to win a 1v4 and hope that QM doesn't shoot him on the way out. I mean, that's it is near impossible for 777 to get a ton out of this unless he can find a few more smokes to just
keep going back, picking up momentum.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, just turn this place into San Francisco in the morning, right? Fog everywhere. Just get on in. And you can see he's trying. Like, this sucks.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just surrenders this one, potentially to the blue, and
he should.
Don't give anybody the gratification. Because, you know, they've been sitting there making his life terrible for 5 minutes. Just don't even let him have it.
No, exactly. I totally agree. He should not give the point over here. He should just die to the blue. That is absolutely the right play. 17 might be taking a fight against QM. QM pretty well spread out while 17 has kind of consolidated their forces towards the center of their formation.
This is a very impactful firefight, especially with the way that the circle is popped. Now looking in, QM has to figure out what they're wanting to do. United gets some vision in the back of 17. So with those shots, it does look like Hobbits is going to regroup, and now they're going to move down. And yep, go ahead. Good job. Surrender that over the blue. Don't give those guys kill points. With QM moving down, they have got to be careful because Yoho, with the expendables now gone, can move in, and the pathing that looks like QM is wanting to take is going to be exactly where Yoho has sightline.
Yeah, well said. I think, you know, for 17 here, this is a really important moment in this because, again, they've been explosive on Erangel. We could see that coming into this game, you know, one of our top Erangel teams, but Miramar has been an Achilles heel. They haven't been able to find a lot of success, and if they can find some good fights here, now they're trying to come down off this hill right at the same time that United is driving at them. United's going to find a hill for safety. 17 a bit out in the open potentially. There's a few hills here and there.
Phil first to the rest of QM. They've got the top of that hill. They're just looking down. 17, you don't have anywhere that you can go. Navi's now trying to wrap in. Twisted Mind's got some vision. Even if Navi manages to survive, Yoho's going to have vision on the opposite side of this one. They do have a small dip that could provide some safety, but it's got some vision. And, I mean, there's nothing that they can do, man. Mel's just trying to survive in a desperate position.
Okay, good. Okay, he's safe. He's safe. It's all right. It's all right. I mean, that was, yeah, that was really, really challenging for Navi. And they're still not in the circle, by the way. That position is not in. They just have to use this to heal up and try to maybe make a smoke wall of some kind. I mean, I don't know, though. You got to cut off a couple different angles because you got Yoho and Twisted Minds bearing down on top of you, Navi. Yeah, Spyro does find the knock on Mel. I mean, this is, again, another really tricky spot.
Yoho has so much vision here, and they're really trying to exploit it. Balefrost taking shots into United right now, and that means the fact that QM is just going to have to send it down. Lil Ghost is like, hey, well, okay, I'll go ahead and see what's happening in here. Preps up the nade, doesn't want to go too far just quite yet, as he's now realizing Twisted Minds might have vision into this. His teammates are getting shot from behind by United, so this has turned into a scramble play.
I love the way Lil Ghost played that. Saved his grenade for the ending spot of QM, trying to see how much damage you can get out of it. Got a decent amount. Wasn't able to find any knocks, but hey, you got Melman back up for Na'Vi. You got to be real careful here, Shinboy. A great headshot from Mel is going to find the knock and the flush.
Never turn your back on Na'Vi. They will punish you for that. Now moving down, Punich trying to see if he can get the res, means the fact that Na'Vi has to peek into what could be a bad spot of their own with Twisted Minds getting some vision. Lil Ghost still playing this so slow though. He wants to see if he can get a good connected shot onto E United. Not happening yet. And really it's just a lot of teams just trying to pick each other apart as they're just trying to inch their way into the zone.
We need that AWM pop off, my friend. I want to see some just, no, he got knocked by a grenade. Good one though from Dante. Again, you know, he's in range of them, they're in range of him, so for sure a nice response here from QM is going to stall things for a moment for both teams. Is Flood from E United, is he going to try to get involved, is he going to try to punish 17?
I gotta say, Yoho just got demolished over there on the west. Na'Vi has managed to reset just Punich up over there as he was running down the hillside to block out some of the vision. E United and 17 lined up pretty close against each other, but QM with that desperation set find themselves in a good spot. And let's not forget Freaks, who took those casualties so early in this game, getting this spot still alive.
That's very true. I mean, the fact that they've been able to successfully, you know, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, rat this out. That's a strategy and a tactic in and of itself. That's a skill in and of itself. And now 17 is trying to cut off E United as they were trying to get ahead of them in the circle. Flood out in the open there. Mel is going to take out Punich, so Yahoo loses that fight out on the western edge.
Kickstart tries to go for some shots. He's going to go down, and there you go. E United is going to get taken out. Shots are going to come out enough to at least get down Ghost, but now QM has the capabilities to exploit. Na'Vi's got some smokes down, and this is going to be... I don't know. If you can manage to make this work, Na'Vi, you deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. You deserve to win the rest of this game because it is going to be a hard run. Already taking so much damage, they're going to go out. Twisted Minds now can set their sights to the circle.
Still, I mean, Na'Vi is so tenacious, and that's why they're in second place. Currently, a knock from Xiao Wu is going to put Dante down. A doozy looking for a res, and 17 Gaming trying to see if they can finish what they started. And a doozy is going to find Phil first back up and running. And for now, 17 content to just control this edge, control to heal up, you know, control to put damage into QM, and that's opened the door for Twisted Minds to make a little bit of a move.
I mean, 17's back has been against the wall in this game, and there are so many times that they could have gone down, and they are fighting it out. I mean, even still pretty calm while all of this is happening. QM has been the continued thorn in their side, but Twisted Minds is just now starting to separate out, finally leaving their compound and starting to assert authority on the circle. The first team they're going to come across is actually going to be QM, which could definitely benefit 17.
By the way, don't know what happened with the Freaks there. We missed it. It was something weird if you saw the kill feed. That's neither here nor there. Twisted Minds, you know, this is one of the best late game teams in the business. They are so methodical, so diligent. And Spyro sees the feet sees of a doozy. The doozy has to run for the cover in front of him on the hills, and that sets up Batulins perfectly for these nades.
What is 17 wanting to do with this? Throwable's now coming out, and this is just going to be all she wrote. Question mark. Now, it's going to be Twisted Minds that lines up. They've got the hillside. 17, can you fight your way through it? It's a 3v4. Twisted Minds had control of the circle for so long versus, again, the constantly pushed and constantly fighting 17.
Well, they want to go for back-to-back wins here, Matchroom, and just shoot right up that leaderboard. They were down in 10th or something like that earlier, already up to 3rd, and could usurp 17 with a victory. 17, though, has a really nice position in the circle in terms of being close to the center, having a hill to work with, having some cover to work with. Going to make things a bit challenging for Twisted Minds, but any knock on a 17 will likely just kind of snowball this game into the favor of Twisted Minds.
It's all going to come down to the Perfectix line up in the front of this one, as well as Lil Ghost. Lil is trying, man. He's moving over there, but we talked about the fact that he had himself the Bolty. Spyro's playing outside the zone, lining in. He's got all of the information, takes the shots, but doesn't get the down just yet. That means that 17 has the opportunity to run away, do get the hillside, but here comes the rest of Twisted Minds. They're trying to exploit that hurting that came in on one side of it. So 17's now, again, backs against the wall, looking into this one, realize the fact that Twisted Minds has every single advantage. Instead, it's about time to send one member forward to see if they can open up a path.
That's a beautiful little rotation, some good utility usage, but that's the knock onto Lil Ghost from Lou. That could be the dam broken, the water rushing through that is Twisted Minds. You can see them pushing ahead. Suju gonna find one, can't find the other.
Now just down to one, fighting through, seeing if maybe he can get a 1v3. The smokes are out, creeping into it. Spyro's now moving forward, trying to assault. You can see crawling bodies trying to feed information over to their surviving teammates to figure out how to navigate what's happening. Running around the outside of the 17's now going to be leaning into the sideline. That's going to be Lou over here. Now, Spyro sets up. Instead, it's just going to be the continued dance around this hill. It's going to be Tulins on one side. Goes for the spray, does get the knock onto it, but it was a massive amount of damage. This just became a near-on impossible task for Lou to try to do.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaowu there wisely taking the point where he can get it before he's finished off, and Twisted Minds, back-to-back wins. Huge performances from them on both maps. Erangel into Miramar. A lot of people were saying it, the desk was saying it, these guys are the favorites to win, and you can see exactly why.
Continued climb going off over here, and yeah, this is just, again, clean performance. You do have to say, they didn't have to do the most moving by comparison, but that's just kind of the way that the circles go. They still managed to pick up a ton of kills, and they were extremely active inside that circle.
Yeah, and it's just smart maneuvers in the late game. That spiral flank, absolutely beautiful. It was completely unaccounted for by 17. They weren't aware of it at all, and that's as good as a knock, essentially. That completely breaks their formation, you know, puts them into scramble mode, puts them into utility usage mode.
And sometimes you just gotta take what you're given, fight your way through it. Sometimes you win the game, sometimes you get all of the control. Twisted Minds had a phenomenal run in that, so we're gonna toss it to some Twisted Minds of our own.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. 4 games played, 2 chickens won by Twisted Minds as they come out and absolutely dominate day 1.
Indeed they did. Do they get circles initially? Sure they do, but do they know how to work with what they're given? Yes, they do. That late game, I mean, if you're a coach, if you're an analyst for any other team, you can sit down and you can break it down 15 times because there was a lot to be unpacked from that one.
Honestly, in general here, how they're able to control after they got out and maintain everybody, spirals, angles, everything worked out perfectly from the end there. But again, a little bit of circle, like, sure, it is the important ones, but still you have to be able to be proactive and you have to be able to close it out.
I mean, Batu and the boys had 20 minutes to plan how to come out of that house, right?
But even then, I mean, it's one of those positions where you literally have the only hard cover left in the circle. Teams will try and contest you, but because they were able to do so much damage early on, the pushes that came towards them was never the 4-man stack. It was a 2-man, very wounded team, a 1-player solo that tried to make the maneuver on forward.
And on top of that, you also have, you know, the situation where United, they wasted like 6 nades on a guy that's already dead. Then they can't use that utility later on. That's kind of unfortunate. But then again, they didn't know that it got stolen. They could have thought it was someone else. But unfortunately, kill feed is, like, the information they're able to get from the kill feed is super important in this case here.
And the way that we see Twisted Minds, after having dealt with Na'Vi, then push out, we see Spyro playing the backside, well controlled, but then they all commit to the push off of that info. Push them back from the center. That's why initially they push up, then they, like, stop on the very center where they know the game is going to end, wait for the final players to come towards them. Perfect play.
It is beautiful play from Twisted Minds, but again, we're also going to see 17 at the top of that board. You guys chose them to have a big day 1. They are also coming up big time. Let's take a look at those top 4 teams, and you're going to see Twisted Minds up there on top with those 11 kills. They were able to come out and play cleanup, but 17, again, fist fighting their way in and always making sure they're in that top 5.
Disgusting amount of damage from Twisted Minds. Almost 3,000 with 11 kills. That's insane on damage. Then again, if you have compounds, if you're able to kind of push everybody out from the center, then it's easy.
The only reason Twisted Minds is allowed to do so much damage is because what we usually don't see, we have 2 teams on the hilltop above. We have 17 and Question Mark both sitting up there battling one another. Had one of those teams been taken out earlier, or had one of those teams not been there to begin with, that hilltop team completely prevents the compound team down below of doing anything. But because they were occupied with one another, Twisted Minds obviously aware of this, that allows them to spread out, that allows them to play more control.
So you're good look at a couple of these great shots.
Yeah, of course. Happy to see Spire pop off there, but Na'Vi still getting some good points there.
Oh,
yeah. Good amount of kills, good amount of placement still, getting some points, and they're just consistent throughout here. So I think the top league is going to be very close once we get to see that.
We got a quick look at Freaks over there. I think they're probably not going to be as happy as maybe we think they will. They got 4th in the overall there, but only 267 points. Not a lot of kills on the board. It seems like they're playing a little bit of a recovery style of PUBG right now.
This was clearly one of those where let's see if we can just get some more playtime on the server. 4th place, literally 0 kills in the game too. It's not something to write home about, but again, it's a 4-point game that they hadn't really come by at this point yet. So maybe, who knows, that's what they needed to reset.
Yeah, before this, 15th with 1 kill, 16th with 0. kind of a rough day for them. They really need to step it up in the last game to have some momentum going into tomorrow.
So it's a bit of a come up, I suppose, on that match.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the match leaderboards here. We got Twisted Minds with 21 points put in the bank. Na'Vi continuing to show up every single time. 10 kills. Whether or not they get the position, they are going in there and fighting for it. 17-11. And of course, Question Mark has really been putting in some good work as well. So I think surprising me a little bit with their consistency.
Yeah, for me here in this situation with Na'Vi, they continue to have decent placement, but they frag out like nobody else. It's crazy. 33 of their 45 points is from kills.
And
it's only 12 placement points.
I mean, and when you look at the end game there, Melman gets knocked there behind the ridge. They know they have to move. All the other teams have to do is just let's not look at them until they start running. Two people look. Example finds two instantly. Like they are a threat. No matter how much their back is against the wall, they will continue to find it.
And that's exactly the case, right? You have a situation where you are able to squeeze those 2-3 points out of the games you don't win, and then when you have your big games, that's where you're really gonna put yourself ahead.
The amount of damage put out by Twisted Minds, I'm sure Perfectix is pretty annoyed at the amount of damage he did, that he walks away with 0 kills from that thing. But that just goes to show the fact that they bristled up. They made everybody suffer. You couldn't find a spot in the middle without at least having a bit of a lead greening from Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like they had so many. That compound is disgusting once you have to get off the high ground, right? They have so much control. They have a lot of ridges to play with. You can even see how Aspira was just able to run out and have all the kind of roadside control easily for himself.
I mean, and again, they were the team that had the hilltop initially. That was then taken away from them. They then unify down below, and because again, they know there are two teams fighting on the top, they spread out, they take control. And that's the result of that.
Well, you know, when I saw Twisted Minds get that second chicken, and I saw 17 again in the top 3, I thought, leave some chicken for the rest of us. But it is a lot closer than I expected. 47, 43, 42. It is tight at the top.
Just with four games played here, the top 3 is 11 points ahead of Unite in this case here. It's looking like the favorites are here to perform on day number 1. It's still only 5 points between number 1 and 3rd right now, so it's super impressive.
What is it that Na'Vi, we kind of started touching on that last time around, is doing that's putting them in this position? Is it just the scrappiness?
Okay, no, they're fragging out. They're salvaging the games that they don't have winning positions from. So they're getting the kills, they're getting all the points that they can, so they're squeezing every single point out.
The games that they have where other teams will come away with 1 or 2 because they managed to kind of sneak their way to an end game, Na'Vi gets there with 6 kills. And even if they then can't get that final end game circle going their way, they already have the 6-point game to back off of and the placement points to follow.
So let me ask you this, what's the difference between them and Overpeakers? Because I keep seeing Overpeakers in a scrappy style. We see Jeems out there taking fights. They're getting 8 kills on a game, but they don't seem to be in the same position that Na'Vi is.
No, it's often cases where they may be 1 or 2 circles behind. They're a little bit more passive. Na'Vi gets decisive. They are proactive their games right now, and also they're winning every single, or almost every single of their gunfights.
I think one thing is for sure, their communication is on point right now, completely, to me, uncontested. Maybe with the exception of 17 Gaming playing a similar aggressive playstyle, but right now, I mean, they did both those teams unstoppable.
Well, there is one more match to play. When we come back, we're going to find out, can anyone stop these juggernauts? It's time for Game 5 of PGC 2022 in just a few minutes.
Вот видите, 3-ю и 4-ю они забрали. Последняя карта Мирамар. Хотят сейчас как Нави ультанут, как 3 подряд возьмут, будет вообще шикарно. Вообще будет суперски. Чекаем. Ждем. Ну да, 6 минут перерыв, грубо говоря. Сразу 42 очка сразу прилетело как-то. Нормально. Это 2 карты. 42 очка, 2 карты они взяли. А просто они вообще, блядь, отдавались. Первый, второй, походу, разыгрывались. Одного ушибли, у второй сразу отдался. Начинает играть более-менее. Ну, поставим на Нави и на твистов, посмотрим. Зайдут, нет ставки. Увидим. На этих не будем ставить. Все может, конечно, измениться. Все это быстро переменяется, очень быстро. Сегодня только первый день. Ты сегодня поставишь на одно, а завтра хуякся она, блядь. После Балтики девятки будет проебывать, Отдохну, переборщат, И просто сольют, нахуй, все игры, блядь. Скоро вернут эту карту. Со следующим обновлением добавят. Нормальная карта такая зимняя. Каски третьи, шлема третьи валялись нам. Вообще бронь. Можно фулкой был третьего здесь зарядить. Бронежилет, каску нахуй найти. На этой карте на зимнюю. Посмотрим. Должны добавить. Перевод, я не знаю, перевод только английский. Больше нет никакого перевода. Я так пишите, буду говорить, если что-то кому непонятно. Минуты перекура. И снова в путь. Дорожка фронтовая. Сербера на 13 месяце. Это хуёво, конечно. Мне надо ультовать очень срочно, чтобы уходить. Если ничего не будет ультовать, пиздец будет. Йохи тоже неплохо себя показывают, если что, так. Мне вообще, я бы сказал, неплохо. Показывает
Gizera is going to go down, but it's going to be running right into the low ground positions for SGD. Shots are going to come out, and you can see 2 down, and now just 1 up, trying to make the run away.
Наверное, есть личный зачет и командный зачет.
Perfect for over peakers.
Exactly. OP is going to try to take advantage of it. Big grenade from Luka Rux finds 2.
Вот она, Грена. Вообще супер, что залетело. Пятерки вылетели, не могли вытянуть. Игралось. Выживание, не могли ничего сделать. Соники тоже хуёво домой уехали. Не смогли ничего. Высадил нормально. Сейчас, секундочку. Да.
Relatively a young team, an up-and-coming team compared to a lot of these others that are in this.
They're going to be walking into a no-man's land. Diggory finally gets the vision on tongs. USG suddenly had the tables turned on him. Diggory still trying to bend up. Does manage to get another one down.
решающие 30 секунд, а потом будет решающая минута, у кого кто не успел залутать жетончики. Сейчас будем ждать, пробовать лутать. Можно было бы на Твиче залутать. Я там уже залутал себе немножко. Но я с телефона лутал. А так я здесь не лутаю. На ютубе нет вроде бы лута жетонов. Хотя можно посмотреть будет, если вам так интересно. Не, на ютубе нет, на Твиче только.
Last game of the first day of Grand Finals about to kick off as we are still staying our way over into Miramar, and well, we have seen a very chaotic set of games, specifically at the tail end of it. Twisted Mind has done a great job in trying to find success and managing to pick up 2 back-to-back wins.
Yeah, their late game prowess is impeccable. They are nigh unbeatable. It feels like if they come into the end of the game with 4 up, so disciplined, so smart, the way that they attack you, the way that they approach the angles, the way they know the terrain. Best in the business as far as I'm concerned. And looking at these top 4 teams, Matchroom, this is literally the top 4 that I thought would be there. I mean, this is, I think, the 4 best teams in this lobby, and they're proving it.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some formulaic circles today. Let's not try to shy away from that one. So whenever everything seems to be calm, expectations where everybody expects. But we might see some shifts in circles, some craziness kick off, and allow some of these underdogs to find their legs, find their opportunities. Because while we have seen Twisted Minds manage to string together some wins, kills have been not as favorable as some of those other teams that are still managing to just rack up huge kill counts, most notably 17.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see on Miramar at least 17 get deeper into the game. They're not racking up the same amount of kills as we saw in Erangel, but as long as they're getting like some kind of decent amount of points on Miramar, then I am much more confident about 17 winning this event. Again, it's been their Achilles heel. They just need to find points on Miramar, and they may well just be our 2022 champions.
It's if they can just manage to make it in, just placement points, just keep that points per game up, you're going to have a phenomenal run coming out from 17, and they have the potential. Like this squad, you saw how they can play in desperate situations. They somehow managed to find ways to rally, and even then, still just having fun. You can see smiles on some of the faces.
And he's got half a coat on. He's not even wearing the full coat. I mean, I don't know how that's comfortable, but hey,
what's the strategy on that? Is it just like a section of the fan is hitting him or what?
I'm not sure, but maybe he needs to keep that keyboard arm, a little bit warmer, a little bit faster.
I do not understand the science of it. Somebody in chat is definitely going to make sure that I know, though. But let's get our last game of the day underway. Playing path is going to be kind of a weird one.
Yeah, I bet. This one's definitely pretty weird. All right, Matt. Well, let's see exactly what it looks like in full.
I feel like we might not be getting our formulaic game this time.
I hope not. Fingers crossed. I'm hearing a lot of cheers, a lot of whoops, and it's our final game of the day.
The audience knows what's up. They want the fun circles. They
That's
want
right.
it to be wild.
Let's get loud.
All right, so looking in, we'll have to see how drops are modified. This is one of those that you might have to move past your secondary to your tertiary drops. Specifically, if you're like, I guess, a southeastern team, just good luck. Find yourself a car, I guess.
Yeah, you got your... This is one where it might get a little tricky on the roads, potentially, with some of those spawns, especially the hard spawns that people are going to be eyeing to make those moves that you're talking about over to the east. So that's where my eyes are. A lot of times around the Picado area, around the Hacienda area is where things can get particularly tricky for some of the teams that want to get over in that direction. The real question is of course, are we going to get maybe a southwest circle? Maybe we get one of those down in the mountains in that southwest area by Valle del Mar. That would be, I would like that. I like those fights. I think they're really, really interesting. The way that you have to change elevation so much and deal with that can be rather fun, but see where first circle takes us.
Just waiting.
Yeah, just please. Southwest? Maybe? Yeah!
Okay, we'll be fine with that one. We like to call the Americas the NPL circle. Phase of vibing pretty hard right now. Freak says, well, Danoa, all in strong positions. Early rotations over here are abounding. Do remember the fact that that western wall is not passable. Eats up a ton of space
now
and verticality.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. You guys get to name your own circle after
Dude,
your region?
You know how many times I've casted this circle?
I'm sure it's a lot.
I think that we used to have it at least once per day. And well, that might be an exaggeration.
I mean,
on average,
this sounds like just America things to me. I mean, I'm going to claim an Asia circle one of these days.
Sure,
so,
fine.
All right.
We'll give
I'm
it
going to plant my flag. I don't know where, but I'm thinking about it. I'm considering it. All right.
We'll just call it center up and center up. Like, if it's just the center of the circle is on Picado, is that an EU circle?
No, well, yes, absolutely. Yes, that is an EU circle.
I mean, you got to give it to the EU guys. They've been racking up some kills today. Twisted Minds, Overpeakers, like even Question Mark has been finding these really pivotal fights for themselves. And again, we just keep seeing this flow of success moving in over there. And I love watching the region and how it just continues to develop.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, EU is bringing the most teams to this, and yeah, 3 of them came through the Grand Survival, but still, I mean, again, Twisted Minds and Navi in particular were absolutely just dominating during the winners bracket. Yeah,
it was pretty fun watching social media try to spin like the EU firm hatred of Winner Winner Chicken Dinner into the.
Yeah, but we did good at it.
Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe we treated you a little poorly, Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
I mean, they played great. All these teams deserve to be here. That's the tough thing about PGC, right? You got 32 teams that come in. Only 16 can get to the grand finals. But a lot of them, have worked so hard for it. And of course, it's tough to go out early. So, shout out to all the teams that made it here, that played their hearts out. Really just has been a absolutely phenomenal tournament all the way through. But now, yeah, we're down to the 16. These are the players who get a real chance at glory to put their name, inside the museum.
And this is one of them that has a really good chance.
No doubt. I mean, these guys got to be the favorites. They just have to be, in my mind. And because of the way that they played so well throughout the last couple of years, through their various iterations. But a lot of it is on Batu and these guys. I mean, they're so smart. They're so, Hyruzen is a great coach. Everybody there is just some of the best minds in PUBG in the world. Yeah. They are, maybe the best.
I would say an apropos name. Yes. 17 Gaming looks like they're trying to make sure that they hold a 17 points per game average. Every single one of these games is. They're just.
Can you imagine? You average 17 points a game. You are absolutely blowing everyone out of the water in a tournament.
Yeah, 7 kills in a win every single time. You can do it.
Yeah, easy, right? No problem. I mean, they're explosive. I mean, we've seen it at Erangel, and again, shows kind of last hurrah. Lil Ghost now is going to be talked about, I think, with the way he's been performing this tournament as one of the top 5 players in the world potentially.
Have you just given up on Lil? Lil, it's so hard. Lil Ghost.
I mean,
Ghost.
Lil Ghost
doesn't work well.
I like Little. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm not. I'm terrible with like. Short, short words. I'm more like I want to but I want to enunciate. I want to be, that kind of guy.
You're an erudite who prefers firm enunciation.
Wow! Now you're getting really hoity-toity there.
Oh yeah. This is what we do on Miramar Circle. See, this is you can tell. I'm very familiar with the NPL circle because we just chit chat for a half second. While it's going through. FaZe, I just want to update you guys on. Still very, very comfortable. You got to be careful whenever you do get Valve down there because you might find yourself kind of choked off. That might be the potential of brewing depending. We have in Tropic that's already moved down Freaks. As both me and Paper are leaned up against our map, trying to see like each name as it's moving really, really close to each other.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a scrapbook as everybody's trying to squeeze as much as they can together down by Viet Omar. And, everybody wants to kind of, the mountaintops, you want to kind of, some teams like to get them early to get information, and there's also the possibility that circles end up on top of them. Some of these mountains are possible endings that don't have, as much land ratio stuff close to it, so they can finish up there.
So I will give you the NPL circle question real fast. Toffee's brought up a point one time.
Please.
Very, very important
you know what? It's your circle. You get to talk about it.
It is a very north-south driven circle. It is very hard to move east to west just due to how the ravines function inside of this.
Yes.
It's almost easier to think of this. Hey, what's up, Nayla? Diggory's going to pick that one up pretty free. Go down. But it's also a good way to think of every single one of these hills as its own
выгонял, никак не мог заехать, блядь, потом заехал, опять выехал через другой вход.
Even if you get a knock, that doesn't mean the fact that you're going to be able to easily follow up. You're not going to be a lot of sins. It's going to be a lot of long range shots.
Yeah, exactly. That's really well said. That's really well put. I mean, I can't disagree with any of it. And the only thing to keep in mind is that over time, usually these start to drift a little bit more north, but they don't have to. It just there's like more likely finishing spots in terms of the land ratio stuff, kind of on the northern half of this. But southern half, there's plenty of directions it can go. It can go southeast. Heck, it can go down to the island. I mean, right around the bridge at on the island side. Oh, Soul's gonna finish off Gustav, pick up another point. This guy has been money today. If you got him on your fantasy team, then you are feeling very, very nice. But yeah, I mean, you can finish right on the other side of the bridge on the prison, on the prison island. So
this is what I was worried about with FaZe coming in. It's so hard to regroup properly here, especially when you're trying to get information. Suddenly there's just all of these teams that are just in your face while you're just trying to move out of the low ground in the city. It's harsh.
Well, now we're starting to see teams get a little bit more comfortable with pushing. And
last game of the day.
Yeah, last game of the day, and teams have been noticing, I think, talking with their coaches after the long break, that too many teams are trying to go for these wide splits. Let's start punishing these. FaZe is one of them. So, if you can find the opportunities to catch FaZe out, then you absolutely should capitalize. And okay, no Quetpa situations just yet.
Everything's going pretty good.
Sorry, Quetpa, if you're in the audience. Sorry.
Oh, man. But that was a bad day for driving. I'll give it to him. We all have that. I've had those days too, whenever I'm just trying to drive, and for whatever reason, it's like I forget how a motorcycle works.
I hope not with real vehicles.
No. Nah, yeah, I'm fine on real vehicles. It's more just I don't know. Hey, no, I don't get in wrecks, thank you very much. This is a lot of banter coming from somebody that doesn't even have a car.
That's true. I don't even have a driver's license anymore.
That's why we don't let you drive ever in games.
No.
You should way better that way.
No, I'm an IGL, okay? I don't need to drive.
That's what's always a problem. All the casters say,
I'm an IGL. Yeah, every caster is an IGL. Yeah.
I'm just bad.
It means we're bad at shooting.
We've got Na'Vi that is playing right along the edge over here, and just 4 points back behind them in 17. 1 point back behind that is going to be Twisted Minds. This feels like it's the lead. EU definitely wanting to make sure that they can try to keep up with it, but haven't had the same opportunities for their high kill count games yet that tend to be what propelled them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, very, very, very true. Cerberus is just going to be kind of pulling in towards the center of the circle, getting ready, leaving Salalzi on the backside to watch as a very wide-flanked anchor. He's going to see Na'Vi, wild card, a team that likes to take edge space early. They're going to fan out, most likely. They tend to do kind of a wide 1-1-1-1 split all around, and it seems to be that that's what they're doing here. And this could very well shift into wild card. I mean, this is the thing about this circle is sometimes it will just hard shift north like 4 times, and it's just up there by Monte.
The west ones are the ones that are most terrifying whenever you still have so much of that western wall that's unplayable.
But those are the best. You say terrifying, but for us...
Oh, no, they're great because there's no cover in the west over there against that wall.
Вот эти команды сразу вычеркнуть. Раз,
Shacks become like one of the best things you've ever seen in your life.
Раз,
Rotations
два,
coming in.
три,
Looks like Overpeakers are going to be playing in the low ground, and a couple of teams are going to be taking some shots, but not the cleanest sightlines, as it is going to lean in more to the east.
Yeah, in towards Chumisar. Again, these do start to tend going north, and so that's just the statistically most likely thing to happen. And that's why you're seeing teams, kind of starting to fan out in that direction as time drifted on. Now, Lulu always seeing Spyro. This is a kind of not an isolated 1v1. I think Perfectic should be able to back up his teammate here shortly. And yeah, grenade splashes to the side of TMA. I don't think either team is going to commit to this.
This is just 2 ships passing in the night kind of situation. Let them separate out, let everybody kind of go their own way, regroup and handle what's happening. This is also pretty close to the center of the circle, so nobody wanting to overcommit. Lexi did go on an adventure over here and is going to get punished by Entropic. Is really over here on the west side, we're getting a lot of weakened teams, just losing 1 or 2 here or there and their rotation, and that's not going to be... Well, I say that, Overpeakers, you gotta be careful. Clib, smokes are now down. What's he gonna play from? Does he have an angle or a way to try to make this one work? Car's providing some type of cover. Looks like he's gonna peek around, but he's just gonna get picked up by...
Yeah, it was a tough situation. Clib had to kind of throw a stun there. He was forced into a bad position with all that utility being thrown at him, but that stun also did give away the fact that he was in that smoke light there. So, it's going to be Clib down and out. Relo already hurt TMA after their retreat from their fight with Twisted Minds. Now finds kind of themselves in the middle of United's rotations, but it looks like for now Relo is okay. Yeah, he should be fine.
I loved him coming in on that one. He was just like aggressively car blocking, like, I dare you to turn back this way.
Do it.
It's like, like a flex if you've ever seen one. United is still playing over into the east of this position, so there are some compounds and stuff, but it's definitely a much more open section of the circle in comparison to where we see a lot of these teams already leaning into the hillsides.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see a lot of teams are getting squished into Chubasera. Not many choices for some of them. You just got to find some kind of safety, some kind of compound to chill out in. Waikakamukau, it's a couple of okay shots. Again, oh my god, he almost got James there. James, is he going to be able to get his heel off in time? Yep, no problem. It's phase 2, so easy peasy. Lemon squeezy and Waikakamukau. Great shooting there, especially with James on the motorcycle. Almost.
Cal is by himself way up here to the north, as well as with James and Vard, who look like they're trying to regroup. The rest of the team is about, what, 800 meters, 700 meters to the south? So it looks like he's just trying to feed some information right because they're on the edge, making sure that nobody comes up back behind them.
Exactly. I mean, Cal here can see everything, you know, to 180 degrees of his team's north. I mean, he can see everything around them. So this is a great position for information. He's just got to be careful with 2 members of overpeakers driving around up there with him. As long as he's able to avoid them, it should be a recovery position.
Here's
for
a perfect example of that north-south I'm talking about. Like you can see, Entropic can't really go to the east, so they're going to have to go out, eat some blue damage going to the north, to wrap up all the way around potentially Monte Nuevo to come back into this. Well, the circle is going to be kind of open up there. Means the fact that it is going to be a lot of stims burned.
Yeah, there's like one compound on the northwest that's still open, but it's right on the edge, and you're very likely going to have to make a move out into that open space. I mean, there's a reason nobody's kind of out in that dead man's land on that road by Monte that runs from Monte Nuevo to Los Leones. That road is littered with flatness. It is just really, really tricky to play in and around that unless you don't have a compound. So there's a few open there in the northwest, but it's going to shift over to the northeast.
Still all up in this circle. I'm kind of excited about that one. Dano, who had a big split down to the south, is just going to have to like but that is really well played by Souls. Looking right through those bars, not letting any of them in, from what I can tell it.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. And here's a drive-by from Mel. Oh my god, and him an example. Oh, it's going to be Mel down from 80. This kind of Mad Max here, not going well for either team. Example trying to pull up, but he's out of bullets in his barrel.
80 wanted to make sure to try to get those flushes, realizing the last one was up. Now looking around, this is just trying to make sure you can scavenge for whatever kills you can find. Uba, Ayla now up, wanting to get some revenge as 80 is going to go down. FaZe Clan is eliminated, but there was a price on Navi.
Uba here might be able to get example because Cerberus is tied up with their Vietnam brethren and the Expendables up top. Smell almost taken out, but he should be A-okay. And let's see if they can get example up here. Now Cerberus is starting to put some shots down. Sololzi from the backside firing in towards Navi. If they can get example up, that is a huge recovery of how just unbelievable, utterly impeccable he's been.
See, the Freaks are going to be rolling right next to a doozy, but Hikari might not want to do that one again. Continuing on their path, they're going to continue rolling off, and it looks like they could probably get to that compound pretty okay. Everybody else playing the hilltops is, at least this section is. Don't forget the fact that there is another vehicle that's going to be coming in that now QM is aware of, but I think QM is hopping in vehicles at the same time. So the bravery is going to be rewarded as Yoho is playing the top of that hillside and got in a fight with Entropic.
Yeah, as much as of a gift as this is for the Kwangdong Freaks, it's likely to only be a temporary reprieve from a difficult situation when you have to start climbing those steep hills one way or another to get out. And now you've got Entropic with United. Flood tried to hold the line there briefly, but is going to retreat in more towards his teammates, get a little bit of cover fire as they roll in to help him out.
Entropic's in trouble here because Twisted Minds also has vision. You can see he's trying to come in, but Tulin's going to go ahead and get down Evas. Now it's going to be United that managed to safely regroup, so they've got the numbers advantage. At least the other one rolling in. QB, he was going to make it, but Kickstart's going to get the knock onto him. So while we did see Entropic want this one, it's going to come at a massive cost, and I don't even think they're going to get a chance to get control as it just...
Yeah, now Twisted Minds is even starting to fire into this. That's going to be a great spray from Lucarux to get the knock onto Snakers. Going to start grenading the stairs. He would love to get the point, but Snakers wisely going to put himself into a position where that is not going to be easy for Lucarux.
Oh, the fun of pushing this stairwell is something
especially in this building, right?
Yeah. So United not in the biggest rush to just throw themselves down that hallway. Lucarux also just trying to navigate through longhouses, always a problem no matter which area you're trying to maneuver through. As you can see, E United realizing, okay, let's go ahead and get the res back up. As QM now going to be rolling down, Yahoo taking some pot shots as they go.
Yeah, Yahoo with a positional advantage here onto QM in Northeast. Yeah, Circle wanted to start moving away from Chumasir. Great spray from Punich. Finds a doozy, that 3x M4. Beautiful. Sparking now letting loose with a barrage of frags. Trying to find that kill onto a doozy. Sparking reacts well to Phil first. Takes him down. Is going to claim a couple points for this.
Trying to make sure to get their flushes out right now. As Hobbits is pretty far away from the rest of the team. You can see him over on the horizon. As, okay, now we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do with this whole Lucarek situation. Is Flood's still just trying to make sure that they hold them out. We do have another member for E United down. This compound, I don't think is inside the circle. It's really
if it is, just barely.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you don't really want to stay in it. High ground advantage going up for TMA, and nades are going to start raining down onto that shack, at least taking out the vehicles.
Yeah, and as TMA, you would love to finish off Na'Vi here. You know, be able to put one of those top teams in the grave early and try to find yourself a big one to catch back up. And they have a pretty good, pretty good high ground position. It's a tough compound to control at times. It is pretty spread out. I mean, United just making sure they got the res on the Snickers. They're taking this really slow but methodical. Like you said, the edge of the circle is close, so they can afford to be patient.
Oh, Luca Rux is going to flank in right behind that, but it's all about missed opportunity. Can he get out from this? They just pushed the whole thing. They might think that he's gone now.
They have no idea. They are not sure at all where he went. Nobody's heard him. Nobody's seen him. This might be an easy double.
Oh, goes for the spray. It does pick up, too. Luca Rux not going to go down without a fight. And now E United suddenly caught with their pants down.
Yeah, perfect patience, perfect angle here. Now just went to check it again. Smokes start to come out, but the knocked members of E United are able to crawl to safety, and a kickstart going to save the day there. A nice attempt by Lucarux.
There was a lot of attrition going out onto E United for that. That was a high cost to pick up that last kill. James did hear this and was moving in, so he's still trying to figure out if he can get some control or maybe get at least a kill out of that, as the Freaks are coming into the west, but it's going to be Day Trade that has just got a firm camp in front of them.
Well, the Freaks underneath, and that's a typical position. Let's get to the hillside. It's one knock from Flash onto Ian. Nakad's going to throw a grenade to try to buy some time for his teammate. Maybe they can get to this res. Hikari and Lash on the other side also trying to cut in. Lash has a dip he can play with. Maybe could find some really impactful damage, but has to back down in the smoke. Doesn't feel comfortable.
Danawa is starting to get a high ground on top of all of this, looking in, starting to hit the shots. As you can see, Puchil's just decides, okay, it's time to push and see what I can get out of this one before we get too much of a problem with Danawa. Puchil's is pretty close to what's happening, but you can see they're kind of like fish in a barrel right now. Everybody has just got vision onto this dip, and as it's going to be Twisted Minds now also moving in.
Yeah, if Soul just hadn't bumped into Puchil's there, Danawa might have been able to clean up a lot more without losing one, but it is what it is. Wow, Akkad. That was nasty. Really accurate pinpoint shooting with that mini. Gets the headshots onto Salute. Helen's going to get knocked by Lil Ghost. Danawa is just Lambu on his feet.
Now, yeah, Lambo's just having to do damage control, run over here. There's no way he can probably make it over to Helen in time to really do too much. 17 now realizing they've got this one. They're going to go and start throwing this one out. And now, what do you even do if you're Lambu? It's all a 17 that's just going to be be trying to chase you down. And now that hillside you were trying to take shots from is going to be the way you have to try to escape. That means that everybody's just going to know exactly where he is.
Yeah, and now Lambu forced down the hill right into the waiting arms of the Guangdong Freaks. Also, Twisted Minds watching that as well. So Donawa going to pay the price for trying to third-party this fight. Now Guangdong Freaks continue to try to fight uphill 17. Let's see how they want to approach this. Are they going to really barricade the Freaks here? You know, maybe the Freaks can get around this with their hard top Murado, but Spyro has really accurate mini shooting. We have seen this time and time again in this tournament.
Man, trying to make it work, but it's going to be Spyro. He's going to get Flash K down, Flash coming through, but Akkad at least manages to make it into the zone and actually pretty centered. North of him, he's going to have Wildcard that's going to defend him. Now shot's going to be coming out from TMA to force him. Oh, nope, actually, he's going to get spotted by
Подставляются. Нави какой-то
that's tough for the Freaks, but, you know, again, being trapped underneath that, you know, like I said earlier, that compound that they found on the west looks good at first until you realize that the hills around you are ultra steep, and getting towards these northeastern circles is rather difficult. And once again, just phenomenal shooting with the mini from Spyro. I mean, those triple headshots that he had earlier, just absolutely disgusting.
Завтра все может по-другому сыграниться.
Do it, do it, do it!
Okay, well, that's going to be Jeans going down.
Сразу дали хит.
I was caught up, and I was emotionally invested. Every single time a Bolty pops up, man.
I know.
Поднялись.
You and I are both like this, where we're just instantly in love with the player as a Bolty. Doesn't matter who it is. Now, Twisted Minds Nurin's trying to come down the hill. Nurin's the only one alive for day trade in this shack, taking a ton of damage. He's surrounded and he's done. But this has given a lot of damage to 17. Exactly.
They're just raining in off of this benefits galore, and that was Nurin's just doing a massive benefit for 17 Gaming. Twisted Minds now finds themselves in a world of hurt, not even in the safe zone yet, and 17 is now taking that high ground that we saw just a second ago and exploiting it.
That's a whoopsies. I'd invest this frag if I'm Little Ghost. I think you have a really good opportunity to get it. I think you can get it down there. Maybe it's too high that it'll explode. Okay, well, Adam, yeah, I can see Wildcard had started to fan out to try to clean up some of these points. Spiral takes a splash of damage here, trying to continue to find angles to keep himself safe, but with two teams barreling down on them and just a shack, yeah, this looks like Twisted Minds is about to be eliminated.
Опять нокает, опять закидывает гранаты. Все. Минус 300.
Twisted Minds does get eliminated, but worry not, Na'Vi is still inside the circle and quite strong.
Такое мясо
This is looking pretty
приехали
good for
ебать.
Wildcard. They've taken a really nice chunk of this circle for themselves. They've got decent positioning. The circle favors them. They just got to be careful here. Like Toro likes to say, play your life, and you have a opportunity. Wow, the 17's driving in the middle of them. They're diving into their lines, but so far so good. They take out two.
That was two major players down, and now what are you going to do if you're 17? You still got Adam that's holding up in front of you. Sure, Greg's shot went down, but it looks like it's going to be United that benefits out of this as they now get a chance to wrap into the north.
Yeah, 17 tried to cut through the defenses. They have to take Adam out here. If they don't take him out, that is a really difficult flank to deal with.
Oh man, I don't even. They know where he is, but he's just going to continue.
What?
That was a deny if I saw that. But we got Greg shot that did get res. That means that Wildcard might be able to do something more about this, but I don't know. They still got United shooting them from behind.
Just a 100-meter AK spray there. Just casual, just saving the lives of his team. Absolutely just disgusting from Shaolu.
Gotta be careful though, because we still have TE that might be eyeing coming this direction, right up back behind 17. They haven't managed to completely right the ship yet. Here comes the nades on Wildcard. It's just a continual toss out, step back away, toss out. They do not want to give up their compound to E United, who is just salivating watching them keep moving out of it.
Yeah, TE as well was thinking about third-partying this, but Navi's the first hurdle they have to get through before they're able to push through towards that direction. Meanwhile, TMA still up on the high ground, has 4 up. They haven't had to leave this compound. The edge of it is in the next circle. Grenade outside the shack doesn't find too much damage. Leviz and company gonna let loose. Alio with a return one, but Leviz's first one is good.
All these explosions have drawn the attention of Ghost, and now he's going to start taking his shots in. Na'Vi has to pick. Do we go in the shack where the nades can kill us, or do we stay on the outside and just let 17 go ahead and take care of the expendables for us?
This is a meat grinder. This is just TMA and 17 just carving teams up. CE, Cerberus trying to take advantage of this. Instead, it's just turned right around by TMA. They are letting loose with a barrage.
Cerberus is just regretting trying to make this push. You can see just trying to scavenge their way back, stepping in, at least finally getting knocked. And Yuppie's going to go down as well. Crazy, trying to see if he can get the sprays out of this one, but it's going to be Cerberus steps away. Are we going to see Lulu come up and be able to write this one out as Tycon has the capabilities to turn this?
Dude, Tycon just went absolutely beast mode there. Lulu always coming in. He's going to get one more knock. Just Tycon to deal with up here. Tycon around the edge of the smoke trying to wrap in. He's going to get spotted by Crazy, so that's going to give the information to Lulu. He's going to be able to just barely win the fight.
Now with this, we look back into 17, who's going after Duck Juice, and yeah, you're kind of out in the open, buddy. That's not going to last. That rock's not going to do you no good. Yep, he's going to go down. Ayla, the last one up for Na'Vi, is now looking at 17, and that's probably not going to go too well either.
Well, this is huge for 17. I mean, to have a game like this on Miramar, to be able to put a real exclamation point on their day if they can come through with a win. Big points no matter what for them in this one already. Tons of kills, 8 kills across the board. United on the north, Wildcard on the northwest. So it's a NA circle up on the top. It's a China circle down on the bottom.
Don't forget about good old Ayla and Mark that are still alive. Might play some spoiler of their own.
True.
So we'll have to see how 17 wants to navigate this. They have the hillside. Hey, look, Ayla's trying to get some vengeance back for the Shack life problems that he was facing a second ago.
Yeah, I think 17, you know, with the 2-2 split here, just kind of felt comfortable that they could keep Alia pinned, but, you know, we've seen this with Na'Vi throughout this entire event, that they are mechanically on top of their game, and they have been absolutely nuts. Alia's going to use this moment to try to push up. Are there any reinforcements here? Yeah, I see one coming over. It's Lil Ghost, but he hasn't spotted Alia. Are they going to be able to kind of mentally, you know, use the geometry to figure out that Alia had pushed up a bit?
Alia might be able to get something, especially whenever we look at Lulu at range. These three solos kind of have their own vector that they can look at and support each other, which is, well, two solos. They might find a way to work together.
One solo.
Oh, yeah, one
wait, two. No, you're right. TMA. No, you're right. You're right. He
blends in.
I should have believed you.
Their color is the exact same.
It looks the same as the building. I know it's not fair. I mean, I love the gold. It's a beautiful color, but on Miramar,
it might blend.
Yeah, a bit. All right, Suju and Alia. Kind of a 1v1 in a way here. Lulu always is going to go down to Flood. So now we're truly down to just one solo who is being gate-kept by 17, and they want to make sure they clear this rat. They have to clear this. They want to open up the side, but Alia is so good. Lil Ghost, quick response. Alia going to try to throw a stun out to save his teammate's life. Can he find another? No, he is going to go down to show.
And here it comes. Wildcard senses what's happening. United, though, already inside a vehicle, sending it down. They see an opportunity, and they want to try to make sure that they get some control of this. Sacred Flood, both making landfall. They've got control over the southeast as well as the northeast now, and about half of the circle, but they don't have the information to make the move.
I mean, think if a United had been able to find, you know, a flush, a kill onto 17. That's the team that's ahead of them. That's the team at the top of the leaderboard. They absolutely sent that maneuver out to try to see if they could punish 17's knock, and they could not. But a really, you know, well thought out attempt from E United, showing that they're aware of the leaderboard, they're aware of this game situation in multiple aspects.
17's kills, man, just ridiculous. 17 is just such a frag-capable team at any given second. They're just starting to carve a path. You can see that they're eyeing just going across this hilltop and just getting control.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it so many times in BCS Asia. It's just kind of par for the course. I'm like, yeah, this is what they do. They frag out. Now, sometimes they do falter in these late game situations. Sometimes they can't quite close out games that they should. It has been a slight problem, and Xiao Wu with the M24, please. Oh, just led that one a bit too much.
He's trying to go for it right now. Ghost already at 4 kills, seeing if maybe he can make some more ghosts here in just a second. He's now leaning down into the southeast. He's playing the low side of that hill, and it looks like these shots coming up from the top might be baiting out capabilities for him to push in. He gets some damage, but not enough to really do what he wants. Throwable's going to come out both sides. Are we going to see anybody connect? Yep, but still not a down. Follow-up? Nah, Molotov's not going to hit him.
That might have been a good grenade from Show. It's right on the money. 2 down for E United. Kickstart out on the northeast edge as he watches the rest, and he's just going to yeet himself into the blue. 17, 11 kills.
And now, what do, Wildcard? Where are you going to make your approach as 17 is now absolutely dominant? They don't even care. This is just starting to get disrespectful. Wildcard trying to see if they can get a knock. Cal's just got everything coming in. Great shot, at least gets it down in a flash.
Yeah, Nikos has been knocked, though, and that is going to be one onto Y. Kikamuka, great shot out in the open. Suju has spotted him. Here comes 17 Gaming. They should end this right here, right now.
It is absurd. 17 Gaming is a ridiculous team. They step out the first day, and they're like, no, everybody is going to have to chase us for the next 3. This is just the start of what could be a crazy run.
I mean, just a team that has so much that they want to play for here. Of course, Show, you know, think back to the FACEIT Global Summit, was on that 17 Gaming team that got blown up by Captain Snade. That was on kind of an awkward side of history, we'll call it that. But here, 17 Gaming looks to turn things around, looks to be potentially our PGC champion. But it's only 5 games.
Yeah, it's only 5 games. We're only a quarter of the way through. So homework is a big factor for our teams. They've got to go home, make sure that they figure out exactly what was going wrong, figure out if they want to tighten up anything in their rotations. But 17 Gaming, I think, are going to be going home and having a much more relaxing dinner.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty good. You can see they went out and gave the crowd a little love, and much deserved. The crowd has been at their side the entire day today, and you love to see it. You love the emotion. You love the way 17 is playing. I mean, the confidence is through the roof. The way that they set this up with the Bolt, they keep United pinned so well, and then they just find two, and then the grenades start to fly, and Show just slides one right in. Just unbelievable.
Just those follow-up nades. It was just nothing United could do. The shots coming out from the Bolties to make the pin, to follow it in, and then after that, it's just like, nah, we've got control. We're just gonna go ahead and step in and take what we want now.
It's the confidence is through the roof, and you can see it.
It's deserved confidence.
Precisely. It really is. I mean, again, if they get good on Miramar, it's over.
14 kills, my God. I was making a joke about if they could keep up with 17 points per game. Desk, are they even close?
It looks like they're gonna be, and I'll tell you what, Twisted Minds did back-to-back, and 17 was not to be topped as they bookend chicken dinners on the day. It has been all about these two top teams.
Absolutely phenomenal game from 17 Gaming once again. A lot of circles shifting into the north, but they knew exactly how to respond to it.
Honestly, I gotta say, this is looking like a champion already. The way they've been able to form, it's just insane. Only top 5 placement, guys. They have only been in top 5 today, and wins the first game and wins the last one. Just insane performance from them.
As they casually put on their jackets, they look like no big deal, but it didn't matter if they were slinging grenades or slinging lead. Everything was dead on, and they walked away. I mean, you guys joked on the desk, oh, it's America versus 17, and they dominated both sides.
Yeah, honestly, the highlights, though, here for the game, I love the amount of different circles. Not been the same. It's been very, very varied. And now we still have the same team, so they've been able to perform good. You can't really just put it on the circles.
Gotta give some credit to Navi as well, playing the VIP role on example. I think he got down, 4 or 5 times, and still somehow he made it into the, I believe, 6 circles when he finally did go down. But credit, I mean, they know who is the one popping off on the roster right now. Might as well want to keep example alive.
You say the VIP role for them. It's not as much as VIP as Ike have been getting, though. He's always level 3 helmet and vest and always an AUG. So almost, but save the VIP, I guess it's more.
We already talked about Ike before.
That's true.
But as you bring up Navi, they have been very consistent today. They've put up great numbers. We're seeing them constantly inside of these fights. We're seeing this was a kind of a chaotic South. We saw that shift at the end sort of left everyone trying to fight for a little leftovers.
In general, this area here is so hot. If you have the canyons, if you have high ground and you have your circle with you, you can be able to, take down so many teams. As you saw, the pressure that 17 Gaming was putting on everybody down, and they're able to control that. It's just so hard for even Twisted Minds to get into a good spot.
I mean, coming into this game, I said that the danger of 17 is that they can play well in pretty much any setting. We saw it here as well. Initially, when we get all the circles coming in, they set up on the edge. They say, you know what, we'll sit here, we'll wait for you guys to come to us. They absolutely slaughter the competition coming from the south. Then in the end of it, they start claiming center control, and then they play the center position from there. Again, trying to spread out and do everything. They essentially play a center and edge team composition in one game and get 14 kills and a win off.
Absolutely, and what we see on the board right now backs up what both of you said. Martin, 2,000 damage, 14 kills. No one got to see that circle without having a touch from 17.
No, you're poking your shots.
В Супере, мне кажется, 8 команд всего будет играть. Запрет 8 либо 4.
You're kind of hurting them. And that's what you do when you have the high ground. You have the best spot in the circle, like they were able to do. And then you get close range. You saw how efficient they were. The utility, especially once you're down to the top 3, top 4 teams, it is utility that win the game. You see it dominate from Show onto United. They're completely broken and battered.
Absolutely. We actually saw that was a beautiful point at the end of that match. United and Wildcard might have sandwiched them, but they herded those players together and then just perfectly double-nated, got that double, and United was no longer a factor.
And one thing is when you play with confidence in your 4v4s and whatnot, but there's a whole other level of confidence and when you dare to split 2-2 and say, you two, go down and deal with that team. We'll leave the other guys up here to defend the other team. Like you're essentially relying on 2 people holding up a potential 4-man.
Сегодня я даже не ожидал от твистов, что они 2 раза топ возьмут. Ну, 3-й раз что-то не пошло. Первый Мирамар они взяли топ. И Ангель, они последние взяли.
On a tear, it is starting, I think, if everybody else, I go home and I try to find their kryptonite. 24 kills off the back of that game. Another go on. And will say wild card for the first time, makes it up in the
Their
top 5.
kryptonite so far in this tournament has been Miramar. They had 4.3 points per game in 12 matches in Miramar.
Забрала вторую катку. Вот эта команда.
I was just gonna say, how is that stat looking now all of a sudden?
It's insane. It's second place and first place here in the first two games of Miramar.
Мы болеем за наш.
They're going to build that into tomorrow for
Вещи
sure.
Нави.
And the thing is, there hasn't really been a game yet where 17 couldn't have won it.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Right,
I mean, yes, they have 2 wins, but that could have been 3, that could have been 4, maybe on a good day even 5 wins for they, which would have been absolutely unheard of. But still, I mean, it's insane. And as we can see here, while Xiao Wu only gets 1 kill and 200 damage, he's been up there before as well. Literally every single player on this roster can go out and demolish their competition.
This team absolutely showed up, put up, and came out to play on day 1. Both of you said this is the team we picked to have a big start to this event, to have a huge day number 1, and I think it's inarguable at this point that they will be in first, most likely going to tomorrow.
And I think one of the things that makes them that terrifying now,
71 очко, 20 очков отрыва, ебать. 20 очков, увидели? 20 очков. От Нави. От Вестов вообще 30, да. Ну вот, можно примерно ставить на команды.
I also want to give a shout out to Na'Vi. They don't have any chicken dinners, and yet they're above a team that's put up a double.
Yeah, and also they have just 3 less frags than 17 Gaming. But yeah, for sure, it's impressive with their consistency today. Placements is lagging a little bit behind. That's why they're not closer to 17 Gaming right now. And I wouldn't give it up just yet for 17 Gaming. We're going to see Na'Vi continue to do this.
Примерно 8 команд, на кого можно ставить.
I don't think we're going to see only top 5 games for them.
Absolutely. We have 20 games to play. We are only through 5 of them, so there is a lot of runway left, but I do think there is that world where the other teams have to look at 2 teams with 2 chickens and start to stress.
I'm just thinking right now, if I'm looking at this and I still have voting coupon clipped and I haven't put a voting coupon onto 17 Gaming, you still have like 10 hours to do so. So go ahead and put one on 17 Gaming. If you have some extra spare, put some on the other guys who've been performing well, because they're pretty far ahead of the rest right now.
I can confirm there are some more. We don't close the pick'ems till tomorrow. A couple of our talent have actually put up giveaways. I know Poro's got one up right now, so you have a chance to go earn those. And we're going to talk to the team that is in the lead right now. Let's head over to Sam to hear a little bit more about the keys to victory.
Thanks so much, Toughies. Of course, most of the talent on the desk was saying that they thought 17 was going to pop off today. That's exactly what they did. I'm joined now by Little Ghost over here. Little Ghost, first place finish on day 1 of the grand finals. Can you stay in that top spot for the rest of the competition?
今天你的比赛是获得第1，你能不能一直保持这个状态到最后？
我们会保持这个状态的，直到最后。
Yeah, we will definitely keep this tension to the final.
I love it. Staying in the top spot, that's what it's all about. In your opinion, which was your best game today and why?
Сейчас запущу стримачочек.
今天第1场我表现得最好吧，因为在第1场的时候，算是我今天发挥，我对于我自己来说，自己感觉比较好的吧。
I think the first game I played very well because I killed a lot of people in that game. Yeah.
There we go. First game is the important one. Got all the kills. Happy for those of you that have you in their fantasy team as well, because that's points on the board. Do you have a message for all your fans watching back at home?
Oh, sorry.
I said, does he have a message for all the fans back at home?
对你的粉丝要讲一些什么吗？
相信我们，我们后面也会坚持这个状态，保持这个状态打下去的，直到最后。
Yeah, please believe us. We will definitely keep this tension to the final. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I see your team wants to celebrate a bit. Well done on day 1 of the grand finals here at PGC, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
他说祝你们到最后一直为止保持幸运。
Thank you so much. You can hear the crowd in the background. How cool is that? They're all cheering 17 on. We have had such an epic day of games here at the PUBG Global Championship, and it is only day 1. You know what that means? You need to set your alarms, get ready, because we are back tomorrow, same time, same place, and it is going to get hot in here. We'll see you then.
Нет, это не то, это не то, это не то. ультануть. Неплохо так. Все, они больше уже не обгонят. Этих мы выбрали. Этих мы выбрали. 27. Вот такой себе будет выбор. Давай плохо поставим. Последний купон. Вон в блокадах они себе доказывали очень хорошо. Ну все.
Global Summit was definitely one like close to my heart because I was playing with SDK at the time, and going into the last game, we knew we had a really good shot at winning the whole tournament, and winning a global championship is, was something that we sought out. This game definitely meant a lot to me.
Third, but they grabbed 10 points before doing so.
Already splitting the circle. DG98 clears methodically as he spotted him.
Погнали.
I think they might do Sharky. He can't do it. It's DG98, and I'm pretty sure the Rangers might have just pushed
Добрый
themselves.
вечер. Пойдем поиграем после турнира. Пробуем поиграть после турика.
The ending of PCS1 in NA
После
was
турика
definitely one
поиграем.
for the history books in PUBG.
После
And it's something
турика
that I definitely
поиграем.
always remember as a player. Reason being,
После
going into
турнира
the
всем
last
охота
game,
поиграть.
SDK was 12 points behind the leader in
Давайте.
wildcard, and with one game left, they have to
Вынесем
create at least
сюда из
13 points,
низа.
with wildcard getting 0 points to win the tournament.
Видно,
To
нет
start
там,
this
да,
game
и чё
off,
с
I
картинкой,
think
нахуй.
Shoot to Kill just really wanted to win the tournament, and they were
Картинка
ready
вроде
to do
нормально.
whatever was necessary to
И-
do that. And you can
А,
see
вот
here
всё,
they
пошла
hot drop
картинка.
wildcard at the very start, and they're really
Соряныч.
hunting to try and take them out and make sure they get the least
Соряныч,
amount of
пошла
points possible,
картинка.
and hopefully 0 points.
Что-то
I
долго
think they
очень
do end up
картинка
taking out one of
появлялась. Я
wildcard,
думал,
which is
что-то там
obviously really good for them. But after that, they kind of
наебнулось.
realize they can't chase them forever and have to play their own game and get their own points. At this point in time in the game, STK's got 11 kills, and they're up against S1 in a really tough push here. And I think this is where it gets really
Лёх,
riveting for the
подожди,
audience to
отпишись.
spectate. You can see Purdy going in with a nade. He gets knocked. I think it's only Luke last up for the team to clutch it out. They need at least 3 more points because Wildcard, I think, got 2 kills this game. So Luke ends up getting 1
Вот.
knock. He's got the whole team on his back here. He gets the second knock, and he tries to get into
Я
his
здесь.
clutches.
Можно ехать. Так, еще раз говорю, на кого я поставил. Вот мой выбор команд, на кого я ставил. Кому интересно. У кого я поставил.